coming full throttle. Sanctuary under siege, time to show our mettle. Coolie crew and DFC, we the chosen few. Fight of the night, Thursday night, that's what we do. Sanctuary under siege, Coolie crew and DFC, we bring the heat. Fight of the night, we ain't backing down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Sanctuary under siege, Coolie crew and DFC, we bring the heat. Fight of the night, we ain't backing down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Plan in sight, assemble your might. We ready to fight, Diablo's domain. We bring the pain, it's a birthright. No fear, no retreat, we stand tall and strong in this war zone. We belong, we go through a root wall. Sanctuary under siege, Coolie crew and DFC, we bring it. Fight of the night, we ain't backing down. Together we rise, conquer the crown.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're up here in the cockpit of the spaceship flying around Sanctuary at 7 times the speed of light. As you guys know, that's not fast enough for some of you. We've got a lot of action on the card tonight, and no you, Joby, no you. By the way, what's up? Big cheers to you guys. Appreciate you being here early. Wicked 1 ball, Fungus Power 2, Toeshank Primo. Primo says good luck and have fun to everybody, I'm assuming, except for Joby. And that right there, yeah, this is pure rocket fuel, in case you were wondering. You can see it's radioactive. Yep, yeah. You thought we were messing around with memberships, the donations, and all of this. No, we're not. Pure rocket fuel. Still, it's palatable, but I'm not necessarily sure if it's safe for human consumption. So that's why we don't sell it in the merch store. All right, but everything else should be there. You know, I say let's bring it over to the arena. It's time to get down there. It's time to start things up. We've got a championship bout going on here real soon. So we've got to get ready. Let's give it to him. Man. It's looking too clean down there. Too clean. We need to bloody that thing up. Get some duels going on. I say we check out what's on the agenda. We got to make sure Bill is jamming, slamming, ready to go. He's been sleeping all fucking day. Don't really know what his deal is, but he better get with it. Bill, show him the card, will ya? All right, yeah, he's doing okay. He's doing okay. All right. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, this dude is on point. We've got quite a card, dude. I'm telling you, we've got Toeshank versus Kim Sol-ki, a.k.a. the Jin Shin, right off the rip, dude. That's going to be happening here real soon, I guess. So those guys are going to be, maybe, possibly, the first ones to bloody up the arena. The first ones to get it. And then we've got some EU blood taking on a rising star in the DFC. And this guy is going to be trying to show him what's up on some Zon v Neck. Now, look, this one gonna be a little tough. These guys are playing on opposite sides of the planet, basically. So we're gonna need to give these guys an East game for the fairest ping. Told them they could do a mirror too. I know both of them have access to a Zon and a Necro, so we might have a very interesting cross the world battle between these guys. But it's gonna be a little bit pingy in that arena back there. I'm looking forward to it either way. This is long overdue. I hate to set up matches that with such ping differences, but these guys it's only a matter of time before they met each other in the arena. GVN versus Dazer. It's going to be nuts, man. We may not get to see the Go Gators versus Hasha on stream. I think Go Gators had some previous champ shit to deal with, some training camp issues, has to get some legal worked out or something. Regardless, if you're in the Discord, he'll probably be streaming that later on, possibly into the weekend. But either way, that one's going to be very, very interesting. Hasha says he wants only the best casters. This guy, rising star himself in the DFC, and certainly Go Gators will be the ultimate test for him. I think if that one's even close, it speaks loudly for Hasha. But that one's going to be Druvi, Necro, or Barb is what we put him on. He can technically be on the Necro if he wanted to, but that's a matchup that Go Gators is certainly ready for, certainly practiced up for. And I'm telling you, we might just want to see him on the Barb. We will get to see some Barb V-neck here in Foozer versus Hasha. Now this is written improperly here. It's usually the person. It matches up with the matchup who's on what, but this was probably Bill setting this one up. Dude recently switched his medication, and man, he's a good guy, but we're gonna have to cut him from the insurance if this is what the docs are delivering. Regardless, we're gonna see Hasha on the Barb. He wanted only the best casters. Now, technically, this matchup I would say is a little in Hasha's favor. So this one, based on rankings and all of this, it has the potential to be a very, very interesting match. Very, very exciting. Yeah, we'll get to see it though. Hopefully that one. I'm really looking forward to it. Then we've got some new blood in the melee division here. We've got Jin Shin coming back. He's going to see what he can do against Mildred Werecat. That's going to be interesting. We've got Green Lungs versus Flush. Two exciting duelers in the melee division going at it. And then CJ versus Gertie. CJ making a comeback. Hopefully we get to see him this week, man. Last week he was on the card. We didn't get to see the bout. Unfortunately, it's probably because his opponent was scared. Just, walking out of the arena, pissed about something. Who knows how it really went. But we're going to see if Gertie has the digital and testicular fortitude to step up to the plate on his Hybe Sin or Trap. All depends, man. He could bring either one. We definitely don't want to see a Ghost Sin up in there versus the Boa. That would be total cheese. We don't need that kind of shit. Gertie says he's ready. All right, good stuff. Good. All right. That's going to be a test. It's going to be a welcome back, CJ. You're in the game now. That's my feeling about it. It's going to be tough. CJ thinking he's going to come back in here, start tearing up the division. He just might. But he's going to have one hell of a test right out the gate because someone else has also made a recent comeback in the DFC, and that's Gertie. You guys might remember Savage, DFC player, Savage champ. And we're going to see if he's got what it takes to take down CJ. We're going to see. That's going to be an exciting one, man. Hope to see that. Montriana versus Jammy Jams. Montriana he's working his way up the ranks, man. You might be calling all these meme duels and all this shit that he's doing with with the sets and everything. But man, this guy's climbing up the ranks, and now he's got himself a pretty top tier opponent in Jammy Jams in Barb v Sin. Now, man, I don't know. If this one's close, it's going to speak volumes, I think, for Montriana and how far he's come. But even if not, fuck Sins. I mean, Sins are tough, man. I feel for him either way. Muchez back on the scene going up against Jodo. We're going to see what some Zon V-neck looks like at that level. We got a couple of nice Zon V-neck matchups. One right at the top here, as you've seen at the top of the card, Toeshank versus Jin Shin. That's going to be neck V Zon. We've got a few of them on the card. We're going to see how fair this matchup is. we're gonna see how this shakes out. Because we've got another one down here in Nightfall versus Bonkai JSP. This dude. We're gonna see it. All divisions of the card. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it at all levels. We're gonna know after tonight how good this matchup is. And if the Zon wins any of them, we're actually gonna ban Zons. So yeah, I mean, hate to do it, but yeah, that's the stakes, you know. Is what it is. Is what it is. So yeah, all right, Bill, bring it back to the arena, man. Let's clean it up. Let's get it cleaned up. Let's get it ready. Yeah, we need to really start showing and proving here. All right, good stuff. Are you guys ready to start throwing down? I know I know we got some people ready. We started up a little early. We've got people over in the EU that we need to think about. We need to be on point, man. We need to make the DFC accessible worldwide. All right. It might be 5 a.m. somewhere on the Asia server, but nobody has had the testicular fortitude from Asia to step up into the DFC. I would like to think it's because we've PK'd every single one of them with some dirty TPs. You can call it bias, you can call it whatever you want, but the point is, they haven't dared step. So you figure it out. You know? That's all I'm saying. That's it. That's the card, man. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. I'm pretty excited about it. I'm gonna fire up a game here. If this is your first time in the DFC, you're wondering what the hell to do, right? Here, let me show you. Let me give you the quick rundown of how to get involved in such juckfeckery yourself. If that is something that you want to do, or if you're a little lost coming into this and you're like, oh, well, yeah, not sure, not exactly sure. Well, let's check it out, man. Let's go over here. We're in the Discord. And I'm sharing my screen with you. You can see me chilling with every single one of the friends I've ever made in life over in the Join the Stream channel, right? That's me with all of them. Yeah, it's pretty intimidating in there with so many people. But at the same time, you're more than welcome to pop in. And once you've found a game, that's the first step. You want to reach out. You want to find a game with your opponent. Get in there, get ready to go, right? And then pop into the Join the Stream channel here and just share your screen. Now, you should, at this point, have access to the DFC chat channels, the DFC results channels. As a DFC dueler, should have access to all of that, right? If you don't, that's all right. It's Primo's fault. Just message him. It's totally his fault. You know, it's and he's willing to accept all the blame. So all the harassment, you got to send it his way. Just kidding. It means I forgot to give you the tag when I saw you signed up. But don't worry. Luckily, we've got some good people like Primo or any of the mods should be able to do it too and get you hooked up so that you can see this. Then you get once you're in there, once you guys are ready to go, just share your screen. You can share your Diablo screen down here with this little button. That gives us the ability to commentate your duel and see the action, man. Pretty sick. And then once you're done, all right, this is very important. Sometimes people forget this, all right? If you get that far, great. That's going to be awesome. We can commentate it. But if you want to get an appropriate match next week or in the future at any time, make sure to post the results in DFC results. You should see that up there in the PvP section. You can see kind of how people do it. Just kind of follow that cadence. And that should be good, man. Simple as that. It's yeah, just pop in there, share your screen once you're ready to throw down, and once you're in game with your opponent. If you need help contacting one of your opponents and finding them or whatnot, just again tag one of us or the mods in the DFC chat. We'll get you going. We'll connect you guys through a message, you know, and that way or a tag in the channel so you guys can see each other. Pretty simple, man. We welcome everybody from all around the world except for Joby. All right, that guy. You're probably not gonna. You won't see him. You won't see him. We haven't officially banned him yet, but if he goes for a title shot, it might happen. That's it. That's how to do it. And that is the card. I'm going to fire up the game here. Probably always good to be inside of a game anyway, because you never know when the servers are going to pop. You're going to get yourself a free D clone or something. You never know. Getting this fired up in the background. We might have to get some reps in. I saw Dio in here. This dude was willing to get some reps in. He was anxiously awaiting getting some reps in versus a Druid, because he's got a tough matchup tonight. Going up against a Druid on a Din. We usually don't set that up, but this dude asked for it. And unluckily for him, this is where I'm going to be. I'm going to be in this game. I'm going to make Jack 1, password 1. And I'm going to be in here. The internet knows in its entirety. All right. There's no question. There's no debate across the entire internet, JSP forums or anything, that I'm the top Druid. I don't believe, I haven't checked in a while, but I don't think that that's debated. I think everybody knows what's up. So the joke's kind of on Dio here. If he can beat me, which is practically impossible, then he can probably beat any Druid. What's up, Nimrod? What's up, Nightfall? Vito, what's up, dude? Playman, good luck, man. Safe travels. All right, I'll just be in here. You know, we're going to have the wolves. We might even throw in a bear, depending on how froggy we feel. That's just the nature of it, man. Top Drew wins by any means. Look at this. We got to practice these locks. Like, yeah, here, we'll check this out. We're going to be all sneaky with it. He's going to be teleporting away. We're going to give him the Dio just like that. That's how it is. Y'all are wondering how I keep that lock, and I don't make it obvious, and I just keep that lock. I'm not telling you. See, just like we don't even make it obvious. We don't go into the cast animation. We just boom and then re-grab. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, before you know it. We also have a secret sauce. Our replenish life is pretty high. Also can't tell you how I do that. But, I mean, that's just all in gear choice. It's all gear choice. You know? It happens quick, too. But, you know, when I swap weapons, it's only when I swap weapons. It's a little bit of a way around the rules, you know, but... That's some top Drew shit, man. Top Drew shit. Yeah. So, I'm not surprised that Dio isn't even in here yet. I know you guys were wondering where he's at and if I was surprised that he's gonna dodge me so early. I'm not. As the internet knows, top Drew and it's not even close. And you might be looking at the life total and laughing, but really the joke's on you, because we don't need to token for any matchup. We can go 50% block, we can go full block, we can go full send. I know you guys think I'm fucking joking. I can hear you. We're ready? Oh shit! Oh okay. All right. No, these guys. Dio ain't gonna get his reps in, man. That's just it. He ain't gonna get those reps in. I think him and Pavan about to throw down. Okay. All right. You know what? Let's just cut over to it. About to throw down. All right. We got a little bit of echo there from Dio's stream here. Let me cut over to it. Let's see what we've got. I think these guys are just gonna do it. It's unfortunate. He's gonna lose now. He ain't got the practice. He ain't got his practice against the top Druid in the world, and Pavan certainly didn't want him doing that. Hate to say it, man. You guys know how it is. I don't mean to call into question anyone's prowess, but I'm a PvP god. And here we are. We've got Dio in this corner throwing down on a Din. He's going to be on a Hammer Din variant here today, meaning he's going to have to be very patient. Very, very patient getting in here. That's how this duel goes. It's not a fun one for the Din, man. It's not fun at all. I like to have some massive life tap on the swap as a Din. Some people call me cheesy, but at least one person has called me a genius for that before. The mix of it might be a little split, but the point is somebody recognizes the sheer level of intelligence it takes to absolutely outplay a Druid.
So we're going to see if Dio swaps to that. I'm sure he has played this matchup quite a bit on the other end of it. He has been the Druid on a number of occasions versus Dins, and I don't think he's ever lost to one of them. Actually, I take that back. He did lose to Armin P. Mr. Armin Hammer himself, the previous champ from back in the day. I think he was one of the only people to ever beat Dio on a Din. And now Dio has that same sort of patience in mind here. He knows what it takes. He's seen it done before, and you can see him setting up these multiple hammer fields. Oh, beautiful cut right there from Dio. And you can see it. I think he was typing. I think he was trying to shit talk him right there from teleport distance in the Moor. And that is not something you want to do versus Dio, man. He's going to take advantage of that. He's going to take advantage of that. And that's the thing. Pavan has to kind of be patient. And like this becomes a big mind game is what happens. Let's swap over to Pavan's point of view here. Let's see if he can figure it out. It certainly becomes a big mind game. And before you know it, one of you makes a mistake, one of you gets caught, and that's it. Hold on, you might have got a gray screen here. My apologies for that. We're gonna see if he can do it. Now, on Pavan's side, as a Druid, first and foremost, he's certainly always gonna want to keep the 5 wolves up before you can stomp a Druid or a Paladin or anything that's going to have these like massive punishment for doing so. You've got to make sure you've got the 5 wolves up. Hold up, I'm just gonna drop out of this game right here to save some weird sounds from the birds going on in the background. It's probably annoying as shit. Just gonna leave that game real quick. But yeah, this is what he's got to do. He's got to be very patient. He's got to look for his opening and cut angles just like that. Oh man, he's got to get out of there though. That's the thing. That's the trick. You got to cut angles. That was a perfect angle cut from Pavan. I mean, a perfect angle cut. However, you got to get out. I mean, even if you cut a perfect angle like that, that was great. It looked good for a couple of spins there. But you got to chuck a NATO and get out. Right, like the only exception is if you can catch the Din flat-footed and they're just sitting there spinning and they're not stacking hammer fields. That's a time when you can kind of blind spot them and stay there until they move. But it's very rare. A good Din will know what they're doing, and they'll start stacking those hammer fields. And by stacking, what I mean is you'll see Dio, and we'll cut back over to his point of view here. You'll see Dio just kind of slightly stutter stepping as he's setting up these hammers. You know, look at him. He's stutter stepping and he's spinning hams all around this. That kind of covers his blind spot for when Pavan tries to teleport in on him. So what Pavan has to do is kind of look for his opportunity. Every time Dio steps out, like right there would have been a perfect stomp, right? You keep that name lock going, and you got to get out of there though. Yep, just like that. And now you're gonna have Dio chasing him. Every once in a while, there is an opportunity for the Din to chase. It doesn't happen often. It's usually not beneficial, especially if you get a Druid like Dio on a Druid, where he's going to punish you with those, with those defensive NATOs. That's going to be real bad if you start chasing him into that. But he has to be patient. He has to look for it. And look at this. He doesn't have a lot of his wolves up. This might be an opportunity. Yeah, now you see it. Now you see Dio actually chasing him on that Din. He's noticing that he doesn't have his wolves up, and he's trying to punish him for it. That's the thing. He's got to be able to keep those wolves up when he goes in for the stomp, but he's also got to be careful. And boom, look at this. He's catching him a little flat-footed, and now the Din stays too long. Dio stays too long in that exchange. Every once in a while, when you catch the Druid a little flat-footed, it's the same thing. You get in there, you take your pot shot, and you get right out. Right? That's just how it is. Oh, and that man, look at this. He stayed in there a little too long, and now he's in a bad blind spot. Dio catches him again. Now 3-0 so far in this matchup versus Pavan. Dio putting on a clinic of how you have to do it on a Din, man. You got to stack those hammer fields, and this really does turn into a mind game. Turns into a complete mind game, back and forth. LOL, Toeshank. Yeah, I wouldn't either, man. He stays in there a little too long. He stays in there just a little too long. Yeah, Dio having some fun here, man. I think he was trying to go toe-to-toe with that Druid stomp, and it almost cost him that round. he was getting a little too ballsy with it, man. Almost paid for it. But yeah, that's what it is. The Druid kind of against a Din player, a Din spinner that knows what he's doing. You got to get in and out. You got to keep all those pets up. The Oak Sage, the 5 Wolves. Hell, I even like to keep the Ravens up to proc that block. Sometimes you can catch the Din, as he's trying to chase you when you lose your pets. And it puts him in block animation, gives you a little bit of time to get out of there. But this, look at this. Now we have Pavan walking a little too much, and Dio walking behind him trying to clean up these pets and clear the way for a nice stomp. Yeah, exactly. And by the mind game, I mean the Druid has to be patient. He has to look for his angle, but he also has to be kind of aware of what Dio might be thinking, and when he starts to look for that stomp. Right, that's what he's got to be ready for. Bad spot there for Pavan to stay in. He gets out alive, and punishes Dio a bit for him. Dio takes a NATO. Oh man, bad spot for both players, but Dio wins the exchange for a clean 4-0 on the Din. That was very quick, man. Usually those duels can last quite a while. They can last quite a while, man. So that was. Yeah, it's tricky. When you get a Din spinning them hams that knows what to do, man, it turns into a mind game. Now, I would think over time that, when the Druid figures you out, when he knows, the Druid is certainly favored. I think at just about all levels, except for when you have a good mind game player like Dio. This guy's been playing that Din versus Drew mind game for a very long time. He knows how to play it. He knows how to push the aggression when he needs to. And he knows how to jam it. Very good performance and a surprise victory there. I didn't expect that. I thought Pavan was gonna shake this guy up a little bit. I thought he was gonna give him some trouble. Well, man, pretty dominant performance there from Dio. Just showing textbook how to stack them hams and play them mind games. GG, man. Well done. All right, I'm headed back into this game. Now, look, if Dio wants to come in here and try that against the top Druid, he's more than welcome to. I doubt he will, but that's where we're at. I'd piece him up. I'd show him what's up. That's just how it is. I mean, oh, did he actually came in? Oh shit. Oh well. I mean, that was a mistake. He shouldn't have done that. All right, I'll show you the mind game that this turns into. Okay, I'll show you how to play this mind game. It's certainly a tough one, but certainly one that I think Druid eventually wins out on. Now, like I said, we do have some good rep life on this guy, which should come into play. Should help us out a little bit. But yeah, all right. Go Dio, let's do it. I'll show him how it's done. We'll show him how it's done. All right, yeah, he's going. All right, we're gonna try to bait him in. He's gonna see us with no pets up here, and he might try to stomp. We've seen that about his game. We've seen that about his game before. Now we're gonna keep these pets up. By the way, my dude.
Probably gonna lose power soon.
Holy shit, Sawdust. Hey man, thanks so much for the 2.12 coin tip. Bro, I hope you don't lose power. We're getting some massive rain up here, by the way. I feel you, bro. Look at this. So you've got to be patient. We got to look for it. We got to wait. I was going for the stomp there. We were trying to bait him in. I'm trying to bait him in. See, it's a big mind game. We got to wait. All right, we're gonna give him a taste of it. We're gonna give him a taste, just like that. We're gonna get in, give him a taste. See, that was a good blind spot. We get out. We'll let him know. We're just gonna throw a couple of punches here. We're gonna throw a couple of punches. Yeah, see, now he's backing off a little bit. He's respecting the power. He's respecting the power of the top Drew. Yeah, see, he knows what's up. I'm just gonna hit this health shrine so that none of us accidentally hit it. Just getting in and out, man. We're being patient. Oh man, my pets are down. I hope you don't chase. I hope he doesn't chase. That would be bad. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. See, that's some top Drew mind game shit, man. That's the mind game. That's the mind game you gotta play. That's the mind game, bro. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, now he's scared. Now he's scared. Now he's scared. You see that sneaky name lock there? All right, we're gonna cut off his angles. That's right, we're gonna keep him in this corner. A little bit of mind games there. Just getting in, man. Just in and out. We just throw him in and out like that. He was, yeah, he didn't know. It's a good thing, man. See, we were ready. We were waiting for him there. He was going for that stomp. He was going for it. We saw it. He was thinking about it. See, look at this. He's in town. No mercy, baby. No mercy. No mercy. Going up against top Drew. No mercy.
Good to see you.
That's as simple as that, man. We got all the time. We didn't even need the rep life, dude. Didn't even need it. Yeah. I know I made it look simple, but trust me, man, it is pretty difficult sometimes. It is.
Call him New Orleans cause he lookin' Big EZ.
Big Easy. My dude, hey, not a frog. Thanks so much for the 2-coin tip, man. Big cheers to you, and a big cheers to Tommy Fred's Trains, aka the Sawdust, man. I do see Green Lungs throwing down. It looks like he's streaming live, ready to go. Let's cut over, man. Let's see what this looks like. These guys about ready to throw down in the Melee division. It's time to check it out. Oh, man. Man, oh, man. Is this looking good? All right. Green Lungs today. He's got himself quite an opponent. His reputation might precede him a bit upon entering the DFC. This guy, Darius D2R, making some waves in Melee. Now going up against the 50k defense Barb, the legendary Melee player himself. Off to a savage start on his Fury Druid. Insane. And now the Fortitude probably getting busted out here against the Fury Druid. He's going to need to hit hard. He's going to need to make these hits count. In recent history, what we did ban in Melee was a little bit of death action. Y'all might have seen that. I'm not sure. I'll be completely transparent with you guys. Not sure if it'll last forever, but it's certainly something we're interested in trying out. So neither one of these guys be rocking the death in this matchup. Big hits from Green Lungs early on. Can he finish, though? He needs another big one, and there it is. Takes out the Oak for style points. Now it's 2-3. These guys have been throwing down for a few rounds here. We're catching the early rounds in Melee. Now, the reason Green Lungs was just going full bore like that, asking to get PK'd, was because he had the Fortitude proc, which not allowed. A little bit of pre-buff in there, right? You got to get rid of that before you step into the next round. Looks like he might have the Corpse or the Black Hades on. It's possible, dude. That doesn't look like Fortitude. Hard telling exactly what he's got here, but this dude is hitting hard. This dude is hitting hard, man. And now Darius D2R with this Alpha Wolf coming in here trying to make some waves, but he's certainly got himself an opponent that's climbing up the ranks and doing some serious damage. I believe that right there is going to tie this up, making it 3-3? Or no, 2-4. 2-4, man. Wow, Green Lungs. This guy really showing what it looks like on a barbarian, a fully decked out one. This guy capable, as I've said before, of having that 50k defense. The most impressive part about it is that this guy, up until recently, had a friggin' MF charm in his inventory. This guy certainly didn't have the top tier gear that you would expect to see on most melee duelers. And he's still tearing it up against a legend such as Darius D2R. This guy, wow, impressive, I gotta say. Yeah, I have no idea. Narrator was over in the EU somewhere. I think we gotta look at that. We gotta look at that. If the attacker takes damage, put Druid out of wolf form into low HP. Yes, it will. It will if he's low enough. The attacker takes damage. Will do it. And you also have to have a pretty critical mass of attacker takes damage. I think, anyway. I don't believe it works like poison, where they always take one no matter how much you have. The animation always goes off. That little thorns animation when you hit will always go off. But I think you need a pretty critical mass of it, like at least 6, in order for it to deal 1 point of damage. But now we might be seeing a swap here from Darius. Concentration AR 23k, probably unnecessary against most druids. The druid defense, not necessarily as high as other characters such as the Din, but some druids can do it, man. And possibly Darius D2R might be focusing on that now. He might be trying to punish him a little bit now. And now we did see the fortitude going up there. This is a black looking armor right here, but this is I thought it might have been the black Hades, but nah, he ain't trying to do that shit. Green Lung stepping in there with the right gear, fortitude making those hits count. But down he goes in the next round. If by chance he has made a swap, Darius, it's the right one. Now it's 3-5, he says. Wait a minute now. Darius putting on a clinic here with this Fury Druid. Big hits from Green Lungs, big hits from both fighters in this melee matchup. But it's looking grim for Green Lungs. Can he make a comeback here? A little bit of dropped frames here, but we hear the barbed death, so it sounds like he lost that round there as well. And now we have a 4-5. Whatever switch Darius has made here, if any, it's certainly allowing him to come back. It's certainly making this a close duel between these two. All right, here we go. Big hits early on from Darius, trying to really even up the score. A big Oak hit there from Green Lungs, and he's going to need it. A recast, Oak recast from Darius. Taking a little bit of a break from the action there. See, you can do that in the DFC. You can recast that Oak. But the thing is, when you're recasting, you're not swinging, right? So that's just all hits that you're taking. And while you're trying to cast it, you could go into block animation and get interrupted. There's kind of a lot of risk in recasting that. But Darius said, you know what? I think it's worth it right here to prevent a massive comeback. He did end up paying about 30% life from a big hit from Green Lungs for it, though. That was nuts. Boo, Cooley, cheap shot. What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? Bro, what do you mean? That looked clean to me. Look, I looked at the replay. It looked clean. By the way, what's up, Philyac? How you doing, man? Good to see you, brother. All right, we see some charm swaps here from Green Lungs. He's swapping out to some large charms. Now, the reason he would be doing that is large charms oftentimes get overlooked in a lot of ways, but in melee, they do provide you a very interesting advantage, right? A large charm will allow you to get to 46 or 48 AR on any given large charm, with maintaining 6 max damage, right? And when you compare this to a small charm, like a 3-20-20, you only lose about 10 life, when it comes to stacking up a large, or 5 life per large charm, really, because they can only roll up to 35 life on a large charm, but they can roll 48 AR and 6 max. So he's sacrificing a tiny bit of life to try to bump up his AR a little bit more and ensure these hits. He's noticing that he's hitting less here, so that's why he kind of swapped out his inventory. hoping to hit more, to roll the digital dice of the RNG gods and see how much it pays off. We have the Fortitude proc, a very close round between these guys, and a big comeback from Green Lungs. Holy, that one was close, man. Just over 100 life in that. Now it's 6s. Pretty even duel between these two. And whereas it is not a championship bout, it is not win by 2. So it is legit the first to 10. They're going to take it. These guys both at 6s. Back and forth match so far. We've also, let's take a look at Darius to see what this Fury Druid looks like on this end. Just look at this, man. It's a little bit quieter of an environment over here. But he's in the inner cloister just looking to lay them hands on some suspecting opponents. The Fight Network, a.k.a. the Green Lungs. This guy, oh man, big comebacks, big hits early from Darius, but now some savage return fire from Green Lungs. Is it going to be enough? Can he connect again? This is looking grim for the Druid now. And down goes Darius. 6-7 in favor of Green Lungs. This guy's stepping it up, asking to get PK'd here. He says, oh man, look at this. I've got this Fortitude proc. I don't want to be going into an unfair fight here. Don't want to be going in with an unfair advantage to Green Lungs. Let's kick back over to the Chaotic Barbarian and see how it feels to be on the delivering end of such concentrated damage. Getting on for duel with Toeshank. Happy to hear Jin Shin. Can't wait to see it, man. We'll tune right in after this epic melee duel between these two. What a hell of a way to start the DFC event here today, man. DFC 129, Tempered Steel and Tempers Fly, among some of the nastiest duelers in the entire world. And we're getting to see it here with in the melee division, now in such a close battle between these two. Very, very good one to set up here. I'm proud of the Joe Silva for suggesting this one, because this one certainly is close. Currently 7s. 3 more wins is what separates any one of these guys from their next melee victory in the DFC. And what a close back and forth battle it's been so far. Big hits early on for Green Lungs. Trying to take out the Darius. This guy, man, he has come onto the DFC scene of recent history, but he's certainly making some waves. Now it's 8-7 in favor of Darius and the Wolf Druid. Putting those hands, putting those claws, overgrown claws, may I add. Those things, I wouldn't want to be touched by those. It's no wonder that Green Lungs has such a savage shield trying to protect him from those things. When Darius lays them claws on you, man, look at those cuts. Those things are deep, and now some savage hits. A big late game comeback here for Darius. Yeah, this is nuts. One more win is what separates Darius from the victory here, and a pretty nasty late game comeback, might I add. Green Lungs trying to shut him down. I wonder if he's going to make any more swaps here for this final, what could be the final battle. He's still got 3 wins, and he needs to muster up in order to make a big comeback here. Are we going to see it? Let's find out. Green Lungs trying to settle the score, trying to make a comeback here, but he's suffering some nasty claw hits from Darius. And some frame drops. We're going to have to tell by the audio, but he takes him out. Holy shit. All right. It's time to go into meditation mode. Let's kick over to Darius. This guy knows he's only 1 win away. But sometimes that 1 win away is so far. Because in the grand scheme of things with Diablo 2, the RNG gods often prevail. Wonder if we're going to see any ritualistic RNG manipulation here from either player. Nah, we just see these guys stepping in, going toe-to-toe and throwing them hands. Very close round here for both fighters. And now we've got Darius hoping to land the claws. So close! And now we've got a back and forth even matchup. Can he do it? These guys are neck and neck. 9-9 in this melee bout. Let's kick back over to our boy, the Green Lungs. He's going to ask for a free PK to get this Fortitude armor knocked off from him here. Both of these guys. Sweaty palms, ready to throw down. Sweaty palms, sweaty paws. Ready to chuck them at each other to see who's going to prevail in this final round between these savage duelers. And here we go. Big hits early on from Darius, and now some return fire from Greenlungs. Greenlungs making a huge comeback. Looking like his back is against the ropes, but man, he might just do it, and there it is! Greenlungs with a huge comeback for the Melee division. It was looking grim, but now it's looking green. This guy was savage in this matchup, and certainly the barbarian that you might not ever want to run into in that Melee arena. We'll allow it. We'll allow it. Looked clean to me. Looked clean to me. Yeah, I was going to say he got rid of it. He got rid of it before the final battle. Looked clean. Looked clean. These guys going to show off the gear? We're going to get a peek as to what these guys were wearing. Let's see. Let's see what it is. Yeah, it looks like Darius might be making a swap back to the Versus All. Looking to go back to those pub games, get some reps in. A BOTD from the Barbarian player there. Fortitude SS with a 15 IAS jewel in it at least. Ariats, man, this is looking rather obtainable for most people. But those gloves, oh, those are beauties, man. 20 IAS, 15 dual stack gloves, rares on top of that. This guy just rocking some nasty stuff, I gotta say. I mean, you gotta get your MF game up if you want to find most of this. But this guy's gear slowly improving every week, let me tell you. 213 Gores now, 40-15 Dungos, 2 Ravens, and a High Lords. This guy making sure that this stuff is all decked out and ready to go against a savage high life opponent. Plague Smasher, that's quite the legendary mallet right there. Very nice. I like the rep life on there for good measure. Cold resist. All of those things not necessarily GG in Melee, but they can help. Very beautiful armor here. E-Rep, 2 socket, 189 defense. That's insane. I really love this as a choice right there. The white Druid pelt over what most people use on a Fury Druid, which is the unique helm, the Cerberus's Bite. Really love seeing the rares. They're certainly more rare, I believe more powerful. Sure, you do get a bit of an added AR bonus, but a lot of times, man, the bonuses that you can get on the rares are a lot better. And plus, you can stack up the IAS in there quite a bit more than you can on a rare. You can stack up the ED. A lot of options that those 2-socketed white helms give you. And there it is, man. Very nicely done. A great duel between these guys, and holy shit, man, it's just about time to throw down for the championship bout. Are you guys ready? I'm fucking ready. These guys are going to be throwing down in some NVZ. Neck V Zon. Who shall prevail in this epic matchup between these two? We're going to find out, man. It's time for Jin Shin versus Toeshank, the HLD battle of the night. Who's your money on? Let's find out. In this corner, we've got Jin Shin on his legendary Zon. Is he going to be able to show that he has what it takes against the champion? Well, that's the question that needs to be answered tonight, right? He's going up against Toeshank, reigning defending champion, well on his way to stacking up some of the most nasty title defenses in DFC history. But let's cut over to his screen. This guy's going to be on a Necro tonight. A little bit of load time here. No worries about that. Yo, Bill, switch it up. We need some epic dueling music here. Yeah, switch it up, bud. It's time to throw down. These guys need to know the epicness of what's about to happen. We need some fight music up in here, because it's about to get real. We've got Toeshank teleporting around. running his back against the ropes, feeling out the cage, getting ready to throw down and show how to do this Necro matchup. But this is something that Jin Shin is no stranger to. Toeshank is gonna have to be on his A game tonight, man, because this is, like I said, Jin Shin ain't no stranger to this matchup. And he's certainly gonna be putting on a show against the champion, trying to take that belt for his own. These guys getting about ready, doing some pre-buffing battle orders, and then we shall see the first round between these guys. And now Toeshank showing off a little bit of his gear here. He's got the low rune that cannot be frozen in the 222 open socket helm and using the white one. Beautiful 6-point ring right here, man. Holy shit. Can you imagine that thing on like on a barb or something? Hold up, my throw barb wants that. I'll give you about 10 form gold for it. You know, that's the best I can do. That was the best I can do. I think it's fair. You don't need that AR in there. You don't need that attack rating. No, I'll give you a replacement ring, about 10 for him gold. This is the best I can do. Just kidding, man. That thing is savage. Savage 6-point ring right there. 220 amulet. This guy is decked to the T. Inventory looking clean. And we're going to see a strategy here. We're going to see what the Toeshank strategy is to take out Jin Shin. Now, I would guess that in this specific matchup, what you're going to want to see is you're going to want to see this. You're going to want to see the Necro kind of get in and out, right? He's going to chase a little bit. He's going to close the distance. Oh, and look at this. Jin Shin on Telly Boa. Interesting matchup here. This is going to be harder for Toeshank to get in. Oh, big hits from Jin Shin. This is going to be harder for Toeshank to get in predictably, knowing where Jin Shin is. And he immediately switches up the strategy and starts throwing these bone spirits, looking to try to find Jin Shin, looking to try to force Jin Shin to set up shop, right? Pick a spot so that Toeshank may approach. All right, let's cut over to Jin Shin, man, and see this strategy firsthand. This is pretty savage. This is a strategy right here that I'm sure the champion was a little caught by surprise here, right in the early start of this round one. But the real question is he going to be able to get there? Is he going to be able to do it? Is he going to be able to play the mental mind game with Jin Shin and get him to post up predictably so that he can approach, throw those bone spirits, punish him with those bone spears? And that's what he's got to do. Now, the typical matchup, what you would see here, most Zons, they don't teleport around a lot, especially in this matchup, right? What they're going to do is they're going to post up there with a Fort Walk Zon, and the Necro will very predictably be able to know where they're at. And they can approach, they can get in there, they can name lock them, throw a bone spirit, and make it so that they can't just stay there. They have to then start walking around, and that gives the Necro the opportunity to get in, follow up with a bone spear, more bone spirits, whatever he wants to do. He could also leave and reset, which is something that a lot of Necros will do that after the first exchange with a Zon. Once they close the distance, they back off a little bit, recast the bone armor, make sure the pets are back up, and then rinse and repeat, right? But that's a lot harder to do versus a Telly Boa, because the Telly Boa has the ability to get out of there, right? To completely change things up. But that also opens up the opportunity, as you see here with Toeshank, for him to use Bone Prison. This is the first round right here, Bonkai, between the champion and the challenger. That F Spirit Monarch, min-maxer over here, yeah. Ain't messing around, man. And now we've got Jin Shin pushing the pressure a little bit. That's certainly something you don't usually see from the Zon in this matchup. Beautiful shots there from Toeshank. I think that's what Toeshank is doing now. He's noticing that Jin Shin is willing to close the distance, get in there, and we just saw a CS poke, it looked like. I can't tell if that was CS. Was that? Yeah, that was CS. That's a charge strike poke right there.
I am overburdened.
That makes for a very interesting defense from the Necro, right? What he's going to need to do now is be wary of both of these things happening. The telly stomps from Jin Shin at close range, right? If he gets in there too close, what Jin Shin's going to do is he's just going to look for that name lock and try to poke him. So that's going to force Toeshank to get in and out, look for these stomps with the bone spear. Oh my god, and a beautiful shot from Toeshank there. Now evening up the score. He's quickly learning the strategy, and now we have Jin Shin re-battle orders. Beautiful shot there, and Jin Shin wisely just gets out. Little bit of harassment from the outside, gets out. Looks like he is, in order to maximize his cast on this Zon, it looks like he sacrificed a little bit of attack speed. You notice how slow some of these multi-shots are here. At least they look like that. We could have been dropping some frames, who knows? But it appears as though he's really gone in full focus on potentially poking with the jabs and maximizing the rate at which he can teleport away. Oh, okay. Clay Golem making him slower. Is that, is Jess using Clay? Will Fucky jam it? Oh, yeah, he definitely is. Probably a rule set these guys agreed on, I would guess. We'll have to double check to make sure. But I would say if he's on Teleboa, I'd allow it, man. That's pretty tough. Yeah. Yeah, I'd allow it. Against Walks On, probably not, but like, seems good, seems fair. This is not your average Zon v neck matchup right here. Usually, you're used to seeing a Walk or a Teleboa, but now we have a Teleboa CS hybrid from Jin Shin. The CS variant of the Amazon is getting a lot more play recently in the DFC, man. It's a very hard thing to plan for, especially if you have any sort of hybridization to your build. Just makes you deadly at any range, man. And you also have the ability, whereas you have multi-shot, to really stay on the outside as much as you want. Force your opponent to come in and punish them when they do. They just allowing it, it's banned. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they are. All right, good stuff. I figured it was probably something they agreed on. It kind of makes sense in this matchup anyway. Like, usually this would favor the Necro, except for when you go into, like, CS Telebroa hybrid shit. That's like, that really throws a wrench in the system. Really wrecks the Matrix a little bit. Yeah, using Spirit for FCR. Yeah, he's doing great. Now Toeshank he's gonna make Jin Shin chase him. He's noticing what's up. He's noticing what he's going up against. He's gonna make Jin Shin chase him a little bit. Beautiful spears from the outside from Toeshank. Let's swap back over to Toe here. Hate to miss any of the action, but we're gonna check and see what he's looking like on the life total. He's gonna have to be repping some life back in and of himself here. He's gonna have to be staying alive. But this is the strategy. Beautiful, man. He stays on the inside, forces Jin Shin to come to him a bit before he starts it up. And now we see a chain when he recognizes that Jin Shin is in retreat mode. Oh, beautiful shots from Toeshank. This is the amazing piece about both of these players, the amazing skill set that they have. These guys are able to turn up the pressure, to back off when they need to increase the distance. But you know, when it's time to turn the tables and push the pressure, both of these guys are ready to do it, Toeshank included. We've seen it from this guy so much. And in this matchup right here, it's very important for him to not only push the pressure and show that aggression, but to also back off when he needs to. And he is nailing it. Both of these guys so far, great showing for our title event at the HLD division. Another pop in and out there from Toeshank. Yeah, notice the CTA out. He was in retreat mode. Pounce. Protect yourself at all times. Beautiful jab hit there from Jin Shin as well. Just getting in there. Just trying to capitalize on that aggression a little bit. Show some of those CS pokes. And now Toeshank trying to reset here, trying to set a nasty trap for the Teleboa player here that is Jin Shin. A very high level one, and there it is. Round one goes to Toeshank with some beautiful IBS from off screen. Sometimes you just got to go back to the bread and butter of the Necro, man. Any player, you always got to be ready for it. You want to play the distance. You want to play that distance game. Well, you got to be ready for the Bone Spirit from afar. Toeshank reminding Jin Shin that is a weapon he has in his toolbox. Very good round here from both players. A 1-0 so far from Toeshank, but now Jin Shin, he knows what he's up against. He knows the play style of his opponent. Well, I mean, a lot of people shit on that, really. Like they shit on the Bone Spirit spamming, but it's like the great Vamp the Champ once said, this is a spam character, man. That's what they do. Like, what do you expect them to do with Bone Spirit? Just, you know, try to use it in a way that their opponents won't cry about? No, man. You're gonna use that thing to its fullest potential. And the beautiful thing is that about some really good players, I think the really bad players with Necros give it a bad name, right? They give the IBS a bad name because it's all they do. It's all they revert to. And quite frankly, when I started up on Necro, that's all I did. I was like, wow, this is overpowered, right? But a lot of times it's not the most efficient way to finish a duel. It is certainly a good way to approach an engagement, though. Right? And that's why you'll see some of the best players knowing when to swap back and forth between the two. And that's certainly what Toeshank is here. Sometimes you got to know when to make your opponent chase, and you got to know when to punish them. You got to know when to turn the corner. Beautiful shots there from Toeshank. Some lucky dodge, avoid, evade from Jin Shin. Yeah, what Toeshank is doing here is trying to, he's noticing early on from the first round that Jin Shin is not the, he's going to take advantage of two different situations. He's going to take advantage of Toeshank getting in there and closing the distance and trying to hunt for him, right? He's going to take advantage of that if Toeshank gets too aggressive. But then, if he does close the distance, Jin Shin can chain him, right? If he gets a little lazy with these Bone Spirits, right, and gets a little too reliant on these trains, as we just saw, Jin Shin got in some nasty damage with a CS chain. And that's the threat. That's why you got to be ready to swap the tools in the toolbox, man. That's what it is. Beautiful shots there from both players. A good exchange. Yeah, exactly. And as we know in the DFC, spears win fights, right? That's what Toeshank just landed there at close range. The spears are so quick, and they force your opponent to be ready. They force them to make a move. Whether it's tele-stomping you, whether it's walking down, it forces them to switch off from their attack mindset and make a move, right? Or to double down on it. But regardless of what they do, they have to move. And they have to move very quickly. And if they don't, you're going to catch them with it. Against the Zon, they do have the added benefit of dodge, avoid, and evade, which will not only dodge a Bone Spear, which most characters can't dodge, but it will dodge a lot of attacks that you shouldn't be able to dodge in the game. Things like hammers, blizzards, traps. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's like block on steroids. Beautiful angle cut there from Jin Shin. Toeshank in a bit of trouble here. That's why he's keeping the distance. He's going to try to make Jin Shin chase him. As he should. He's pretty low. Big hits there from Toeshank. Now Jin Shin at a little over half life. Jin Shin looking for the chain, looking to get that CS hit in there. The CS hit is going to be beautiful because all he needs to do is hit a pet, and as Toeshank teleports away, that CS is going to follow him. That's why you see Jin Shin going in here, throwing caution to the wind, looking for a name lock. Now, he could end up paying for that, though, because if he gets caught with one of these Bone Spirits and he does not have battle orders up, he's currently no battle orders. If he doesn't have that up, that could potentially hurt quite a bit, man. Hurt double time. Now Toeshank turning the tables a little bit there, pushing the pressure when he knows that Jin Shin doesn't expect it. Now Jin Shin going on the back pedal a little bit, trying to punish Toeshank for getting a little too aggressive. And what he's trying to do in implementing that strategy is to try to create some distance. He's trying to create some distance so that Toeshank gives up a little bit. You can see him looking for his cube. He's looking to re-battle orders here because he does not want to get hit by any of those Bone Spirits without battle orders being up. Battle orders, in case you didn't know, gives you a big bonus to life and mana, but only temporary, only lasting for about 3 minutes. So if the duel goes on longer than that, especially if you have one of these creative Cubo setups, you're going to have to look for some space to recast, and that's exactly what Jin Shin has in the back of his mind right now, but Toeshank not giving him the space to do it.
I need mana.
And there it is, man. Now it's 1-1 in favor. He gets the job done, even in the absence of having the battle orders. Very nicely done there from Jin Shin. Yeah, he really is. It's an impressive build and a very impressive player on the Zon. This guy is nasty. 1-1 in this title bout. Yeah, he could also look. Toeshank will know. Toeshank knows. I mean, here's the thing that a lot of high-level duelers know, especially when they go up against a Zon, right? It isn't like it's a surprise, oh my gosh, your battle orders is out. If you have to recast battle orders as a Necro, there's a very good chance your opponent has to as well. So if you've kept the pressure on, you've kept them kind of in the engagement the entire duel, you know that their battle orders is probably out or close to it. So that's something that all high-level duelers will just know. They'll just... It's something that they have in the back of their mind when they go to recast battle orders. They know that their opponent may be in a similar spot themselves. And especially in this matchup, when you're going up against the Zon, it's very detrimental because the Zon has to make, whereas they do cube bow, they have to make an additional swap. They can't just hit W and swap weapons to do it. They got to go into their cube, they got to shift-click, swap it over, take their jabs off, you know, and that's something that that is a window of time where Toeshank could seriously capitalize on it. He knows it. Yeah, very difficult matchup, man. I didn't expect this. Didn't expect this setup here from Jin Shin, man, but a very impressive one. Certainly something that that Toeshank is going to have to adapt to here. CS is a hard-hitting skill, man. And when you got it on a very competent, very capable Zon player, man, that's tough.
Not in town. Yes?
The CS is a missile-type attack that has a weird delay that still hits even if Necro tellies away. Very true. Due to scheduling issues with opponents, I've added Mesa versus Dingus NVD mirror to the card. Thanks, Primo. Appreciate that. Big cheers to Primo. This guy behind the scenes, you know, he sets up some nasty matches. A lot of the cards on the a lot of the matchups on the card tonight are a big thanks to this guy. Dude, I really appreciate that help, man. Big cheers to you. We got some exciting fights on the card thanks to this guy. So let's tip one back to him. All right, and here we go. Round 3 between these two. It's tied up. Jin Shin starting things up. Starting things at a distance. Let's cut over to Toeshank, see how things are looking on this end. See what the strategy is. He's going to be trying to cut off a lot of angles from a distance. And he's going to... What Toeshank is doing here is it might look like he's staying on the outside, sort of throwing a lot of bone spirits, and he is. But what he's trying to do is set up a good first initial engagement between these two.
Great title bout here.
Absolutely. Clint Chias, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for the 5-coin tip, man. Much appreciated, and a big cheers. We'll head over to the Tavern after this duel right here for some official cheers. We can all... we're going to need a breather after this one anyway. This is a heavy title fight right here between these two. All right. Toeshank turning up the heat, man. Toeshank turning up the heat. Now we got Jin Shin looking for the lock. He gets the stab there. He gets the CS stab. Gets a little bit of damage in versus Toeshank. Yeah, Toeshank's going to be looking to set these up. He's going to be looking to try to punish him. I think that's what his strategy is here. Chuck a lot of bone spirits and punish him for trying to get those name locks. Or otherwise just land some bone spirits. Now in this specific matchup, that's probably not a bad idea and one of his best options. Now, spears do win the fights, but you're going to need a good start to the interaction. So if Jin Shin keeps cutting angles like this and keeps working around him, he's going to need to keep looking, right? He's going to need this first part of the engagement to be a little favorable for him because Jin Shin is dangerous at all distances. Trying to punish him here, man. Beautiful locks there from Jin Shin. And Toeshank wisely CT tellies out of there. You got to be able to do it. You got to be able to break those locks, and CTing is a good way to do it versus a Zon. A Zon typically doesn't have as good of cast, you know, unless you really are aiming for it versus most characters, right? Now, you could set it up. I would guess Jin Shin probably has 99 cast on this Zon. But you could go to, what is it, 163 or something like that. They share some of the same frames as a Druid. I haven't seen a Zon ever do it. I don't know if it's possible. But even then, you're going to still have similar cast frames to a Druid, and it's just not going to be pretty, right? You're never going to be as fast as a 125 Necro, which is certainly something that Toeshank is on here. So every time, the point is, every time he wants to break these locks and he wants to CT cast just to break it, see, look at this. In the back of Toeshank's mind right now, he knows that Battle Orders has been running low, and he's going to be looking for it now from his opponent. And he's given him some time to recast it, so it's very possible in the next engagement that Jin Shin has re-battle ordered. Also that, yeah, holy shit, I didn't actually know who was putting all of those in, Primo, so thanks for that, man. Big shout out to Nightfall. This guy's been huge with help in the DFC, and also, dude, another cool thing about Nightfall, this guy just took, I'm kind of jealous, I might actually follow suit here, man. He actually just took like the Google course about data analytics, which I'm sure has a lot to do with like Google Sheets and shit. Really cool thing to see. So this guy is rearing and ready to go with some nasty skills to add to the lineup. So big cheers to that dude. Irreplaceable behind the scenes, man. That's huge. These guys together we have a great event, and I think a lot of times you guys go unnoticed, but you're equally as important to anyone else here, man. That kind of help is amazing. Not only do you show up and put on an amazing show, but you practically run the show behind the scenes. Huge. All right, here it is. We've got Toeshank waiting for this engagement, trying to bait Jin Shin in a little bit here. Now he's officially repped to full. We've got a real duel here. We've got a real duel. I like this strategy from Toeshank. The very fact that he just did that after a nice CS hit there from Jin Shin is going to be a little bit discouraging for Jin Shin. He's going to know that if he keeps this distance, he's going to have a dueler that also will rep to full, right? So he's going to have to go looking for these engagements. That right there was a big statement from Toeshank. That's going to show that, look, I'm going to stay on the outside. I'm going to crack you with these bone spirits if I can. But he's attempting to change Jin Shin's dueling style from this, and it may be effective. It's going to force him on that bow a little more. And when he goes on that bow, that's going to be the opportunity that Toeshank is looking for. It gets clipped with that CS yet again. Let's see how Jin Shin is looking. Let's see if he's taking any damage. Sounds like he's re-battle orders here. Yeah, he's taking some of those shots from those bone spirits, man. Trying to get on the inside there. Now he's looking for those pets, still looking to get that name lock in there. But now he knows, it's certainly in the back of his mind, that since he's gotten that shot, he's got to get some more of that damage in there, right? He can't necessarily turn it into a distance duel, but against Toeshank, he's aware. You also can't get too hyper aggressive. Look at this, some CT shooting from Jin Shin. The reason he's doing that is that he keeps the lineup of those multi-shots a lot tighter, right? So the multi-shots are very based on where your cursor is when it's fired. You'll notice that if you have a Zon and you shoot multi-shot right next to your feet, the shots will almost immediately spread out. Now the opposite is true if you cast further away from your body. So the reason he is CT shooting is to try to keep that. He has a very good idea of where Toeshank is in the duel. So because he has that good idea, he's going to try to keep those multi-shots all in stride. He's going to keep them as tight as possible right into that very area that he knows Toeshank is in. Beautiful multi-shots there again from Jin Shin. Yeah, and he is on this plan now. He is swapping to the bow a bit more, which, and there it is. There we see it. Now when Toeshank, that's going to force him to approach a little bit more, right? He certainly will lose that long-range battle. It's going to force him to approach more. It's going to give him the opportunity to get shots like that in there and quickly get out. It's Toeshank slowly turning this into a duel that he wants to see, right? Slowly turning it into a duel on his turf. Making Jin Shin play the game that he wants to play. And at this point, I don't think Jin Shin has any choice. He's got to do it, right? Like, he's got to do it. because he gets those pokes in there, he gets that damage, but he's got to follow up, and now he's looking for it. He's looking for it. Jin Shin adapting a little bit. Shooting the bow, encouraging Toeshank to come in, and being right ready when he does. Look at this. Immediate swap. Looking for the chain lock. True, a very good point there too, Primo, that if you do the same, if you take the same sort of strategy with a guided arrow, they work sort of the opposite as a bone spirit. A bone spirit, you're sort of incentivized to cast that close to your body, with your cursor close to your body, because the bone spirit will go to the initial location that you clicked, and then if it's still live, it will just start seeking out a target, right? The guided works the opposite way, right? It will go a set distance, right? It will go to the distance that you clicked. It will then start seeking out a target, but it will die faster if you click closer to your body. It will only seek for a certain amount of time. You can increase the amount of time that it seeks and the distance at which it starts seeking a target if you CT cast. So that's why in multi-shot, you often see players CT cast a multi-shot. Beautiful setup there, and a spear doing some big damage to Jin Shin. This strategy being very frustrating for Jin Shin. Hard for him to get on the inside, but this is certainly what you would expect. I mean, we have seen a bout like this before. Way back in the day in Vamp the Champ versus CJ. CJ, who was also on the card tonight on his legendary Zon. And this is what we see. We see the Necro trying to increase the distance, especially when you've got this Telly-Boa hybrid that's going up and has the ability to just land some nasty shots with that CS and also pose a threat from the outside. Let's take a look at Toeshank, see how he's doing. See how this guy's looking on the other end. We've got Jin Shin very low, about 1,500 life, but also Toeshank taking some damage from those nasty chains and quite a bit of harassment from the outside. Yeah, everyone was rooting for him. Yeah, Brody remembers. Brody remembers. Man, what a matchup so far. Toeshank has also switched to a different summon here. Usually you'll have summons from either your Oak Sage from Nature's Peace or your Oak Sage from Hodo. It looks like Toeshank has swapped to the white ones to do massive amounts of damage when he goes in. He's going full damage, 20 spirit in this matchup. And or at least I think it could have been a trade-off here. Clay Golem for non-20 spirit. Regardless, he's using that white one to try to maximize his damage, but it's going to come at the cost of having to switch up summonables here, right? He's going to have to switch it up a bit. He's going to re-battle orders, just naturally seeing that his battle orders run out and immediately addressing it. But yeah, it forces you to get a little bit creative. Where is he getting those other summons from? It's got to be from something. Hard telling. Maybe a wing, a ring, carrying wind, wisp. Oh yeah, that's true. He could be. Yeah, he's probably on wisp. Yeah, he's got the 20 max res from the helm. He's probably on wisp. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Look at this, Toeshank looking for that favorable exchange and trying to punish with those bone spears coming in. Beautiful, beautiful call there from Toeshank. You saw the name lock. He knew that Jin Shin probably also saw the name lock. That's some high-level play. So what did he do? He still took it, but he got in there, telestomp, shot a spear. He missed, but he didn't get too greedy. He just immediately got back out. That's exactly what you want to do. It's high-level play. He has a lot of respect for Jin Shin's skill here, and you can tell that. He knows he ain't going up against just some chump, as we wouldn't expect here in the title bout. Jin Shin, this guy certainly deserves it, with some nasty, nasty duels against various opponents, and usually always coming out on top. It's definitely Kawian wind. That's what it is. That's what it is. Great wing. It's a great one. Look, don't make fun of my autism. Right? I don't make fun of yours. Alright? This one's close, man. And the longer it goes on, the longer that Toeshank is making Jin Shin chase him here, the more he's repping life. Now, granted, both of these guys also have some pretty impressive life rep, but one can only imagine that this favors the Necro in this matchup. This round is a very, very important round because he's trying to set the pace. He's trying to set the pace for his opponent. These guys might need some potions here. These guys might need some pots. Yeah, these guys need mana. All right, we'll see if we can do some hacking and get up in there. See if we can do a little bit of hacking. Might hear some sounds in the background. It's just me hacking passwords and shit. No worries. DFC-1. Man, I'm so good at hacking. Did he just... I'm so good, man. So good. Just hacking and cracking. That's what we do. We up in here about to repot for these guys in this championship bout. Right now, it's 1-1. So both these guys, it's a tie game. Look at this. Ask and ye shall receive. Many people popping out here to repool for these guys. Much, much appreciated. Ensuring that this title bout can go on for as long as it needs to. And as smoothly as it needs to. All right, and back to the action. We now see Toeshank setting up yet again, trying to set up these favorable interactions. Little bit of a break in the action there while these guys needed some mana. Just complete gentlemen. Just sitting there, allowing each other the space. You know, this is dueling. This is gentlemen's dueling at its prime right here. This is a real duel, and down goes Toeshank. Big win there for Jin Shin. And now 2-1 in favor of the challenger. Now Toeshank making some swaps here. Making a little bit of swaps. Gonna make it interesting.
Good day.
Does he have minus res? Let's check. It looks like he got caught a little bit there. I can imagine probably with the Griffins. He might have a Griffins on here. Totally makes sense that he would. Just to reach those cast break points, help him with that. Yeah, it looks like he's got a Griffins on. Hey, I mean that's what they say, man. As in the words of the great Drew G, sometimes on a Necro you gotta gay him, right? On a Zon, you can beat him, but you gotta gay him. And bro, against a build like this, it might be what you have to do. Yeah.
Good day.
Yeah, this is savage though. What a hell of a Zon to be going up against. It's so crazy to see such a relatively new hybrid in the DFC and see how it performs, man. And to see such a capable pilot on this thing. This Zon is nuts. And the Zon pilot behind it. Very, very impressive. This guy's certainly deserving of a title shot. Toeshank has run through just about every other top 10 player that there is. But tonight, it appears as though he has met a worthy one. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. Primo knows what's up. This is a real duel, boys. You better buckle in, because this is a real duel. These boys didn't come here to mess around. We have ourselves a real duel in the Bloodmore. I love the F Monarch for straight min-maxing, man. 4,200 life. Jesus. Jin Shin is on point. Vamp the camp time. LOL. He goes, sorry, and go. Here we go, boys. And here it is, round 4 between these guys. Now Jin Shin up 2-1 against the champion. The most worthy challenger in recent history, the Jin Shin. Will he take the title? Or will the vamp the camp strategy pay some big dividends for Toeshank? Sometimes it's the only thing you can do, man. When you've got a Zon player like this on a build that can address at distance and also be pretty savage up close, it is very, very hard to employ an aggressive strategy against a capable and experienced player like Jin Shin. So Toeshank is doing what he needs to do here. This is gonna be a real duel. Looks like the Clay Golem has got off a little bit of hits here, slowing down Jin Shin a little bit. And now it's worn off. Nope, not BM. The only division that's banned in is melee, and LLD. HLD you can actually just use F weapons or armors that don't repair. It's like completely allowed. You could use an F grief if you wanted to up in there. If you want to be a charger, you know, use one of those Z tier classes. Jam it. Yep, F anything. In HLD, it's not banned. If you want to get that crazy and that min-max for your build, you do it. You go right ahead and do it. Gotta type sound chaos debug. You actually don't do the slash, just type straight sound chaos debug. No slash. In search of 10x perfect F spirits. Cough, cough. Well, in this matchup, one of the reasons why he's using the F spirit is because it will never take durability loss. I guess theoretically it could take durability loss from a golem hit, but it's very rare. I'm actually not sure about that. Most of the damage is going to be magic damage, which will not induce a durability loss. That's why a lot of times in SVS you'll see people using F armors and stuff. They'll have like an F armor set up in SVS. It's because that spell, you know, that elemental damage actually isn't going to induce a durability loss. Why does Zon open her stats while dueling? Good question, man. A lot of people don't know this who don't do a lot of PvP. And even some people who do. When I first saw this, I was very perplexed by it, but a lot of top-tier PvP players will do this. It's called CT casting. If you've ever watched a speed run as well, those guys, like Kano, for example, he'll do this if you watch his most recent world record run. I'm not sure if he posted it on YouTube last night, but or early this morning, but he recently set one. And he does a lot of CT casting in that too. And the reason being is because when you open your skill tab or your, you know, any sort of UI screen that pops up on the side of the screen, it gives you the ability to drag your cursor past that and cast your spells further. In Jin Shin's in the instance of Jin Shin shooting through a CT screen, we were just talking about this. If you do it with multi-shot, notice how tight those multi-shots are. They're tighter and go further out on the screen, right? So it's affecting how he's shooting these arrows when he uses his screen like that. If you do it when you're casting a spell, when you're teleporting away, same thing. You actually just cast the teleport further. You cover more ground with a teleport. There's a lot of skills that actually benefits you to do it like that. Yeah, gotta do it, man. Gotta do it. It's a tough matchup. It's a very tough matchup for Toeshank. It's not your typical Zon v Necro matchup, so he's gotta do it. At this point, what he's gonna do is he's gonna force Jin Shin to solve the puzzle, right? He's gonna force him to solve the puzzle.
Not here.
Gonna force him to go in, get those name locks, close the distance, and he's gonna hope to make him pay for it when he does. Now, the thing is, it is certainly in Toeshank's best interest that when Jin Shin does get a little too aggressive and closes the distance, to really capitalize on it. You know that he's going to be looking for it, but also in those opportune moments, Toeshank really has the opportunity to shoot a spear and get out, right? Like, follow it up with a spear, really work on, landing him clean as he's on his way out. But, additionally, punishing his opponent with some bone spirits coming in is another good way to do it. You also see the teeth coming out here, too. That's a great way to clean up the Oak Sage and the Valkyrie. Beautiful spear from the inside there again from Toeshank, and that's exactly what I mean. It gives him that opportunity that when he does close the distance, when the duel does get close, you're gonna see some nasty shots just like this. We see a little bit of teeth as Jin Shin's looking for the stomp. Doesn't quite get it. Let's cut over to Toeshank, see how this strategy is looking from his angle. So far, no significant damage landed on either player. Yeah, I mean, but sometimes, this is D2, man. This is D2. We know Jess is one of the most aggressive duelers, right? One of the most capably aggressive duelers in all of D2 history. When this guy backs off, there's no other option, right? Like, he prefers the aggression. When he backs off, there's no other option. He knows. And Jin Shin knows this matchup too, man. Like, this ain't his first rodeo. This guy knows what's up. And this is just the nature of Diablo 2 dueling. Sometimes you need to be the aggressor, and sometimes you need to know when to back off. The best players know when to do it, know how to do it. And also, although Vamp the Champ probably catches a lot of shit for this, and probably some of it because I was unaware of this when he was the king, right? And it was because that is exactly the thing. He just kind of mained a Necro every matchup. This guy was on a Necro. It didn't matter, man. He just knew the matchup. He knew what it was all about. But that's what it is. A lot of times the Necro has to back off, especially in these very challenging matchups where it's not beneficial to close the distance and push the aggro. But also that guy, I don't think he got enough credit for how good he was on the aggressive front of the Necro. Probably because we didn't see it a lot, right? Like, a lot of times he had some of the nastiest matchups. He was dueling at a time in DFC history where Druids were allowed 5 wolves. Even at a time, I believe, where they were allowed full zoo. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, he's got to do the magic missile, man. That's what he's doing. He's got to do it. Essentially Gertie, but there is hybrid setups. But versus Necro, the CS setup is better, yeah. That CS, as we've seen, is so punishing, man. So punishing. CS Zon with a bow. I can tell you what I'm making when I finally get my Zon to level 99. I can tell you what I'm making. I'm sold, man. This build is nasty. It certainly poses problems for a lot of players. Beautiful stomp there from Jin Shin. However, that Bone Spirit train looked a bit damaging. That looked like it might have landed. Toeshank very wisely leading the way here with some Bone Spirit trains and some teeth to follow it up. That Mushroom Cloud strategy. Jin Shin trying to get some chip damage from the outside. A little bit of poison on Toeshank, but nothing too significant so far. Still going with that White Wand for that maximized damage, it looks like. Yeah, everybody, man. I'm pumped. Gertie versus CJ is also one that I really hope to get to see tonight, man. Hope those guys are willing to show off that duel, because that one's gonna be insane. Hope their schedules line up at this event, because wow, man, it's getting nuts. This is a real duel, boys, in case you were wondering. This is a real duel. A duel where pride and titles are on the line, and now we get to see what it looks like at the highest level of competition, where the chat PKs matter. where the long distance duels and the rep to full really come into play. You see it at all levels in the DFC, and now we're seeing it at the highest of high levels. The most skilled on behalf of both players here. Both of these guys really insane, really savage duelers at the top of their game with a matchup that one could argue Toeshank is not, he does not have the favor here. This guy is in really a lot of trouble just from the get-go. All right, let's swap back over to Jin Shin's point of view here. See how much damage this guy has suffered. He's quite low. He's quite low. He's gonna have to switch something up. He's gonna have to get quicker. He's gonna have to get quicker with these. Yeah, they certainly are, Laser. I hear you on that. Big shots there from Toeshank. Spears win fights, man. Closes the distance and opportunistically takes a shot there with the bone spear. See, that's what it is. That's called lulling your opponent to sleep, right? You lull them to sleep. You do one attack strategy, one game plan for so long, and they start to adapt to it, and then you just mix something else in there, right? You stutter step, you give them something else to worry about, and that has seriously paid off. And now, one might be able to say that Jin Shin is probably Teeth PK. Well, the reason why the Necro is at such a disadvantage is because he has to prepare for the bow, which does encourage him closing the distance. However, that setup and how you have to play that makes you very vulnerable to CS. So you have to kind of split the difference and use the attack that is effective, even be it marginally against both approaches. And what is that? That's long-range bone spirits. Like that's the attack that he has. Beautiful catch there from Jin Shin. Didn't look like it paid off, but it looks like he might have got the CS stab there. That might have followed Toeshank as he teleported away. We'll get a life check here soon, I'm sure, unless the devastating KO blow is coming. Beautiful use of bone prison there from the champion. Beautiful hit there from Jin Shin.
I can't.
Looking for the name lock. These guys might need some mana. Anyone got there, or you need me to step in? Oh man, quick on that CS jab right there is Jin Shin. Now he's probably looking for some space. He's probably happy just not having battle orders here because he's so low. Oh man, he's won now. He's literally won. Toeshank wishing that the RNG on those teeth rolled a little better. Holy shit. And there it is. Beautiful teeth set up from the champion. Now 2-2. Holy hell, what a strategy, man. And that's what you got to do. That was a beautiful setup with teeth right there. A lot of lesser Necros would have teleported around looking to just get in there all aggro with teeth. But instead, what Toeshank did was he set up the aggression from Jin Shin. Knowing that Jin Shin was going to be looking for those locks and looking to get those CS stabs in there, he looked to set it up. And instead of using the bone spirit, he was setting it up with teeth. And he was throwing his teeth in front of him and teleporting into those teeth, hoping that Jin Shin would look for the lock. And when he did, he certainly got punished for it. We've got a duel, boys. 2-2 in favor of nobody. Challenger or champ alike. Both of these guys got 2 wins behind their belt in this matchup. And this is pretty nasty. Your opponent dodging you, Javito, just straight dodge, man. Just gotta wake him up. Green and I are gonna duel after these gents finish. All right, GG, man. GG. Appreciate the heads up, Marshall. All right, man. Wow. You know what I say? This is a great time while these guys recoup, recollect themselves, reassess their strategies. Boys, let's head it over. Let's head it in. Here we are in the tavern. A big, long overdue cheers to my boys Sawdust and Clint. Guys, thanks so much. Thanks so much for the support. It goes a long way. It allows us to pay the mortgage on this place. We used to have one for pretty dirt cheap, but then lamp was allowed in that tavern. So what we had to do was cannibalize that tavern, sell it for 50 bucks, and now we have this one. We put that towards the mortgage payment. Look, the point is, we don't allow Blizz in this tavern, but we do allow you guys. Come on in. Leave your Blizz Sorks at the door. Blizz HQ also, I mean, that's kind of left to interpretation with that sign, but if it scares them away too, that's fine. You know, that's all okay with me. Point is, guys, come on in, grab yourself a seat. We've got a lot of action going on here. We don't yet have a popcorn machine, but when we get one, I would certainly encourage you to use that for this duel. But in the meantime, we've got a bunch of wine. The ages are unknown. Probably some of it from fucking 2001, not gonna lie. It's been out there a while, but regardless, more than welcome to help yourself to it. We'll serve you up anything that you need. They don't have labels. I don't know what the hell they were doing over here in Act 2, but it's our bar now, man. Let's make it ours. Let's do it right, shall we? Let's jam it. Let's get back over to the action. Oh, yeah. Well, it'll be winter soon. So we'll have the ice packs out back and shit. We'll just jam them in the snow. But wine is better warm anyway. If you're drinking cold wine, you're not doing it right, man. You gotta warm it up. You gotta let all the fermentation... I don't know. I dated a chick in college once, told me that. She was a big wine buff. She lives in Europe now, so... She's obviously a bad dueler. Wait, did I didn't say that out loud, did I? I didn't... Oh... Man, I gotta watch my language. Rosé needs to be cold. Oh shit! All right. Marshall's wine buff too. All right, maybe the rosé cold. All right. But the rest of it, drink it warm. Here we go, man. Round 5 between these guys. Tie matchup. We're going to see... Oh, look at this. A very interesting use of the clone there. Of the decoy from Jin Shin. Casting it right up on the necro to try to eat some of those bone spirits up before they become a problem. Now Jin Shin closing the distance. He's really stepping it up in this one. He's really pushing it. He's going to be looking for those locks early on. Going to be looking to get some of that damage in. Harass from the outside. The more he harasses from the outside, blows out those oak charges, those spirit charges, the less defense that Toeshank is going to have later on in the duel. But that is certainly the long game plan right there. A very methodical match between these two. This is dueling at the highest tier, man. Sometimes it's up close, and sometimes it's far away. Just how it is. Both of these guys having mad respect for the other one, though. The skills of the other player. That's usually what you see in these distance duels. When you see the Zon backing off, trying to get a good angle. When you see the Necro backing off. Like, especially at this... I mean, this is a title bout, boys and girls. Like, this is these guys having the utmost respect for the power of the other player. Not just the power, but the skills. Yeah, I prefer... Oh, big hits from Jin Shin! Big punishment! Now Toeshank is in trouble. That strategy of pushing the pressure and closing the distance, I think, is certainly Jin Shin's best approach. We saw that work quite heavily, quite handily for CJ in his title bout versus Vamp the Champ back in the day. We did see that. The closing of the distance was really something that forced the Necro to take good, accurate shots. And if you picked the right angle on the approach and he didn't have those Bone Spirits set up right, shit could get real quick. Big hits there early on from Jin Shin. Now we're going to see Toeshank backing off full distance mode. He's going to try to rep back as much of that life as he can because now he's in trouble. And this is the opportunity for Jin Shin to get in there and finish. All it's going to take is one more good exchange like that. And one could only assume that he's got the life total advantage. Like, let's check it out. He certainly has the life total advantage, I would guess. And might be able to pull this off. Might be... Oh, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't. Both of these guys are at about the same life total, just under 1K. All right, this is why. Toeshank absolutely punishing him for the aggression now. And this is how it is, man. This round turned deadly real quick. Beautiful change there. Great approach of the angle there from Jin Shin. Jin Shin's battle order's running out. Now he's looking to recast. Yeah, I would totally suggest it. And there it is. Now he's going in full life pool here for this. He ain't taking no risks. The good thing is his playstyle has allowed him a lot more. It's afforded him a lot more opportunities to actually get these battle orders recast in there. I also see Dazer has fired it up live. Dazer versus GVN. We'll cut over to that and see what these guys ended up doing after this round right here. Right now, it's a tie round between these guys. This could go either way. Yeah, people sleep on CS. It's really good, man. I gotta hit you up, CJ, and get a build for this, man, because I want to put together a good Zon, and I think you're the person to talk to do it. Chardonnay and Halibut, dude, I'm all for that Merlot, man. I prefer that Merlot. Stains your teeth a little bit. You can tell the tilted level of someone based on how much stains are on their teeth from the Merlot, right? You know if it's gonna be an easy night or if it's gonna be a rough one. You know what I mean? Just look at the teeth. But just add 37x 451s. That's the kind of Zon I can get behind, man. You know how deadly I'd be with that thing? I can't use multi-shot though. They changed that in the DFC. I don't know why. I'd have to straight guided him. Get the bottle of Lucente, thank me later. All right, bro. We'll check her out. Jin Shin trying to close that distance. Both of these guys repping back a little bit of life. But the fact that Jin Shin was backing off, that's why I wanted to see what his life total was at, man. You could tell he probably got smacked with a couple of those. And now, one would figure that because of those exchanges at close range, if he can get in there and finish and capitalize on those windows, he could certainly come out on this rep life battle here. He could certainly turn the tables in his favor. But that's the long game strategy, man. That's the long one. Toeshank might very likely switch to Teeth here, try to bait Jin Shin to come in a little bit and switch to Teeth, and that's gonna punish his rep life. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Both of these guys are trying to rep back a little bit of life here, getting a little bit of frame drops. That's not on you, that's on me. Both getting a little bit of frame drops here. We'll see how much life Toeshank is rep back. Now this guy, RTF crew right here, he's rep back to half already. RTH, rep to half. Yeah, so as far as the rep life goes, Toeshank wins the battle, right? Toeshank wins it. So over the very long run, which this very well could turn into, that could happen. Absolutely insane matchup between these two. Let's take a look at Jin Shin, see how he's repping. See how this guy's repping. Oh, and he's repping back. He's at about, this guy is at a little over about 30%. This is an RTF duel, my friends. All right, let's cut over to GVN versus Dazer real quick. Let's see how this one's going. I know it's pretty late for those EU players. Wow, I thought we just got a death there, but it was an accidental hitting of escape from Jin Shin. Man, that was scary. All right, bros, let's cut over. Let's see how it's looking. Let's see. Trying to check out Dazer's point of view here. Dazer is on the Zon. And here we are, the deadly Dazer, usually on the Sin, but going up against GVN on a Necro with this guy's Zon. So we get to see two very similar fights here. But it looks like Dazer is taking things into a little bit different of a direction. He has, on his swap, he's got a Phoenix. So this guy is not a CS hybrid, but he's certainly on the Teleboa approach here. And we're going to see if that pays some dividends versus the Necro. Everybody on these Zons these days. Dazer now looking for that chain lock. Doesn't suffer too much damage in that exchange. Phoenix GG versus low block Necros. Yeah, it's insane. Could do some big damage. That's likely what he's hoping to do here too. He's looking for that chain. Both of those guys exchanging some big damage in that. That was huge. Close range battle. A little bit of usage of strafe there from Dazer. This guy knows how to switch it up. This guy, he's a little familiar on this on. He's also using his multi-shot to try to cut off GVN. Instead of aiming directly at him, he's trying to aim for where he's going to be when he teleports away. That's also a very high-level Zon move right there. Dazer far better on this build than I think most people would give him credit for. Used to seeing him on that Sin. Oh, Terror approaching Sanctuary here. Better make sure we're in a game. Just kind of load one up here real quick on non-ladder. Guts to make sure we're ready for that one, just in case. Yeah, still going. Title bout still going. It's 2-2. Figured this would be a great opportunity to swap over to Dazer and his opponent. Because no matter who wins that round, we got a few more big hits there from GVN. And that is how to punish their beautiful use of that Bone Prison. And it looks like the ping of Dazer at 125. I can't imagine as a Kawaii player that GVN's ping is much better. But we could check it out. Let's swap over to his. Oh my god, and down goes Dazer just as we do. Just as we do. Two big smiley faces on the name of the Zon there from Dazer. This guy's switching it up. Always creative with his Chinese characters that he uses in his names. His Sin is named something, but it looks like a number one. There it is, man. GVN gets the first round on the Necro. Clean right there. Beautiful, man. Let's cut back over to Toeshank versus Jin Shin real quick. See how this is going.
If they open Merlot, I'm leaving.
Oh, man. Botosaurus, my guy. Holy shit with the 2024. Big cheers, brother. Holy. We'll put that towards some real shit for that bar, all right? Whatever Marshall just said, we'll get it in there. And it looks like Toeshank is certainly well on his way to repping to full. Hasn't really been touched that much. Let's check out Jin Shin, see how he's looking. Yeah, I think both of these guys just well on their way. No big exchanges in that in the time that round went off. Tough matchup. And there's a Bone Spirit hit for Toeshank. Toeshank straight pride mode, man, as he's got to be. You got to get there. You see, and this is what you would expect in this matchup. This is something you're not used to seeing this in the Zon v Neck matchup. This is what it is. Zon's got to chase, he's got to push that pressure, he's got to run the risk of getting hit with those Bone Spirits, right? It's one of the rare strategies, one of these rare matchups right here where you kind of forgive. We always say that the Zon is the most lenient with the lates rules because they can always address at the greatest distance, right? But when your opponent is really discouraged from getting in, they have to turn it into a long range battle, right? So this is one of those exceptions. We always say that with, like, you know, as a general rule of thumb, this is how you look at it from lates. If you got the greater distance, you can back off a little bit. But in this matchup in particular, the Necro has pretty good distance too, and that's what he's trying to capitalize on. This is just a matchup where you let it happen. You let it pan out. Beautiful shots there from Toeshank, and he gets there. Now 3-2 in favor of the champion. Unbelievable. Let's cut over to GVN real quick, see how he's pulling it off. GVN's ping a little bit higher than Dazer. This guy a little bit worse off than an EU player playing on East. This guy's ping is horrible, but he managed to get there in the first round. That's wild. That's impressive, I gotta say. That's right. No one makes me bleed my own blood. That's right. By the way, another big shout out, big cheers to Botosaurus, man. Can't thank you enough. That support is huge. If we do bust out the Merlot, it'll be the good stuff. I promise. We'll put it towards the good stuff. My brain hurts from listening to Spirit. Poor Jin Shin. Hey man, you got to do it. We've seen this matchup in ancient DFC history, and it's certainly a long range one. It's one of those ones where it's a long range engagement, and you know, with very few opportunities at close range for both players. It's just how it is. I had no idea Jin Shin was going to be on that build, man. I had no idea we would see it, but it's kind of good to see it. If you're ever going to see that matchup, you want to see it with players like you guys doing it. Like, it seems miserable. I wouldn't want to do that duel. But it's so good to see it at the highest level with you guys. Like, it's one of those that just naturally has to pan out the way that it does. And it's so cool to see. It's certainly a longer one. Javito and I are ready. Oh man, Gabe and Javito. I believe that's a Din showdown right there. That's going to be a Din showdown, boys. All right, this is GVN versus Dazer. GVN with some big damage on him early. Let's take a look at Dazer, see how he's looking real quick. This guy might have suffered some damage trying to close the distance. He did, but he's looking a little better than GVN. Beautiful spear from GVN. GVN, the Kawayan King. This guy playing on a non-ideal ping, but still getting these nasty shots in here. And the good thing about a player like GVN is this guy is used to. He is used to having subpar ping. You know, this is just another day at the office for him, right? Like he done used to it. And now we've got Dazer trying to get the rebo in there, but who gives a shit? GVN closing the distance, trying to punish him for it. I don't think he got his battle orders off. I think he actually prevented him from getting battle orders off. Dazer doesn't have it. He had to wisely swap out. And GVN casting that weaken. That will very marginally lower the physical damage of your opponent. Very marginally. Some would argue not worth the cast. But it could add up over time. Oh, big hits from Dazer, and down goes Gavin. Hard to tell, but I think this might be 1-1 between these guys. That's insane. That is insane. I think we got Green Lungs v Flush too in the melee division. We're gonna cut over to a whole bunch of them, dude. We've got a whole bunch of them now going live. Let's keep the action going. I think. Do I see? Hold on. Do I see? I don't see Toeshank or Jin Shin streaming. They might be restarting or taking a break or something. I'm not sure. I don't blame them, dude. That's a long-ass duel. Regardless, while these guys get geared up, while Flush gets geared up versus his opponent, we also have Gabe up in here throwing down. He's about ready to throw down Din v Din versus the Lord of Sanctuary, Javito PvP himself. Both of these guys, some of the most savage Din players that you will ever meet in the DFC, finally meeting face to face and settling the question, who is the greater Din? in Din v Din. This is epic. I believe we've seen this a long time ago. But both of these guys have done nothing but get better, and the skill levels are very apparent between both of these guys. So really cool to see this matchup again. Yeah, but if you do that, Blaze, you're just going to get poked with CS. Spoken like someone who does not understand that matchup. Like, you put on DR and cut your cast out like that, the Zon's going to laugh at you as you approach and just chain lock you with CS, and you will die in seconds. Yeah, like, it's not that simple. These guys, may I remind you, this is the top of the top. Both of these guys would slaughter you. Like, you meet them in the moor, it isn't like you're going to teach them anything. These guys would literally pick you up by the feet, swing you around, and throw you into the cold plains. Like, this is top of the top championship battle that we were watching between Toeshank and Jin Shin. Those guys are savages. Whatever strategy they use, take notes. That's probably what to do. Holy shit, Gabe catching some big hams from Javito early on. Now Javito with some harassment with the FOH. Gabe might have been thinking it was a little easy to get in on his opponent there. Beautiful stomp from Javito. Holy shit. I gotta say, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. Yeah, but Blaze, now you're talking going T-Gods, SS, DR, finishing off your DR, which it has to be from the helm. So, you know, unless you go 220 with a bear in it, now you're giving up that too. You have no FHR, and you have about 65 cast. That Zon's gonna laugh at you and poke you to death, and he's gonna laugh in the face of that T-Gods, because it ain't gonna save you. It ain't gonna save you, bud. Yeah, I mean, and playing to not lose in that sense will actually make you lose. Like, you kind of want to play to win. Oh my god, beautiful setup and a beautiful hand there from Javito. Javito is doing well in this matchup, man. This is very hard to do against a top Din like Gabe, man. This is a tough matchup on both fronts. Javito is no joke. Gabe is a savage VT. And the fact that both of these rounds so far have gone very quick, that's rare. Like, usually this is a game of patience right here. The VT has to wait for his opportunity, oftentimes can't aggress the H-Din. He kind of has to wait for the H-Din to circle in, you know, look for his angles, and then just be ready with that up smite, ready with that name lock. Another hammer there from Javito. And that's what you get, man. If you go looking for it versus the hammered in, if you go looking for it, you're gonna find it. But you're not gonna like it when you do. There it is. Beautiful angle cut there from Gabe. Beautifully done, but he catches a hammer for his troubles. Those are amazing angles from Gabe. Now he's waiting for it. He's looking for his angle. He's going with the up smite, but you have Javito who's ready. He's not going to stomp when he's doing that little shoulder trick. The shoulder trick is where you start walking upwards like that, clicking on repetitively on your character's shoulder, and that if your opponent stomps you in that moment, they're going to get smited. Like, you're immediately going to target them, and they're going to get smited. This is exactly what you would expect to see from Gabe. Beautiful footwork there from Gabe. He's going to harass from the outside, which is going to force Javito to try to get in and stomp. And when he does, Gabe is hoping to be ready and hoping to beat him to the punch, right? He's going to harass him a little bit with that FOH from the outside. And that's exactly, oh, beautiful angle there from Gabe, but a little too far on the outside with his walk up, and catches a ham for his troubles. 3-0 so far in favor of Javito. That was impressive on both ends. I think Gabe now has got a little bit of respect for Javito's Din skills, man. This is an interesting matchup. A good player. We make fun of him all the time, but he asked for it. Trust me. All right, Joby, this guy, very very good Din player, and he says that when he's on an H-Din, he's never lost to a smiter, and when he's on a smiter, he's never lost to an H-Din. This dude can put on a clinic as to how to do it, and you got to look for these angles. You always got to be ready. Always got to be ready when your opponent comes in and chooses to close that distance. Now you're seeing this. That was exactly what Gabe did right there. Beautiful, beautiful use of his skills. Like, he's just waiting. He's always ready for Javito to come in and close the distance, unless he does it creatively like that. Beautiful setup there from Javito. What he did was he cut an angle. He didn't necessarily stomp. He cut an angle to make it so that if Gabe did just look for that name lock and look to click him when he comes in, beautiful shots there from Gabe. He wisely disengages from that telly chain. But yeah, he just had the perfect angle where if he tried to walk down into him, he was going to get hit by those hams. Man, a beautiful attempt there from Gabe, but Javito just said, let's go, baby. Started spinning them hams and puts on a beautiful clinic there. Quick finish from Javito, which is very impressive against a player like Gabe, a savage smiter player. That was nuts, man. Beautifully done. All right, I also see Green Lungs jamming here. These guys throwing down. This is Lupin. I believe this is Green Lungs versus Flush. A little bit of a mix-up here.
That's fun to watch.
GG Turbo, hey, thanks so much, man, for the 20 Canadian coins. Big cheers to you. Big cheers, brother. It's now evened up between these two as well. Holy shit. Is this Green Lungs throwing down twice on the same card here? He ain't come here to mess around. Green Lungs versus Flush. Flush, new to the DFC, but certainly not new to Melee. If this is 3-3 versus a legend himself like Green Lungs, that's huge. I think Green Lungs is probably in a spot, win or lose in this matchup, to get himself a title shot, right? This guy has been shown and proven on the most creative barb, the most savage barb, and most importantly, the most achievable barb for a lot of Melee players out there. He's kind of an inspiration to a lot of players, I think. Using gear that isn't necessarily perfect and is very creative. He has the answer to every situation, setting up his build in various ways to address various problems. And here he is versus Flush. Yet again, another Druid that this guy is going to have to be put to the test against. But yeah, Turbo, that's huge, man. That's huge. Let's go over for a special cheers to these guys, huh? Man, bring it back to the tavern real quick. This used to be Atma's, but it's now ours. Big cheers to Botosaurus and to Turbo. Man, we might be able to restock this place when people finally get adventurous enough and try this wine, which is setting up on here for an unknown amount of time. Bro, thank you so much. Really appreciate that, man. Big cheers. Let's tip one back to these guys. Incredible, man. Really appreciate that support. That's huge. Now we've got Green Lungs in trouble, and Flush gets yet another win, I believe, making it a Flush 4-4 in these guys' matchup. That's wild. And it looks like I don't see Dazer or GVN streaming anymore. Did that duel finish up? How did it go? Looks like Dazer 1, Telly Zon hybrid, no CS, 4-1 versus GVN. Wow. Wow, the Zon wins. Will history repeat itself in the title bout that we are now halfway through, I believe? Well, more than halfway through. I think it's 3-2 in favor of Toeshank. Those guys, neither one of those guys are streaming. Y'all know what's going on with that? Tell Flush to use meta. He's a lot. Oh, Metamorphosis. Yeah, he definitely could. How many defenses did Elite have consecutively? Good question. I believe consecutively it was 9, but I would have to check. I believe at the height it was 9. I'll retire at 10 wins in a row. Oh, hell yeah, man. He had a grand total of like 23 title defenses, but I think it was 9 in a row. It was 8. Okay, it was 8. Confirmed by sound. It was 8 in a row. So 9 is the all-time most consecutive title defenses in DFC history. Yeah. Hey, not bad, just working off memory. All right. Thanks for the confirmation sound. Nah, too many cheese chars. Necro greater than all. Jam it, dude. That's what you got to do. Hey, did you guys finish up your duel? Is that over, Toeshank? Did you guys finish? Is that it? Is Toeshank and still? Yeah, I won 3-2. Oh, word. Did he 3-2? Did he scoop it up? Did he quit? I think that's an honorable thing to do, honestly. Like, if he did, if he's just like, yeah, you got it. That's the strat. Oh, they agreed on FT3. Okay, because they knew it was going to be long. Oh, okay, so that was the end of it. We did see the end of it. That was insane. I didn't know that, man. Yeah, that was nuts. 3-2 victory and still for Toeshank. Man, big hits there from Flush. This guy's showing improving here. This is now 5-7 in favor of Flush. This guy coming into the DFC and really making some waves against a fighter like Green Lungs, man. This guy is a melee legend. Me versus Gators, HVN mirror. That'd be a cool one to watch. Big hits for Green Lungs early on, dude. This guy's showing improvement again in the melee division. You love seeing a dueler like this in melee. Like I said, a big inspiration to a lot of duelers. A lot of potential melee duelers, myself included, man. Like, I try to get in there every once in a while. But this guy just showing how it's done. Now 6-7, still in favor of the challenger, Flush, the DFC newcomer. But man, what a statement. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Who loses less on H10? That's what it comes down to. After last week's DFC, sometimes you might notice there might be more of a certain matchup on some cards. We tell Joe Silva, the matchmaker, to do that purposely sometimes because we need to learn more about the matchup and how they go. But more data is needed because Zons have such, as it's clear from here today, they have such a plethora of different builds that they can swap to, right? That makes the matchup not so predictable. You could go CS Boa hybrid, which is pretty insane. Makes for a very long duel, or you could do what Dazer did versus GVN. He was just straight physical damage. That was also something. The Dazer won that matchup 4-1 versus GVN, and the Necro won the matchup 3-2 in Jin Shin versus Toeshank. Very interesting. I'll make poison jabs on with max passes. Yeah. If anything, that's what I've thought before about like the answer to Zon, because Zon matchups are so one-sided in one direction or the other. Oh, and Flush walks away to try to recast that Oak Sage, but it didn't work. He got interrupted by the block animation there. He's trying to hold on to his early lead in this melee matchup, but it did cost him a couple of swings from his opponent. Could it potentially have cost him the match? This is very close between these two, and down goes Flush, even with an early lead. Tying up the score is Green Lungs. This guy knowing how to throw down, knowing how to fight. Nah, this is a tie game between these two, I believe. 7-7. Every single duel, a close matchup with Green Lungs. Bonkai chat bugged on there too. All right, GG. Bonkai versus Nightfall going down. Big hits early on from Flush, but return fire yet again from Green Lungs. This guy ain't taking that shit and letting you get away with it, man. Big hits. We're talking somewhere around 3,500 damage on that first hit there from Flush, which could have spelled instant doom for lesser skilled melee players than this guy. But Green Lungs knew what to do. Click, hold, and let the RNG gods do their work. He also landed some pretty savage hits. Green Lungs rocking the BOTD. BOTD is one of the only things that a Barb can use that so easily lets him get to the max IAS breakpoints. It's very common on a Const Barb to have to have BOTD, just that massive IAS. Big hits there from Lupin, aka the Flush. Don't give me any more East games. All right. Yeah, that was a tough one, man. That was a tough one. We saw the ping at 150. Felt bad, dude. Felt bad on a Necro. Yeah, it was tough. I think it was... I mean, both of you guys' pings sucked, but yours surprisingly sucked more. Does he have perf BOTD? I can't remember. I don't think it was. In typical Green Lungs fashion, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not 100% perfect. All games are chat bugged right now. I'm noticing that, dude. A lot of people talking via messages in-game. A lot of chat bugging going on Battle.net. Big hits from Flush early on. But we've seen comebacks. We've seen comebacks from Green Lungs like this. Is this going to be one of those times? Are the RNG gods going to favor Flush, a.k.a. the Lupin? It looks like he's off to a great start here. But Green Lungs comes back with a savage finish at 70 life. Holy shit, now 9-8 in favor slightly of Green Lungs. Looks like Green Lungs also has BOTD on. Yeah, no chat equals all games BM free for all. Yeah, jam it. Yep, that's interesting. Back and forth melee battle between these two. This one also very close. It looks like Lupin, the Druid here, off to a great early start. And now it's a tie game at 9-9. The next win will win. The only way that the duel could get nullified is if it's a draw, which certainly can happen, but regular DFC rules follow. Whereas the draw would end the match, it's a null duel. Otherwise, it's a win for both. That's a good question. You would figure that the life pool of the Druid would be quite high and that Crushing Blow would be pretty important. I'm not sure. It could be because of the attack rating. It could be with the attack rating bonus that he might be having respect of the defense of his opponent by using the attack rating bonus that you would get from Ariads. It certainly paid off quite heavily here so far, but this round is the round of all rounds, and it's still very close. In an epically close matchup, Green Lungs still comes out on top. This guy, undeniable title contender in the Melee division. An inspiration to all, but the real question is, does he have what it takes to take down Krieger, the current reigning, defending, most scary Melee champ, when Krieger won't have access to death? We will find that out soon enough, but this guy is certainly undeniable. They're going to be showing off some gear here in the trade. There it is. No, that is not a perfect BOTD. That's 1% off from perfect on the ED. Didn't check the other stats, but non-perfect. Non-perfect Jewel and the Ariats. And those beautiful gloves, man. If you're not going to have 2010 CB gloves, Jesus, those are the gloves to have. Dual stat 1520 IAS. Just baller status. 36 AR, 20 life charms from Lupin, aka Flush. And it looks like he also went with an F Valor. These guys have a very similar BOTD, 414. F Arcane's Valor there. Very interesting choice. I like that. Very rare to see that. 40 ED, 40 enhanced damage in the shield. I didn't see much of anything else. 213 Gores. Strange that would only be 40 ED in that, though. It's got to be something else. Maybe strength or dex or something in that. Because all the other gear is too good not to just have a plain 40 ED Jewel in that. Let me tell you. Beautiful setup here from both players. That was very, very close, man. Oh, 20 ED, 40 ED, 20 mana is what it is. Or 20 life. 20 life. Yep, that's what it is. Yep, good call. I didn't see that at first. I was looking for negative Rex or something. I was like, what else is on this? Yeah, good call, Marshall. That's what it is. 40 ED, 20 life. Wow. Nasty duel between these guys, man. Just insane. That was crazy. A dominant performance here from Greenlungs. This guy is insane. No B-Day win. Happy B-Day to Flush, man. Big cheers to this guy. I would say against an opponent like Greenlungs, that's a savage finish right there. Savage duel anyway. All right, we're cutting over to Nightfall. We're going to see what this looks like. All right, a little bit of action here from Nightfall on the Necro. He's going to be going up against who? Oh, this boy got multiple matchups this DFC. What's going on? We've got Nightfall versus Julvan, and he's also got a duel versus Bankai. Both of these, he's going to be on the Necro. He's got versus Julvan. Julvan is on Smite, and he's going up against Bankai on the Zon. Another Neck v Zon matchup. The final one of the night, I believe. An epic one at that. Two very skilled players going at it. Muchez took the map first. All right, GG. We'll cut over to Muchez. Thanks for the heads up on that, man. We've also got Muchez. Muchez in his duel versus Jodo. Wait, no, never. This is between these two. This is the last Zon v Neck. We're gonna see what it looks like. Jodo, a savage Necro player. Both of these guys. Now, Muchez's taking the Dazer approach here. He actually has Phoenix on the swap, and I really like that. That's more physical damage, and it's certainly something that can be mitigated by bone armor. It doesn't really flip the matchup on its head. Much like the CS Zon versus Necro does. That's why a lot of times in that last matchup between Toeshank and Jin Shin is you saw a lot of juck fuckery from afar right there because CS just flips it on its head. CS is greater than the Necro. That's it's very true, man. Except for if you're Toeshank. Toeshank greater than most players. It's just how it is. Beautiful shots there. Muchez showing what the Zon can be with pure physical damage on the jabs, the bow, everything. I got wrecked, bros. I suck now. Nah, not at all, Gabe. Not at all, man. We all got rough nights. Dude, we could tell. We could tell the first round when you were just waking up. You was just waking up the first round. But then after that, you had it. But Javito was just quick, man. He was just quick. He picked those angles very well. Dude, it happens to us all, man.
Yes.
And I would argue that matchup is harder for the Smiter. They say it's even. It's pretty even and back and forth, but I think it's harder for the Smiter because you always got to be ready, man. It's just always forces you to be in this spot where you're ready for your opponent making a mistake, and the hammered-ins just got to pick an angle and spin, right? Hope they don't get caught. The Smiter's always got to be ready to catch them. So, nah, dude, you had your work cut out for you. It's a tough duel, brother. No shit. Yeah, we see every once in a while. We swap over to the streams. We see that. We see the World of Warcraft up, man. Yeah. It's a tough matchup. We're happy to see. We all got a lot of respect for those Din skills on Gabe, man. You're just a savage. I say it also just speaks for how good Javito is, because everybody knows how good Gabe is, and they've seen a lot of Javito. They've seen a lot of Javito growing as a Din player, and he's certainly at a spot now where he's just a savage Din, man. An experienced and savage Din. Beautiful shots there from his opponent. Muchez getting in there. Jodo showing what a Necro can do. Now, this is the typical style that you would see in this matchup. Jodo approaching, throwing that bone prison, and just backing out when he loses his bone armor. Recasting the pets, coming back in, and then it's on Muchez to punish right there. This is a more typical Zon v Neck matchup that you would see. Certainly won't likely go as long as the championship bout. It's a more traditional Zon v Necro, which I gotta say it's a fun matchup. It's more predictable in the sense that you know what both players are gonna do, right? You know what kind of damage is coming at you. You ain't got to dual spec and dual prepare for the heavy physical damage and heavy lightning. Beautiful turnaround, a turn of events with Muchez coming out on top. That was insane. Big pokes there from the jab. Muchez showing why this guy was once the champ.
The order welcomes you.
Yeah, big cheers to you, Gabe. Right back at you, brother. Man, Muchez, you might have thought he came here to have himself a pretty chill duel. Nah, this guy didn't come here to play. This guy came here to win. That's just how it is. Every once in a while, you run into a Savage Zon player like this guy, decked to a T, not just with items, but with Zon experience and skill.
Drink, drink, drink.
Big cheers to you, Toeshank. Hey, man, thanks so much for the 2 Canadian coin tip, bro. Much, much appreciated. And a big cheers to this guy, the champ, the reigning defending champ. The dominant one at the top. Very scary for any player going up against him. Holy shit. Big cheers, brother. Thank you so much. That's right. El Canadian Terror. That's Spanish for the Canadian Terror. Muchez cutting all angles of Jodo, doing exactly what we saw from Dazer there too. These predictive multi-shot aims right here, and oh my gosh, he's really paying off. Beautiful shots there with the guided, and just fancy footwork here from Muchez too. Pay close attention to what he's doing as Jodo comes in and looks for these spear shots. You'll notice a little bit of a walk down, which is why you see that bone prison from Jodo. He knows that if you're going to try to outwalk these spears, I'm going to bone prison you when I come up. He's going to keep him guessing. And right there, Muchez was super lucky. He had 2 bone spirits staring down the barrel at him. He just took both of them, and dodge, avoid, and evade just saved him. No damage. Look at this. Always ready at close range. This is one of the things we saw with Muchez when he was at the top of the division too, as the DFC champ. He's just always ready at any range. When you close that distance, he is ready, right? He is ready to capitalize on it with an instant swap to the jab, name grab, beautiful footwork there from Jodo. This is what we're talking about. This is what we kind of set up the championship bout for, and was kind of commentating on that in the beginning of it. This is what you'll expect to see from a Necro, is the random closing of the distance, right? They'll approach from an angle, they'll quickly close the distance, look to get their shots in there, and then quickly go out and reset. It's going to be like whack-a-mole for the Zon as they come in, right? And if they miss, they're usually going to get punished for it. But Muchez also has the added benefit of having Enigma. Now, it's a benefit because he can chain lock, much like we just saw right there with his jabs. And Muchez's jabs have big physical damage, so it can be very punishing, especially if he sets up a shot with multi-shot or with guided, where he really dilapidates that bone armor and then gets a pretty savage chain. But the drawback to it is that you're losing out on the Walk-Zon Fortitude that's going to cause you to do even more damage in the exchanges, in the mid-range exchanges with arrows and jabs, right? So it's a trade-off for mobility, and that's what we're seeing here. It's a very close round between these two so far. Oh, Oak Sage, I'm tripping. Yeah, man. Yeah, he's casting up that Oak Sage. Very close duel there. Nice footwork for both of these guys. Jodo quicker on the trigger for that one. And down goes Muchez. I believe, is this 2-1? Slightly in favor of Muchez? I think it's 2-1. Jodo is a savage Necro, though. Both of these guys, this is a very interesting matchup, because both of these guys, any experienced dueler will know that both of these guys are very, very skilled on their build. You've got Muchez that is extremely skilled on the Zon. You've got Jodo, who is a legendary Necro player.
Good evening.
But both of them sort of reintroductions in recent history into the DFC. These guys coming back after some long time away, and it's very interesting because these two legends meet each other at that point in the game. right? At that point in the DFC ladder climb, these two legends see each other. Now, depending on how long they stick it out, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a duel that you might also see higher up the ranks, because these guys, they might be working their way back up the ranks, but that doesn't mean you want to run into them. Both of them are champion potential. Muchez, previous DFC champion and dominant one at that. One of the most savage and influential Zon players of all DFC history. This was the guy. It took a special kind of player like Muchez to remind the world what a Zon could do after CJ sort of went into a little bit of a break himself. I think the DFC forgot how good Zons were until Muchez came back in. And when someone with the item prowess and the skillful prowess on a Zon comes back in and just shocks the world with what Zons can do, he really serves as a reminder to a lot of players. This is a build you got to worry about, especially with a good pilot behind it. And you see this, some opportunistic shots taken there from Muchez. He was trying to bait the stomp there a little bit. Swap into the arrows, trying to show Jodo that, oh man, I just assume you don't have that name locked. But all that time, Muchez knew that he did. He was waiting for it. Waiting so that he would stomp, so that he could quickly swap to the jabs and try to punish him for it. But so far, Jodo doing a great job of closing the distance and landing these spears. Yeah, this is a fun one, man. I gotta say, I like this matchup right here. It's very interesting because the Zon can choose to, heighten the distance if she needs to, right? Unlike a walk Zon with Fort or whatnot. But that choice is ultimately up to the pilot, right? Do you do it at close range? Do you make him chase you a little bit? Or do you stay in looking for the locks and looking to land damage just like Muchez did there? Sometimes you just got to rely on a little bit of RNG yourself, much like the melee players do. Bam, there it is. And down goes Jodo for another win for Muchez. Very close in that round. Sometimes you just got to rely on the RNG of that dodge, avoid, and evade, man. And Muchez is king at that. He just knows that every once in a while in these exchanges, he sees the spears coming at him. He sees the bone spirits coming at him. But he literally doesn't flinch. He just sits there saying, all right, I'm either going to dodge it or I'm not. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. But either way, he's always prepared to fire back in those instances. It's very exciting, man. Yeah, very GG matchup. By the way, big cheers. M Power, the man, the myth. Just gotta let RNGesus take the wheel with dodges. That's what it is, man. It's one of the most frustrating things. These passively defensive skills that some character classes have are some of the most discouraging things to duel against. Because you get in, you land such a nice shot, and just passively, your opponent either dodges, voids, evades, or weapon blocks on the sin. It's like, man, you work so hard to get on the inside. But good players will know that that's just a dice roll that you have to plan on, right? Like, you have to say, okay, like, I'm just going to hope to dodge this. And it's very rare. A lot of times, people don't actively use those sorts of things in their arsenal more evidently than Muchez does. You can see him. You can see the thought process of him just saying, yep, hope I dodge this because I'm going to plan to strike back in this moment. That's what he does, man. You can see him thinking through it. It's just a calculated thing that he does. It's a calculated risk that he takes. And this is why this guy was the number one. Yeah, 2-1 Muchez. That's, I believe, unless we cut in late to this. I don't think we did, but I believe it's 2-1 Muchez. Yeah. Nice shots there from Muchez. Big harassment from the inside. He catches Jodo running there with a guided. That was probably pretty taxing on that bone armor. possibly to the life total. No, the Necro has a skill called Bone Armor that they can recast as many times as they want, during a duel. But what it does is it absorbs physical damage, right? That's anything from Tornado to Seal to, jabs and arrows, right? So when he's getting pinged on the outside by these multi-shots, he's very likely teleporting away. That's when you see him engage in these exchanges and teleport away like that, he's recasting Bone Armor, right? He's trying to set himself up for a close range exchange where he can land a magic missile, right? The bone spirits, the bone spears, he's trying to land those at close range, but give himself a little bit of time. The Zon has so much offense, man. There's always something coming at you, whether it's the jabs, whether it's the multi-shot, or the guideds. Regardless, there it is. Johto slain by Muchez for a 4-1 victory. Yeah, that's what it was. I think it was 3. It was 3 in favor of Muchez, actually. Yeah. There it is. Muchez showing why this guy was the champion. That shit is savage, man. What a dueler. This guy is nuts. He's back on the climb, man. Good to see. Good to see this guy, man. I think we should all be taking notes about the Zon. Just make sure you have your notepads out when you see this guy duel, because this shit gets real, and it gets real real quick. Make sure we clear the arena out here for more duelers. Make sure after that matchup right there, I know we've got Sweaty Betty on deck. We've got Nightfall on deck. We've got a few, but look at this. Bill is just right on top of it. No blood stains, no nothing, no piss or shit down there either. They got to clean that right up. You could tell. You could tell a couple of those exchanges, Johto done shit himself. I wasn't going to say it live, but that definitely happened. Bill was already all over it. Got it cleaned right up, man. This is nuts. So happy to see this. These guys, these duels right here, really progressing quite heavily here. Let's cut over to our boy Nightfall. Let's see how he's doing. He is on the Necro for yet again. This will indeed be last Necro v Zon match. Some more exciting than others, but regardless, this one I believe is the last one on the card. So we're gonna check it out here. And Nightfall is just one of those players. He ain't dicking around. He didn't come here to play. This guy came here to kick some ass. Look at him chasing down Arwen, a.k.a. Wait, who's this again? Let me double check. Oh yeah, this is... I knew it looked familiar. This is Bonkai. This is Bonkai on the Zonkai. This is Bonkai on the Zon guy. Everyone on Zon these days. Broken class, man. Class is broken. What can you say? Bonkai showing off now, but more of the Telly Boa approach for this. He's going to make Nightfall chase him. He's going to make Nightfall chase him and try to punish him when he comes in. All different strategies from all of these Zon V-Neck matchups that we've seen tonight. All very different marked strategies and very effective in their own rights. I mean, in the championship bout, we saw the notorious CS Hybrid doing some big work against the champion, and there it is, man. Nightfall just getting in there, closing the distance, answering fire with fire. Philiac says, Zon for sale.
Good day.
LOL. Yo, Bill, he's got Bloodmore music playing, all right? He's got Bloodmore music playing. I'd rather hear it. Just cut me out to the Bloodmore, all right? You love seeing it.
Yes.
This is the only music worthy of being inside the Bloodmore. The rogue encampment, spiritual music that really not only brings out the nostalgia among players, but reminds the top duelers that that's the music they shall die to. Yeah, let's go Nightfall. This guy's an exciting Necro player, man. An exciting player in general, with a lot of different builds that he is skilled on. Today, choosing the Necro. I gotta say, in recent DFC history, although not a lot of players are rocking the Necro these days, I say that but this card was kind of a big exception. There's a lot more people playing on Necro. I would say that this is probably one of the best, like it's certainly S tier, possibly the best suited dueler for any situation, right? You always have the nuclear option. You can always F off in the moor and start blasting bone spirits and hope your opponents run into them, right? You can always do that. A lot of times you have the range on them, so it's up to them to close the distance. But then, on top of that, I believe that the Zon, kind of in a general sense, there's a lot of different versions of the Zon, but the versatility essentially makes for the classification in this sense. And that is that the Zon is also finally an S tier build, right? Like it's undeniably S tier. A lot of Zon showing up in the DFC these days, and some legendary Zon players that we've always seen, such as, you know, Muchez, GVN. These guys preferring the Zon. Holy shit, dude. Jab versus Bone Spear, and the Zon backs off. Bonkai backing off from Nightfall there. No need, though. He's finishing up with those clutch hits from the guided. Very good duel between these two. Yeah, this is Nightfall versus Bonkai, CJ.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
This is nuts, man. Good duel between these guys. Just savage.
What you need?
Yeah, I think we all had interesting expectations of what this matchup would be in the title bout. We talk about this all the time. Duels look so much different depending on the situation, right? And sometimes at the top of the top, right, you have the most skilled players on the most deadly classes on, you know, in this case it was two very S tier classes going up against each other, playing to their outs, right? You don't always see duels and duelers like Nightfall who just get in there. They say, you know what, I'm gonna set this exchange up. When you approach, dude, I'm gonna just sit here. I'm gonna go toe to toe with you, and that's what he's doing. Look at that. That time he had to back off, though. He was a little surprised there by Bonkai closing the distance and getting that jab in there. Now he's looking for that name lock, looking to engage, push the pressure, and finish this duel. Bonkai trying to get him to chase him a little bit, playing a little bit of that red herring. Tellybo versus VT's FT4. If Azan gets a win, then it's automatic win. LOL. That'd be interesting. That'd be an interesting way to calculate some matchups. I didn't think of that. Change what the FT is for. You know, instead of FT4, FT1 for the underprivileged class. And wow, there it is, man. Bonkai, I believe, evening the score. Is this 2-2?
I am overburdened.
Yes?
Self-wheeled infinity is allowed, but you would likely be considered an elephant sin, which the rules sort of change. We've recognized the elephant sin as a legitimate build that does asinine trap damage. So in which case, what we did was just extend the stack rolls. And if you go on an elephant sin, people can 85-20 you, which it still hurts them. But now it's a little more fair. It's essentially like I see an elephant sin as someone trying to abuse a rule set that otherwise wouldn't work anywhere else. So like that's why, like, if you did that in a pub game, people would just like double wisp you and T-gods, and then you'd be a sad panda, right? But like in the DFC, if you have over 12k traps, people can 85-20 you, meaning 85 max res, 20 sorb. Montreal has not fought yet. Yeah, they just super stack res and go in and take advantage of no claw block. That's another thing too. That's a great point from CJ. Is you don't have claw block, which is insanely good for your opponent. Like, claw block is just so powerful. It would be like if Azan didn't have dodge, avoid, or evade. They'd just be dead in the water versus so many builds. Right? The reason they're so tanky and powerful a lot of times is because they dodge like 60% of the attacks that come their way. If they didn't, they'd just be straight dead. Bon Kai mounting a comeback here. Oh man, beautiful hits there though from Nightfall. Nightfall's having a bit of respect for Bon Kai here, realizing that Bon Kai is also a savage, legendary Zon player in his own right. Making him move a little bit. Beautiful spears there and a wise disengagement. Oh, he got impaled, bro. He got impaled. Look at that, a little bit of slow running and walking. A little bit of impales coming in from Bon Kai. Oh my god, though, those impales are going to cut right through that bone armor. Yeah, you got to respect Nightfall, though. What he did was he just stood right there and he was just like, I'm going to roll the dice and throw 3 bone spears at you and hope that the 60% chance that each one of them connect, that one of them does. And unfortunately, that time,
Can't carry anymore.
all of them got dodged.
I can't do that here.
Hello.
It doesn't surprise me that your sentiment towards Zons is I don't think the sentiment towards distance characters is often a high one, right? Like, people like seeing characters that can and do often close the distance and don't necessarily have an attack that they defer to, which is very powerful and long range. Like, if I had to sum it up to characters that excite people, that's why the Necro and Zon might be S tier, but probably some of the least exciting to most people. To me, I love these kinds of matchups, man. I think these are really cool. But they're a distance character that have a pretty nasty attack that they can always defer back to, which is, you know, for the Necro, Bone Spirit, right? Getting hit with those IBSs across the map, pretty devastating. But also for the Zon, the multi-shot, that's pretty devastating too. Makes it hard for most characters to approach. See, look at that. You have Nightfall coming in and just getting pieced up by the multi-shot and guided. Use the Schwartz, Nightfall, I believe. Toeshank is tractor sexy PvP. Oh, 100%. And as we were saying in that duel, that might not have been the most exciting because it's, you know, it has to be a long range duel. But if Toeshank is backing off in a duel, you know that's the only way, right? That's the only way to do it. That's certainly not a playstyle he would prefer, but he's gonna do it if the title's on the line. It's the only way to do it in that matchup. There's like no way to get in there and be exciting with it when you have a CS on that's gonna punish you severely for getting on the inside. Like, that was a beautiful use of Impale right there from Bon Kai. It was beautiful. It was well timed. It got him some damage in there. But if that would have been CS, that would have been like Half-Life Necro, possibly more, as he teleports away. So to put the title fight in perspective and the stakes and what was on the line with every exchange, it was a bit different. Beautiful name lock there from Nightfall as he teleports away, wisely gets his shots in and disengages. Now that's the type of stuff, that's the type of engagement that I think Nightfall is going to be looking for. Beautiful spear there, that one might have connected. That time, instead of leading with a Bone Spirit, he actually chose to lead with a Spear, which you seem to actually doing that a lot here. Makes for a very interesting approach from the Zon. You approach from the wrong angle, it's just too quick. Oh man, now he's gonna get out of there though. That Impale is no joke, man. That shit hits and that hurts. Gets right through the block, right through everything, man. You ain't. That's a freebie. Yeah, I also like seeing the Zon players play, man. It's really different when you see an extremely good Zon player play. And everybody we've seen here tonight is insane. Dazer is surprisingly good on the Zon, man. Like, for someone that has played Sin quite a bit, he's surprisingly good on that Zon. And, you know, really showing off what a full physical damage Zon can look like. And we've got the same thing with Bonkai here, a legendary Zon player in his own right. We saw Muchez, like... And, of course, we saw Jin Shin, legendary Zon main. Like, that guy is just nuts. So when you see a good Zon player play, it's great. But the difference is, if you see a bad Zon player play, the duel doesn't last that long. It's over very quickly. Like, that's the difference.
I can't carry anymore.
Has he really, dude? Yeah. I mean, we could tell. He's newer to the Zon in the DFC, but... in the duels that we've seen him play, we always make a comment like you'd never be able to tell watching him play on a Zon. He's really, you know, he's really good. We might have only seen him a few times, a handful of times in the DFC on Zon, but he's no noob to it. He's a very good Zon player. Beautiful spears there from Nightfall, trying to take advantage of the no battle orders of his opponent, but ends up eating some jabs for his troubles. Yeah, I mean, as much as I would love to adjust that, I think we might have to get pretty granular with Clay Golem. I would hate to bring it back because Necro is S tier, and I think Necro is in almost a perfect spot in the DFC with all of the rules. I just think it's so perfect. But yeah, I think without Clay Golem, that would have been a different duel. You know, between Jess and Jin Shin.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
True. Yeah, that's a good point too, Strider, is that like a good Necro will make it look easy, but it's very tough. Jamie Jams will play the neck roll versus Julvan instead of Nightfall. Card has been updated. All right, GG, big cheers to Primo. Dude, just making it work.
What can I do for you?
Much, much appreciated, man. And we get to see Jamie Jams yet again tonight. This guy's a savage. Jammy versus Julvan. So Julvan is also okay. Yeah, he signed up on a smiter, right? Yeah. So we got Jamie Jams on a Necro, dude. With 2 wins like that, Jamie Jams is probably jockeying for a title shot. But this boy's gonna have himself a night going up against the Toeshank. There it is, man. I believe that was it. That was it. G fucking G. All right, man, and that concludes the Zon V-neck matchups of the night. Virtual round of applause for these guys. Holy shit! I know that one exciting. I know a lot of you hate to see him end, but every good thing's got to come to an end, you know. And that's that was the Zon V-neck matchups. Like all those guys are just ready to go, man. It's just how it was. All right, on to it. We've got Jamie Jams on the Sin. Jamie Jams on the Sin. Okay, all right. Hold up. We're gonna check this out. I see you. I see. We've got Jamie on the Sin. Jamie's got himself a few duels here tonight. Jamie versus Montriana. Okay, this is what it is. Jamie versus Montriana. Jamie is on the Sin. Jamie's gonna have 3 duels tonight? Jesus Christ. He's gonna be... If he wins all of these, like, I think just by statistics, he's got himself a title shot, right? Yo, what's up, Jamie? Good luck, man. You've got a savage opponent, someone who's also climbing the ranks here in Montriana. This guy ain't gonna make it look easy. This guy's ready to go. All right, and as these guys get geared up in the Bloodmoor, the battle music shall start. But are we going to be able to clean up the arena in time for the next matchup, man? I can imagine this is going to be a bloody one. We've got Jammy Jams on the Sin. We've got Montriana. This guy, believe it or not, This guy's been showing the skills on the barb in the most creative ways and climbing the ranks doing so. But he has himself a worthy opponent in Jammy. As we've seen, even in the Din v Din, against one of the most savage players, Jammy Jams pushing the pressure and making it quick. But will Montriana be another victim along the way, or is he going to show that this is a player you don't mess with? Montriana looking for his angle, trying to feel out Jammy Jams here in the early round. Dancing around, trying to get a feel for his opponent, but surprisingly, Jammy Jams pushing massive pressure and getting in there with Whirlwind. He certainly paid for that one. Montriana was ready. And now, Jammy backing off a little bit, giving that distance, having some respect for the skills of Montriana. Let's fucking go, boys. And now we've got a duel. Both of these guys realizing exactly how the other one feels in this matchup, realizing their skills, their capabilities. And now we have a duel. Montriana gonna be looking for an angle here, looking to surprise his opponent, and still we have Jammy Jams trying to get in there, trying to land that whirlwind and possibly finish. He might be going for it. There it is. Mind Blast PK for Jammy Jams, the Savage Din player who also switches it up every once in a while. We see this guy on a lot of classes, man. We're talking Sin. We're also talking Necro tonight. This guy might main the Din, but he's also got skills on a variety of classes. D-Flight Whirlwind for me? Yeah, that's a pretty good combo, dude. That's pretty good. All right, man. I gotta love, you gotta love the fact that Jammy Jams, regardless, always ready to step up, man. Always ready to step up and fill. And if that's the grind that gets him to the title shot, then we should all take notes, right? That's just what it is. I'm okay with it, Primo. No fucks, man. I honestly think Toeshank would be surprised if he takes Jammy Jams lightly. If that ends up happening, I think Toeshank would be surprised. I think he needs to, if he duels against Jammy, he needs to go in prepared. And he needs to give him the respect that he deserves. Nah, no rules or limitations about Mind Blast. But there's also no rules or limitations against it. A lot of people have a problem with that, but fuck Sins. Let him stack up the IDR. Nope, Mind Blast away, ban Philiac. Yeah. All we did was ban Philiac. That was it. That's the only thing. It's the only rule. Well said, Laser. Well said. And it looks like Montriana might have actually stacked up some IDR here. We noticed those Mind Blast hits not necessarily doing too much. It could be just because of a big life pool of Montriana, but they're not doing a lot. Could be a low-level Mind Blast, or big life pool, or some stacked up IDR. Montriana looking for his way in. Now Jammy Jams dancing around him, trying to set these up. I love the fact that he's still getting in there and whirling. He's making this a duel. He's turning this into a duel. And dude, Montriana's got a shield. He's got an SS on. Like he's prepared for the whirlwind. I'm not sure if that's the approach versus a whirlwinding Sin, or if it's just you go straight beast and grief and just invite him to whirl, right? Like that might be the message that Jammy Jams is trying to send. He's still not afraid of the SS wielding barb to get up in there and whirlwind. Oh my god, but he should be. Look at that big damage from Montriana. It could also be that we haven't checked the trap damage of Jammy Jams, but he could have over 12k, and in which case Montriana is allowed to go 85-20 versus him. Now, if that's the case, then the only thing that Montriana will be worried about is getting outworlded by Jammy Jams, which may be the reason he stacked up with the shield. Could also be a way that Montriana balances damage and lightning resist here, is that shield, possibly with a low rune in it. He's a very creative player, man. Dancing in those traps and landing some whirlwinds is Montriana, and this is what I'm talking about, man. We seeing this guy do it. And some nice trap laying there from Jammy. Trying to cut the angles of Montriana. Montriana just wisely walking out of this name lock, and Jammy Jams gives up on it. Jammy Jams caught flat-footed there for a second, but Montriana just missing him with that whirl. Now I'm curious to see how this battle will go if Jammy Jams gets caught low, right? He gets caught and he's low on life. I wonder what he's going to do. That's going to, I think regardless, it's going to force Montriana to get those nasty approaches on the traps and try to capitalize on it. That's what the Barb is going to do anyway. The Barb in this matchup, they have a very interesting role. The Trap Sin, typically you won't see a Trap Sin whirl against a Whirlwind Barb. It's just a losing battle, right? Usually. So what you'll see the Sin do is just set up nasty traps and try to bait the Barbarian to teleport into them. The Barbarian's job will be to creatively close the distance and to score a Whirlwind when the Sin is not ready for it. Catch the Sin flat-footed, get some Whirlwind damage, and get out. And depending, if there's not a lot of traps up that are firing away, maybe you stay in close and force the Sin to get out of there. Montriana trying to catch Jammy Jams coming in. And the Sin, a lot of times in this matchup too, you'll see them just look for that name lock and try to get some nasty Mind Blast damage in there. Now we have both players very low. Montriana very low. We have Jammy Jams probably at one whirl. Montriana gonna wait for it, gonna be patient, gonna force him to come in. Jammy Jams looking to implement that Mind Blast lock, especially where his opponent is so low on life. That is now where that Mind Blast damage is really going to come into play. It's going to pay some big dividends over what could be a longer duel as both of these guys look for the perfect angle. Beautiful trap set there, capitalizing on a long whirl of Montriana. Paid for it dearly there. Very nice whirlwind from Montriana. Jammy Jam's too quick on the tellies, though. He's too quick in and out right now. And he's still trying to get in there with Whirlwind. Montriana trying to punish him there. Oh, and he almost pulled it off. Holy. Now, no Shadow Master is allowed from the Sin in this matchup. They have to go with the Shadow Warrior. And that is because the Shadow Master just inherently casts Mind Blast for you. The Shadow Warrior can do it, but it requires a specific setup. And regardless, too stacked in the Sin's favor otherwise, I think. We've seen some good duels, Sin v Barb, ever since that rule change. Jammy Jam's still getting in there with a whirl, but Montriana trying to punish him for it. And these guys out of mana. Wisely using their mana. Looks like no mana pools either. Both these guys trying to finish up. It's going to have to be strategic. Oh my god. I thought Montriana was going to get that. That was a clutch whirl right there. That was so clutch. It looked like he caught. It looks like he caught Jammy Jam's like bow side too. I thought he was going to get that, man. Yeah, your Shadow Warrior can cast it if you have it on your active skills. Like, the Shadow Warrior will cast what you have active. From what I understand. Yeah, this is a good fight so far, man. These guys are killing it. No. You could use Shadow Warrior and Mind Blast. That's fine. But in certain matchups, Mind Blast was banned. I guess I should say that when you asked about the restrictions, yeah, that's actually true. I forgot to mention that one. There's certain matchups where Mind Blast is banned. This is one of them. Mind Blast from the Shadow Master is banned, right? So like the Shadow is banned, Shadow Master is banned in this matchup, where Mind Blast will be cast less frequently, essentially. So I guess that's like a roundabout like ban on Mind Blast to some degree, but it's not like a direct one. Yeah, so there's like versus Din Shadow Master is banned, versus Barb, and versus Druid. All matchups where the Sin just has blatant advantage, and that change has made them a bit more fair. Oh, you were looking for that in the rules and didn't find it? Okay, yeah, maybe it's not as evident. I actually want to eventually redo the entire rule book so that it's easier to read. So that if somebody joins, the goal right now, honestly, is that it's just very confusing. Like, it's very daunting, intimidating for a new duel or two, I think. Anyone who comes into the DFC and they see such a legal notepad that is currently the status and of the DFC rule set, it's like a legal notepad of very specifically chosen language, and it can be pretty daunting. But what I'd like to do is set up like a new user-friendly rule book that is essentially asks simple questions with simple answers, like. And it may come with a redesign of the sign-up system, which may be imminent, where you pick a class, you get a matchup, and then when you get a matchup and you go back into it, it says, okay, this is your matchup, these are the rules. Like, there you go. Hopefully we can automate something like that, but that would be ideal, where like you don't even have to look for the rules. They're, in an ideal world, they're essentially told to you on the matchup. It would allow for way better, more granular rules to be made, which is one of the reasons why we don't necessarily prefer that right now with such a long rule book. We have one of the shorter ones, but like, at the same time, it's a lot, right? Less rules is better, in my opinion. Yeah, Control F for the win, for sure. But you don't always know what to look for. Control F assumes that you know what to look for. Shadow Master, unless you're specifically looking for that, you might have been looking for Mind Blast. Might have Control F'd the wrong thing. Holy shit! Mooches! My guy, what the hell? Bro, look. That is huge. $100 donation from this guy, and you know what? I'm really impressed that there was no lampshade with that. No pun intended. There was no lampshade. Well, look, if you're not gonna throw it, Mooches, I will. While we take a pause in the action. Get him the fuck out of here. If he's in here, haul him out. If Mooches ain't gonna do it with a donation like that, we will. Get him out. You don't have to say it anymore. He doesn't have to say it. Find him, haul him out of here. We'll get the arena cleaned up. Mooches, holy shit, man. $100. Big cheers to this guy. Wow. That's nuts. Let's tip one back to Mooches, man. Not only a savage Zon player, previous DFC champ, exciting duels, but huge support for the DFC, man. That really means a lot. Thank you so much, dude. We knew you were thinking it. We knew you were thinking it with the lampshade in there. We had to... We've got that going. Me and Mooches, he doesn't have to say it. We banned him from that fucking arena when we built it, alright? We don't want that shit in there. Get that shit out of there. That's right, it's implied. Exactly. And there it is. 3-0 so far, I believe, for the Jammy Jams. Yeah, Montriana says he's struggling to get a name lock and do anything effective with it and finish the job. It's tough, man, especially when you go against such a savage, evasive Sin player that, like, they almost are waiting for that name lock. They're almost expecting it, and they're trying to time you. Like, it's hard enough on a Barb. Barb is one of the most unforgiving classes, because not only do you have to be, you know, aggressive, looking and ready with that name lock, but much like Montriana says, it's like it's a whole nother challenge to know when to time it, to do something effective with it. It's one of the hardest classes to play. Vito, I can smell the jambling. Yeah. Bro, that's huge, man. Another big cheers to Muchez. Super generous, man. I mean, it's with all of those donations from kind people like himself and big supporters of the DFC that we were able to get the arena in the first place, you know? And hey, would you look at that?
Lamp, never heard of her.
I don't think, you know, many people have. It's because ever since we set this place up with generous donations like that, you know, from Kyle, and I see you, Full Wheel, and Muchez, look. How do you think we keep this arena so squeaky clean? This would be a fucking ice rink if Lamp was here. It'd be fucking ice! We would be skating! People don't tune in to watch figure skating, right? We tune in for vicious digital violence. So that's why we've kind of implemented this rule right here. We don't. This isn't an ice rink, all right? It's a dueling arena. So let's get after it and treat it as such. Kyle Full Wheel, holy shit, man. Guys, thank you so much. Huge! Huge! Much, much appreciated. And another big one to Muchez. That's fine. That's wild, man. You guys make it all possible. That's for goddamn sure. Much, much appreciated. This event, man. What a crazy time it is if you think about it in Diablo 2 history. Man, as I was playing this game, and even as I was playing earlier this week on 1.07, thinking about that being the first patch that I had ever played, like, it's so crazy to think that we're now in this time where the arena like this is so accessible and here for us every week. We get to see this stuff, you know?
Make it possible.
Hey, back at you, Turbo. That's huge! 20 Canadian coin tip. Holy shit! Man, thank you so much. That's nuts. I think we might have to go back to the tavern after this, because these are the times to celebrate. Bust out the wine. That's huge. Thanks so much, man. Yeah, and what a time it is to be alive, you know? Like, back in those early days, we might have heard of PvP. We might have stepped into pub games and, you know, got slaughtered or something. But we now live in a time where we get to see Jammy Jams and Montriana, epic whirlwind battles between these two savages. And we get to see crazy stuff like this on a weekly basis. Thanks to you guys. Hey, it's tough, man. Montriana says, can you imagine not getting a single name lock against the Sin? It's tough, dude. It's tough. And then he actually did get it a couple of times. Like, he did get in there and close it a couple of times. And I saw one time where he got it and immediately got mind blasted. And that's just the Sin being ready, right? Like, sometimes it bees like that and it offsets you. And then you have to whirlwind after, you know, stun lock animation. And it's like, that sucks. And there was a couple of other times, and he made him pay for it, but unfortunately it didn't get him a round win, which was too bad. There was a couple of times in there Montriana actually put on some good moves in those rounds. But Jammy Jams is just a savage. This guy, not to be underestimated. Not to be underestimated on any build is this guy. Certainly has been for a long time, but something tells me it won't happen much more. Yeah, come on in. Come on in. Yeah, we told, Tyrael used to chill in that window. We told him, we can handle Lamp.
No Lamp.
There it is. You know what? All right, yeah, I see your timing. Yeah, you know what? I think Yeah, we probably... I think it's time. Lamp has overstayed his welcome with this. He won that one time versus Lamp. And, you know, I think that he was allowed in the tavern for a while. Because of that, we got a new tavern and kicked him out. But I think it's actually officially time. Yeah, it might look like an old vintage sign up there, but it's actually plugged into the spaceship. That's why I can't really see. Can't really see the wires on that, right? Yeah, we officially, as you can see, thanks to the work of Bill, have immediately changed this sign to really reflect how the rules should be up in here. Ask me if I feel bad for Lamp and his Blizz Sorceress that he plays. You asked me once if I feel bad. I don't. Holy shit, man. Muchez with another hundo. What the fuck, man? That's nuts. Come on in. Grab yourself. Look, we'll give you that whole bottle right there, Muchez. Just take it. Get it out of here, bud. It's all yours. I think I looked in it earlier. It's like kind of got a green tint to it. I'm not sure if that's a stylistic choice or what, but just drink with caution. Maybe like a sip. See how that goes down first. But all yours, dude. That's for sure. Muchez, thanks so much, man. Yeah, guys, come on in, grab a seat. While you're here, let's tip one back to Muchez. The man, the myth, the Savage Zon player. And thanks to him, man, we've got not only sweet signs, but the ability. The ability to ban Lamp.
Lizard Sork face vomiting.
Kyle, big cheers, man. Come on in. Come on in. Yeah, have a seat. Have a seat, Kyle. Bro, that's awesome. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate that. Like I said, man, you guys make it all possible. This shit is wild. And this is the tavern where, at least right now, until it's closing time, everybody's more than welcome to come in, have a seat, try out the wine at your own risk. At your own risk.
I love you, Lamp.
We do, man. We joke, we kid. He's a good dude. Actually, a really good Blizz Sork player. I gotta say that. We shit on him a lot because I think nobody in their right mind enjoys dueling against a Blizz Sork. It's not the kind of punishment any of us ask for or sign up for. And thank God some of us still choose to duel against it in the DFC. But he's actually a very good Sork player, man. He's good. Big cheers to that. Thanks so much, Turbo. Holy shit, man. This is savage. Wow. All right, yeah. Have a seat. Have a seat for now. We still got a ways till closing time. So come in, make yourselves comfortable. Let's do it. Holy man, let's tip some back. Kyle, Turbo, Muchez, the man, the myth, and of course, Faux Wheel. Wow, man. Yeah, so I'll show this off real quick. I know that we have also got Jamie Jams with a third fight I think he's getting ready for. But, bros, I've been putting together some sauce. All right? This will be in the DFC eventually. I will embarrass some people, I promise. But we switched some things up, man. We really did. I think we've got the breakpoints and the things necessary to be competitive in a real duel. As you can see, we only have one 451, but for the right matchup, I will switch it out, all right? We need some better winged harpoons, all right? We're going to be hunting for those. But look at this, dude. We actually have DR on this throw barb now. Yeah, this is a throw barb with a very, very interesting setup. I've geared this more towards PvP, taken some lessons from the LLD barb. And dare I say, it's got some potential. Does it have a Widowmaker? Fuck yeah. Don't tell Stadium, it'll end up in another meme. But at the same time, this thing is fucking... It's so good. It's so good on a throw barb. Why wouldn't you? You know, you got the dexterity. You could switch. You can't really switch to max block with a setup like this, but I mean, to really cheese something, you could. I think he's got what it takes. You know, I think he's got potential. And we're slowly building towards having a pretty viable throw barb in PvP. Will it always be B tier? Probably. But someday, much like, okay, mark my words, much like when Serenity and Sound slapped a Widowmaker on their din. You guys, some big fans of the DFC might remember that. When they did that, they won. And they made history. All right? All it's going to take with this throw barb variant that we're putting together is going to be someone who's actually good on the barb to take it seriously. And I think they're going to do some work. Just saying. Yeah, I think Montriana might have some big ideas for this. Creative, that's for sure. Hold on, did we get a clone pop? No, it just spreads. All right, I mean, if some unlucky person wants to step in and try it, don't bring a fucking din. Whatever, bring a hammered in if you want. Smiters are kind of gay. I'll have to gay you on a smiter, but like I'll try it. I'm in Ject 2 password 1. Look, while we have a break in the action here, I just want to say, do we have a break? Actually, no, we've got Foos versus Hasha. Never mind, hold on. I'm willing to beat everybody's ass. Just, you got to take a number. We've got some shit to watch, okay?
Widowmaker and Cooley go together like PB and J. It wouldn't be a Cooley duel without one.
Are you making fun of me, Kyle? I can't tell if you're making fun of me right now. All right? So, much like I do with anything, I'm going to take that as a compliment. And we're going to move on. Okay? It's as simple as that. Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that. I appreciate that compliment you gave me there, making the Widowmaker look so. I know what you're saying. And let's just move on. Bro, thanks so much. Really, really huge, Kyle. Appreciate that. Don't know, brother. I think Widowmaker's underrated, man. It's really good. It makes a lot of sense on a throw barb because you have to put some points into dexterity anyway. Like, you have to put points into dexterity for your jabs, for your AR, for all of that shit, right? So you just have a lot of dexterity that you'd be a fool not to put a Widowmaker on there. Dude, where was that meme? I need to find that meme from Stadium. I need to save it. It was actually pretty good. It was, you know the flex tape commercial where the guy just like jams flex tape and fixes everything? Stadium PK put together this meme that was like Cooley with Widowmaker, and it was just like the guy slapping a piece of flex tape, but the flex tape was a Widowmaker onto like everything. Like it was like Cooley with every build, flex tape, but Widowmaker on it, and it I was like, this is so good. Appreciate you inflating my Widowmaker sales prices. Dude, no one's crazy enough to use it, dude. Besides the top din, you know, it's just how it is. All right, this is I think Jammy is getting ready for his next bout, but I also see let me see, Hasha is up in here along with Foos. Now this one's gonna be interesting, man. Let's cut over to Foos. I think Foos is on the Necro, Hasha on the Barb, and this one's gonna be pretty nuts. Technically, Foos is pretty highly ranked. But Hasha is the people's champ on this barb. This guy is quite quickly moving up the ranks and showing his worth on the Barbarian. This guy's very quick, very technical on this build. And now we get to see it in action versus a top opponent. Now, granted, this matchup I wouldn't say favors the Necro, but it might not matter.
You know you like to cheese. No wonder you attract quill rats.
Bill! Who is this Kyle guy? Get him out of here. Get him. He's trying to be a smart ass. Get him out. That never happened. Never. Don't believe what Kyle said, guys. It's a bunch of hush shit. It's a bunch of hush shit. There's never been a quill rat ever. There was a player named Quill Rat, I think. But that was about it. And then someone took a screenshot, tried to make it look like I got killed by Quill Rat. And then someone made a fake clip from one of my streams on Twitch. It's clearly fake. look, just point is, don't believe Kyle. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Doesn't know what he's talking about. All right. Big cheers. Hey, Kyle, thanks so much, man. In all seriousness, that's huge. Too generous, bro. You're too kind. All right, here we go, man. So far, Hash is looking for a way to get on the inside versus Foozer. Now, Foozer knows that this matchup right here doesn't necessarily favor him. So what he's going to do is he's going to treat Hasha like he's a really good barb. He's going to give him the respect that he deserves. But with that high level of respect from a high-level opponent like Foozer is going to come the challenge of Hasha to get in here, to get these name locks, and to push the pressure when appropriate, right? To make it extremely hard for Foozer to set anything up. That's what he's got to do. Sometimes in this matchup, you do have to be patient versus the Necro, right? When they're launching all these trains of Bone Spirits, you got to be patient, right? Sometimes you got to find your angle, you got to leap around, you got to make it count, right? But Foozer knows. Foozer knows how difficult this is. You're going to see him being very mindful of where he teleports. He's going to be looking. He's going to be watching for Hasha because this guy knows. Foozer has been watching a lot of Hasha's fights. He's been watching pretty intently and realizes that this guy ain't no chump. This guy ain't no joke. And he ain't taking him lightly here. Foozer's strat is to drink whole pool so Barb gets nothing. Well, it looks like they took the Vamp the Champ strat and they've got corners full of mana pots. Yeah, I mean, Foozer has to be on the back pedal here. He has to very methodically set up, and right now he's kind of pay close attention to his cursor. He has to methodically set up these Bone Spirits, and I wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't actually landed a lot of shots on Hasha. And if I'm right about this, I'll explain why. Okay, never mind, he has. I'm surprised he's landed so many shots because his cursor there, what we were seeing, is he would kind of set it out from his character a little bit, right? And what's most devastating to a character that's trying to close the distance is when you have all of these Bone Spirits that you've launched with your cursor close to your feet, right? Because you notice right there when Hasha came in, that Bone Spirit didn't just immediately turn around and start seeking him out. That's because Foozer casted it further away from his body. Hasha would have had to worry about that if he kept his cursor closer. He would have had to worry about that. Look at that. That thing, it doesn't even know Hasha exists. He's casting it far out. But the second that Foozer will start, if he starts reining that cursor in and bringing it towards his feet, those Bone Spirits have a whole different behavior when that happens. Instead, they will start immediately seeking out their target when they close the distance. But he might be doing that, and the reason why Foozer might be keeping his cursor out further like that is because he's trying to gauge and have some respect for the skill level of Hasha, right? And the reason he keeps his cursor out is so that he can more quickly CT away when Hasha closes the distance. So that could be it. I also see Hasha here with a very interesting gear choice. It looks like he has G-Face on. G-Face is very interesting because it gets through bone armor. It has a lot of crushing blow on it, and stacked up with the crushing blow that you're going to see on Gores and probably some other gear choices that he's got, that's actually going to hit and do some damage through the bone armor, right? Like the crushing blow doesn't care about how much actual physical resistance you have in the form of integer resistance, which is what bone armor provides. Instead, it just goes straight to your life total and then calculates based off from percentage damage reduction. So it gets around all of the integer damage reduction that the bone armor has by just using crushing blow and going straight to the life total. It's a very interesting choice. Beautiful chain lock there from Hasha. And now we see that Foozerman is in trouble. Something happened. And look at this. Gentlemen, I would have just trashed him right there. I would have fucking trashed him. It looks like he's struggling with something. Either clicked out of his game or something. I would have trashed him. No fucking mercy. But clearly something's wrong with Fooz because he's stopped casting. And right now, Hasha's kind of being a gentleman and letting him figure it out here. I would have trashed him. Not sure if I mentioned that, but I would have fucking trashed him while he was right there. Just got him while his guard is down or something, you know? Yeah, nice guy. Much respect to Hasha for pausing there. That was cool, man. What a good dude. What a gentleman, yeah. Not only is he a savage bard player, you'd never be able to know this guy's also a gentleman. And down he goes. Foozerman gets there in the first round versus Hasha. Yeah, and it looks like these guys are also talking via the message chat there too. Direct messages to each other. All games must be chat bugged right now. I wonder what the hell's going on. Yeah, I would have trashed him, dude. Good duel. Oh, my hotkeys were messed up. Shit, man, I'm on a barb. Just, yep. Yeah, 80s style sportsmanship. That's...
I can't carry anymore.
Now, some would say that, yeah, Cooley will just take any win wherever he can get it. And to those people, I say, fuck you. All right?
Yeah.
This is the DFC, bro. No mercy. Bill's got to earn his keep cleaning the blood out of that arena. That's what I say. All right? You take more you can get. You think I would have done that? You think I would have done that when I was doing barricade? When he was on a din versus my little throw barb? Hell no, man. Hell no. No shit, dude. They do that right in a pub game? Simendag? I was a lucky guy. GG, man. They just drop it in a pub game? That's wild. It doesn't have a chat bug. It's a feature from a small indie company. Yeah. That's true, man. Beautiful lock there from Hasha, but now Foozer is just he's gonna force him to get those. And this is what I mean by, you know, having a top caster go against a barb like this. I think this is gonna feel very different than most matchups that Hasha has had. Sure, he technically has the advantage, but he has a top player on this class, and he has respect for him as a barb, right? And he's saying, okay, it's your job to get these locks, man. If you get them, I'm dead. But you're gonna have to get them. You're gonna have to be quick. Another thing that Hasha can do is he can do predictive whirlwinds when he senses that Foozer's gonna run away. He almost landed one right there. And this is something that also Hasha's very good about. But predictive whirlwinds are a lot harder versus a Necro, where the punishment can be pretty severe if you don't do it correctly. If you do these predictive whirlwinds into, say, a Bone Spirit train, well, that could just be GG before you even finish. Hasha not even caring about recasting that Oak Sage. That could cost him. Holy shit! Mehmet Simendag! What? 20 gifted memberships, my guy. Holy shit, man. Big cheers to that. That's huge! That's huge! Bro, thank you so much, man. Wild. Big cheers to this guy.
I am overburdened.
Insane. Let's tip one back to Mehmet. Mehmet the Simendag. Wow. Getting that arena squeaky clean for all these duels, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll go back to the tavern, man. We'll go back with you. Might even step out for a smoke, you know, you never know.
I can't carry anymore.
Might have to do it. That's just wild. Huge. And an official welcome to the team. If y'all just got gifted one of those by Mr. Mehmet over here, make sure to thank him. Make sure to tip one back to him. Holy shit! And Hasha gets there. Hasha stepping up to the challenge versus the Foos. It's now 2-1. Still, I believe, in favor of the Foos, but Hasha showing what he's capable of there. Bros, let's check that out again. That was actually pretty wild, man. Yeah, let's go back to the arena, huh? Show them that replay. Let's get it in. And here it is. Here it is. Hasha just getting in there, looking for these name locks, really pushing the pressure. What was this? Oh my god, it was a beautiful Zerk chain. Holy shit, that's what it was. Hasha's showing improving, man.
I am overburdened.
This boy knows what's up. You can't underestimate this guy on the barb. Huge. More big cheers to Mehmet, dude. That's huge. Mr. Simondag himself. Huge, man. This matchup needs Clay? Maybe. But Necro needs counters too. Yeah, I think we might implement that if we ever get this rule set working so that it's like friendly and responsive to individual matchups. We're thinking about it. I think it's only a matter of time before we're gonna have to rethink the sign up for this too. And if we can get that going, yeah, I think I would love to work in a reporting of the rules to an individual matchup. I think that would be sick, especially with rules that people might agree on. That's huge, man. 20 new members to the channel. Big damage there from the Foozer, man. Yeah, we're watching this from the barb perspective because I honestly think a lot of us have seen some Necro play here today from the Necro perspective. And man, it's so refreshing to see it from a barb, especially a skilled player like Hasha doing this, man. This guy, rising star of the DFC, an absolute savage, playing in multiple formats too, which you usually don't see from a lot of the top guys. This guy interested in throwing down and melee in HLD and doing very well in both, man. Like, this guy's crazy. Great barb skills, and he's really getting them put to the test here against a top tier caster. And look at this, Foozer making him solve this puzzle. Foozer might be low. Just based on the way he's playing, Foozer might be low. Better being very, very patient. I'm gonna try to switch to Foos just temporarily, just to see what his life total is. Nah, dude, he's full life. You fucking get right in there and spear him. What the fuck you doing, bud? You're giving him too much respect. Give me that beautiful barb gameplay. Get right in there. Fucking get right in there. Finish that shit. Beautiful chain again from Hasha. Just in time. This is why it's so exciting to see the barb point of view on this, right? Those chains shouldn't go unnoticed. Beautiful chain from this guy, just waiting for it. Insane, man. This guy, I'm telling you. He's ready. He's ready, man. That was actually a very nice whirlwind there. Great timing on Hash's end. It's very hard to hit a good evasive Necro like this. So when you have a Necro playing like Foozer right now, where he's kind of just going back and forth and launching Bone Spirits, when you have one playing like that, it's kind of up to Hasha to approach from a side angle, try to get these name locks, and that's what you're seeing him do, right? He's trying to approach from an unsuspecting angle and get these name locks. It's how he's single-handedly been able to survive so far and not get felled to these Bone Spirits. He's picking an angle, he's looking to find his way in, he's trying to be very patient. As with a lot of matchups when you're on the barb, it's all a mind game, right? It's all like trying to study the patterns and the play of your opponent and try to get in there. And there it is, man. Foozer gets there again for 3-1 so far. Or no, is it 2-2? Oh shit, is it 2-2? Is this a 2-2 duel? All right. Yeah, those are some insane chains, man. Let's check those out, shall we? Look at these chains. Just Hasha on the barb, man. I'm telling you, this guy, I don't think a lot of people were ready for how good Hasha was, just stepping into the DFC, grabbing chains like this and constantly harassing. Look at this chain. We ought to have a record for how many times someone gets chained in the DFC. That's probably prone to be abused and broken, but at the same time, savage, man. What a duel. This guy's on a different barb level. Yeah, I mean, it might be pretty powerful with the Zerk, even without the G-Face, but I think he was planning on likely getting more Whirlwind hits in there against Foozer, knowing that Foozer would probably be harder to catch. And so I would imagine there's a method behind the madness. He may also just not need the cast, right? Like, he's got Triangle's gloves, he's got a rack. If he has... the next breakpoint after 37, I believe, is 65 on a barb. So unless he's really planning to hit that, which is an awkward breakpoint to hit, if I'm being real, the reason why a lot of barbs don't hit the 65% breakpoint for faster casts is because it's an awkward one to hit. A lot of times, if you hit 65 on a barb, it almost feels like you're lagging. Right? We did a video way back in the day about this, but there's secret breakpoints in Diablo 2. And if you're going to be a barb playing 65 cast, you might as well play 87. Because then it will have equal amount of cast, but it won't feel like you're lagging. And the reason it feels like you're lagging is because the action frame hits 1 frame slower than you would expect. You now have switched your action frame from being on the higher end at 37, right? Like, so it happens later in the animation. Now it happens earlier, or I'm sorry, instead of happening earlier in the animation, it happens later in the animation. So your trained eye to your barbarian teleporting doesn't quite line up at 65. The action frame happens a frame slower. So while your total cast is faster, the time that you get there feels either the same or sometimes even slower to someone who's used to, teleporting a certain way with a barb. So unless you want to hit 87, making it really feel like you're faster, which isn't a technical breakpoint of the Barbarian, it's just an action frame breakpoint. Like I said, it's very high level shit, but unless you're used to it, it's going to feel like you're just, like your ping is like 150 or something. Yeah, or 63 or whatever it is, yeah. But that's my point, is even with decent ping, like Shirley Sirius had mentioned this before, he's like, he's like, why does it feel like I'm lagging? And he wasn't lagging, he was like 40 ping. And I was like, one of his characters, whether it was a barb or something, I was like, you need to swap it up. You need to have actually more attacks or more cast. Does item spacing space the pots? Yes. So if you have item spacing on, you'll notice it in pots. Like, that's in PvP, that's where, seasoned players will notice that you either have item spacing on or you don't. And yeah, they'll it looks like item spacing might be on in this right here. Because you notice the distance that these pots kind of sit away from each other. They're not right there on top of each other. Yeah, it's on me. I'm a noob. LOL. Yeah, no worries, man. I honestly don't think it matters too much unless you really have a stacked more of potions. Because in a stacked more of potions, well, even then, I guess it really, if you have no pickup on, I don't really notice a big difference. But yeah, some people for whatever reason prefer no item spacing. I always thought it was because if you didn't have no pickup on, you could just jam it and it's so quick. But I guess it totally makes sense because if you're picking up potions, you have to walk a little bit to pick up multiples. Yeah, GG chain player, noob game maker. Yeah, right, exactly. It's all right. He makes up for it in the nasty chains. That's right. Look at this. He fucking chat PKing yo ass from mid-duel, bro. That's what he's doing. You don't take no shit. Hash a mid-duel setting you in your place. That's what it is. Oh, man. That was actually a beautiful stomp there. Hasha grabbed the name lock of the golem, which was pretty smart, but the golem had some smarts of his own and actually wandered away from the player. so Fuser was safe from that whirlwind, and he otherwise shouldn't have been. That Golem, if he was anywhere close, that would have been a great whirlwind, a surprise one at that. Nice predictive whirlwind there from Hasha. Oh, and a great chain from Foos. Foos just setting him up and knocking him down, dude. He's bowling, chucking him down the lane. Beautiful chain from Hasha. Ends up eating a bone spirit for his troubles. But holy shit, that was great. He almost had it too. Like, RNG gods, man, I'm telling you. The RNG gods favoring the Foos there. An unfortunate leap that also made him eat a couple of bone spirits in that exchange. Look, there's a grand charm on the ground. That's going to be driving me nuts. I hope you ID that after this duel, Hasher. That could be some gold. You know, you never know. Gosh, it's getting the best of me here. Good thing about Hash is he's always looking for those name locks, dude, and he knows what to do with them. As we've seen, the reason he's able to get some of these nasty tally locks that he gets is because he has this propensity to immediately just return the cursor to the center of his character, right? Like, and that's a habit that a lot of PvP players could benefit from, but it's also so hard to do. It requires such fine tuning of your motor skill movements when it comes to the mouse. He goes, oh yeah, I just do it with oh, he's I couldn't tell if he was saying Macro or Marco. Looks like Marco. He's looking for his opponent. Beautiful hits there. Now that crushing blow coming into play, actually getting some big physical damage in even through the bone armor. Now you're seeing the itemization choice from Hasha really pay off there. It really does make a difference when he's hitting there. When he actually scores a whirlwind, you can really see the difference of the damage. Oh, beautiful bone prisons there from Foos. And that's a sign of a good Necro player right there, too, is when they aren't afraid to actually stay in and engage when they notice that their opponent is taking a long whirl, right? And they're going to punish them for it. They're going to just bone prison them. They're going to, they're going to try to punish them with those bone spirits and all of the damage that they've worked so hard to set up. And they're going to punish him with staying in close and landing those bone prisons. That's a sign of a good player right there. Foozer playing a bit cautious, though. He's playing a bit cautious. He's making Hasha chase him. And, I mean, as he should. As we've seen with Hasha, this guy can end it for you real quick. Beautiful whirlwinds there from Hasha. Predictive whirlwinding there. Almost got him there. Always looking for the name lock, too. Beautiful gameplay here so far from both players. Hasha certainly being put to the test, though. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, Sound. The chat bug has also been a big thing in, like, every game that we've seen. Oh, he picked up a healing pot. That's all right. If he would have drank it, I wouldn't have said anything. I would just... I'm wearing shades. I could just say it looked blue to me. That's just the rep life. That's just the rep life of the barb, man. Even summoning pets are laggy? Damn. Now Hasha going to be very patient. He sort of has to be here, right? Like this is the we talk about this with Punch when we see him in a barb a lot of times. Is you just sometimes when your opponent's being very evasive, you just got to be very patient. Keep that Oak Sage up. Wait for him to come in, right? They'll be in eventually. Especially with the mana getting low like this, you could just be patient. You could just be like, all right, man, you can sit there and spam Bone Spirit, but I won't be around. You're gonna have to come in. And now it looks like Foozerman has swapped a little bit to Teeth, trying to capitalize on the low life total of Hasha. Beautiful spears there from the Foos. GG's, man.
Cooley, I'll allow it.
Pretty much. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Jam it, slam it, man. I'll allow it. That's what it is. Holy shit, man. Cal, thanks so much, brother. That's huge. All right, get that arena cleaned up. Get it cleaned up. Big cheers to Kyle, man.
I am overburdened.
More Canadian coin tip. That's huge. This guy's too generous, man. Y'all ought to tip some back to this guy. And also, Mehmet. Let's tip one back to this guy. If you've got yourself a channel membership, thanks to this guy, you're now welcomed inside the DFC arena. You now have got a spot in those stands out there. Don't everybody rush out there all at once. We don't need those things getting too crowded, right? There's a lot of bloodshed down there. But the point is, make sure to thank this guy. Big cheers. Guys, thanks so much. It's huge. Man, Hash was such an impressive bard player, dude. Such an impressive bard player. He certainly had a challenge against Foos tonight. That's for sure. That's for sure. But it's long overdue. This guy's just stacking up the wins. He's getting there, man. It's really showing and proven. All right, boys, we're going to take a short intermission here. In the meantime, we've got some Bruno cadence to keep us going. I got to take a piss. There's been a lot of cheers tonight. We put this entire thing down. We're going to have to swap to the good shit here real soon. BRB, let's enjoy the sounds of the Bruno. BRB, guys. Let's jam it. Short intermission in the DFC.
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary under siege, time to show our mettle. Coolie crew and DFC, we the chosen few. Fight of the night, Thursday night, that's what we do. War battle, sanctuary under siege. Coolie crew and DFC, we bring a fight of the night. We backing down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Sanctuary under siege, Coolie crew and DFC, we bring it fire of the night. We back it down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Plan in sight, assemble your might. We ready to fight, Diablo's domain. We bring the pain, it's a birthright. No fear, no retreat, we stand tall and strong in this war zone. We the Lord, we go sanctuary under siege, Coolie crew and DFC, we bring it fire of the night. We back it down. Together we rise, conquer the crown.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
And we back. We jamming. We slamming. We Alabamin. Some fighters clamming up. They're clamming up because, well, you know, it's pretty nerve-wracking to get in there in the arena and you got your life on the line
Overburdened.
in front of millions, as we saw in those stands. But, you know, the pressure is never too much for players like Serenity. This guy's ready to throw down. He's on the din. What is this guy? Oh, man. Oh, man. I think it might be on. This is Lamp versus Serenity. And I think Serenity just took that. This is... Who let Lamp in here? Who let him in? Someone let this guy into the arena somehow. Well, I guess we're gonna be skating. We're gonna be skating here in the ice rink. He needs help clearing the Bloodmore. Lamp needs help clearing the Bloodmore. just turn it into an ice rink. The zombie will slip and fall. Oh my god. Look at that. He was just trying to... He's trying to help him out, and he just fucking kills him. Now watch him. He's going to be like 1-0. Now watch. You watch this. You see what Lamp was doing there? Just taking him. Just taking him any way you can. He says, nah, oh. No, this is gonna be an interesting matchup, man. Lamp is on ES cold, but the way he sets up his ES, you'd never be able to tell. Usually, you would expect an ES sorceress to be a little bit dilapidated with damage when it comes to putting points into other things, right? But the way that, the way that Lamp does it is he completely buffs his ES from, I believe, memory or something else. And he still maintains a lot of his damage as an ES sword. So that's going to be pretty tough. He's still going to be quite a heavy hitter here versus Serenity. But why this is probably a little more fair on an ES Sork is that Lamp won't have access to mana pots or added light res, right, as an ES Sork. So that gives the VT player, such as Serenity, the option to stay on the outside, harass with a meaningful FOH a little bit more, right? And it will force Lamp to actually get in there, look for the name lock, drop a Blizz intelligently, right, and really turn this into a duel. Otherwise, though, the Blizz player does certainly have the advantage on a Din, I think. But then again, the Din we're talking about here is Mr. Serenity himself, the top Din of the DFC. This guy is a savage. He's really going to put Lamp to the test here. Looks like he also has a Dream on. He has Dream on his swap. And the reason he's doing that is he's going to try to blow up Lamp's Oak Sage as he comes in. Or he just legit actually just has Holy Shock statted here. Yeah, he just has Holy Shock hotkeyed. Yeah, he doesn't even have it. He just has that ready to go. And the reason he's doing that is when Lamp teleports in, he's going to hope to blow up that Oak Sage, which is going to be responsible for blocking a lot of FOH shots. Certainly going to gum up his tele stomps if he, if he tries to get in and the Oak Sage gets in the way, eating the entire smite for you, which is certainly not ideal for a smiter trying to close the distance on a Blizz sword, especially a very evasive one like Lamp. Yeah, he's messing with his morality already. That's what it is. Yeah, Vin Brains, that's awesome, man. He was super generous. Donated 20 of them, bro. I appreciate you thanking him for that, man. That was it's good to let him know how generous that was. That was really cool. And official welcome to the arena, Vin Brains. I'm ready for this one, man. This was an exciting one. I think what we've done with the Cold Sorceress with regards to selecting certain matchups, like, for example, you might have noticed in recent history, there's been a lot of matchups where we've specified, like, all right, Lamp on ES Cold, or, Lamp on Vita, or hell, any Sork you want to use. I actually like how that's panned out. The duels feel a little bit better. I don't think the days of the Zon are too far away from that. The Sin also sees that same sort of extension. People sign up on a Sin, but it's hard to tell exactly what they're jamming on, right? It could be anything from a Ghost Sin to a Hive Sin to pure Trapper. And a good matchup is hard to make if you don't know exactly what your opponent is playing on, right? And it also allows a lot of room for metagaming. But here we go, man. Off to a start. Round 1 between Serenity and Lamp. Serenity, the top Din. We're going to kick back in here. We're going to see how he's doing. Now, is he going to harass from the outside? Oh, look at this. He takes 2 Blizzes there. He's looking pretty good with those 2 Blizz hits so far. Able to take some of these. Able to tank them and still get through. Trying to close the distance. Lamp just staying in close, trying to bait him into these blizzards. He's not afraid to dance a little too close to the top Din. And he's landing some big shots unchallenged here so far. Now Serenity's got the lock. Lamp just wisely teleports away, breaks it, forcing Serenity to get on the inside and deliver some damage. Otherwise, to eat so many shots. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Serenity start implementing the FOH from the outside. Now, granted, it does leave him a little vulnerable in the time that it takes him to cast that, but it certainly is effective versus an ES Sork, right? Versus one that, you know, it's going to wreck that mana. It's going to, you know, really just put them in a spot over time that they don't want to be in. And especially with ES not having the ability to have any added max res, I mean, it will also force Lamp to start focusing on his light res. It forces him to be responsive to the Din. So I'm actually curious to see if we'll get some harassment with FOH from the outside with Serenity. Typically not his style, but really a good answer to an ES sort. Beautiful play there from Lamp. Just constant pressure, not afraid to dance on the inside and force Serenity to get those name locks. And in the first round, he was unable to do it. Very nicely done there from Lamp. That stash management is an eyesore. Oh yeah, from Serenity. It's so bad. So bad, man. Yeah, that's horrible. All right, and here we go, round 2 between these guys. Seeing if we're going to see anything different here. Oh, man, big hits early on from Serenity, and you can see how much damage that smite does if he can actually close the distance and get it. Yeah, now he's looking for that FOH, that finish, man. It looks like he did have it in his game plan, but he kind of wanted to harass him. He wanted to land some of that early damage. And now this is going to sort of prevent a lot of the life rep that Lamp might have. That's very smart. It's going to wreck his mana, prevent his life rep. And now it's going to force him to go into panic mode. He needs to get in there now and finish, or he risks being finished from afar. Constant harassment, man. Constant harassment from Serenity. Oh, and he's low now. He's really low now. Now Lamp is going to make him chase him. He's going to try to... He's landing some nice orbs, though, on his way out. He's going to remain very evasive here and make Serenity chase him. Yeah, he ain't even trying to get in there and land a blizz. He's just like, look, man, I'm gonna make you chase me into one of these. He essentially has the same strategy, but he's widened his radius a little bit. Nice hit there from Lamp. And there it is, a finish from Serenity. Just didn't quite have the answer to that early smite with an FOH finish. Dude, I told you, man, it is constant harassment. It really forces the Sork to get in there. And when you've already been hit with a smite, it's hard to do that, man. You risk getting hit again and finished with the smite, but also, I mean, you're just giving him a free hit after that first smite, and you know, with that FOH, it really pings him down. Yeah, that was smart, man. Serenity, so it looks like that was in his game plan. He just wanted to get that initial smite in there first, which totally makes sense. It changed the whole tempo of the match. As soon as he did that, it changed the entire tempo of it. Suddenly, Lamp almost couldn't come in. Yeah, look at the names of all his characters too. Like Jaw with a bunch of string of letters after them. Serenity is a bot. That's how he remembers it. He's like, oh yeah, I know where that item is. It's on JSDRSCZ6. I remember now. See, look at that. That ring tab, man. Yeah. How does he know what's what? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Rings are hard anyway. They only have so many graphics. I always get lost on my Din rings. It feels like you need so many different ones on a Din too. I mean, you need everything from like your standard rings, such as like your Nature's Peace, your Raven Frost. It's like something that you often do take off depending on the matchup, and then you also need like, depending on how GG your rings are, you would also need the cold absorb ring, like the cold stack ring, the light stack ring. Depending on how you set your Din up, possibly a dexterity resistance ring. Like, it's weird, man. And then of course, like the FPK style cast Mad Mana Mad Life ring. Those can also be used on a VT. Very, very rarely, but a Din has a lot of ring swaps is the point. Now Serenity harassing with FOH from the start. I actually really like that, man. And you see how that originally is forcing Lamp to get in there now. You can see the damage from that FOH. Hanging him down, dude, right from the outside, and that's also doing a number on his mana as well. And that's why you'll see Lamp swap into Orb here and land in some Orb hits, because, dude, that does a number on your mana. You really have to be conscious of what you're doing and what you're casting for spells. You got to make your blizzards count, and Lamp is doing a great job of that. Predictive blizzing. He's trying to, essentially, with his game plan here, it might look like he's teleporting around randomly, but you notice the angle of the map that he's staying down on? He's actually trying to cast a Blizz and slowly walk Serenity into it. Like, make him think that he's panicking, but he's actually very calculated. He's casting a Blizz in the center of all these teleports and just trying to get Serenity right into it. Like, just trying to lead him right into it. It's very smart, especially when Serenity is on this FOH plan from the outside. Serenity winning out on the harassment from the outside, but Lamp has landed some pretty nasty shots with the Blizz, and again that one was a close one. Now, usually with a VT, there's a lot of matchups where leading with FOH, oh my god, and a quick finish there from Serenity. 2-1 in favor of the technical top Din. Yeah, you always got to be ready for that, man. Now, in a lot of matchups, as I was saying, on a Din, it makes sense to not lead with FOH. They say that that's a bad pattern to get into, because what you end up doing when you lead with FOH is you let your opponent know, you give them the heads up that your cursor is close to them, and there's a very good chance that you have a name lock. Now, if that's the case, a lot of times they'll just run away. They'll make it hard for you to catch them, and you sort of telegraph that you're about to stomp them, right? So, that's why they say it's usually not a good idea to lead with FOH, but there are some matchups where it's certainly beneficial, and this is one of them. That's why you'll see Serenity teleporting around here in leading with FOH, because the FOH is going to do some pretty significant damage, be it to Lamp's mana, his life total. It will certainly force him to play differently. And if he gets in the habit of leading with it and he's ready to smite, he's ready to jump right in there, it's going to be a tough night for Lamp, because then Lamp, his only option is to turn the tables and try to drop a Blizz on him as he leads with FOH. It's a very dangerous spot for the Din to be in, right? To waste his cast on that FOH. So if Lamp can quickly just drop a Blizz on him, it's really bad news. But otherwise, if Serenity is ready with that Telly Stomp right after leading with it, there it is, and that's what I mean. He's leading with that FOH, and it gives Lamp that window to very quickly just drop it down. You notice Lamp getting in uncomfortably close, knowing that Serenity is leading with this FOH. Like, getting in uncomfortably close, to the point where you probably wouldn't usually do this against Serenity. No one would in their right mind would get that close on a caster to Serenity, but Lamp is doing it because he knows he's probably going to lead with FOH, and that's going to be his window to get in there and try to land a blitz. That's going to be his biggest, most heavy-hitting skill, and that's what he wants to land. Beautiful name grab there from Serenity, and Lamp wisely gets out, having a Blizzard waiting right there for him. Lamp is winning these exchanges, but it's a long, patient battle that he's got to be a part of here. He's got to be patient, he's got to be ready, and he's got to be accurate with those Blizzards. Right there, that was also a very beautiful Blizz. Forced Serenity to sort of think of a different route, a different angle of approach, and another nice Blizz from Lamp. Beautiful yet again. Knowing that Serenity is relying on this FOH, Lamp is punishing him for it. Yeah, Lamp is low now, though. Probably one FOH, and he's still landing some pretty nasty blizzes. And again, dude! Lamp is low, and now so is Serenity. Yeah, Lamp is total red herring mode right here. But, I mean, as he should be. That guy was 1. And there it is, man. Lamp gets there, evening up the score. What a round. Dude, Lamp was at 1 for a very good portion of the last half of that round. That's why he was playing from a distance and trying to lead Serenity into those blizzes. That was beautifully done. Because he was 1 FOH for a long time. That was an incredible comeback from Lamp. You got to be skillful. That's the moment right there where a lot of players would panic, being 1 like that. But it was at that point you saw every Blizz cast from Lamp was right on point. It was right where it needed to be. His tactics of trying to lead him up into that corner and then drop a Blizz and lead him into it. That was it. That was his out, right? And Serenity took the bait. He got him with it, dude. That was nuts. All right, and here we go, man. Round 5 between these two. More harassment from the outside from Serenity. I think this is certainly the way to start this up. It's just if you get it and Lamp ain't ready for it, you're dropping that FOH. Man, it's just such a good way to harass. Such a good way to change the pace of the duel right up in the front of the round. But then, the thing is, Serenity has to be ready, and it looks like he is. He's got to be ready to capitalize on that, to literally lead with FOH, and be ready to not just rely on that, but to get in there and stomp as well. He's landing some shots, man. There it is. He was ready, man. He stomped, but it's hard. It's hard to catch a Sork, man, especially leading with FOH. That's the trade-off. It's really good, very beneficial damage in this matchup, but you also telegraph those stomps. And that's what we saw there. Serenity trying to get in through that FOH right after, but Lamp was just already ready for it. He was already gone. And that's the thing. It's like, it's now turned in to a game of cat and mouse, right? Like, it's gonna, at this rate, unless Serenity can close the distance and get a really nice smite on him, it's gonna turn into this mid-range battle. And this is exactly where Lamp wants it, right? He was ready. He expected the FOH. He knew it was gonna come, but he's been practicing this mid-range battle. So far, though, I will say Serenity's winning out on this. He's able to dodge a lot of these blizzes, and he's winning out in this mid-range battle. Landing shot after shot, dude. Just consistent, able to stay out of the range of the blizz. And there it is, man. That last FOH got him there. FOH. That's the way to go. That's the way. That's the key to the matchup. Very nicely done. Tough opponent too, man. Yeah, the FOH, he actually casted it while Lamp was on his screen, but Lamp tellied off his screen. The FOH still hit. So the animation for Lamp's death was loaded in when Serenity teleported near him. It was like a late load. He says, you at 450? Yeah, all right, here. He probably wants to do a quick check. Yeah, just show him real quick. He's at 450. Does he have any sorb? I think it's what is it? 450 and yeah, 450, no sorb. Yeah, he's looking good, man. Looking good. Nice amulet. Holy shit, that's a cold sorb amulet. Wow, 38 cold res, 58 life, 220. Beautiful. Massive rep life on the boots too. You need it, man. It's actually hard to get it in this matchup on a BT. Sawdust is AFK due to Hurricane. Gonna be four-wheel Din versus Montreana Barb. All right, GG, man. Big cheers to Sawdust. He was actually mentioning that he was in Hurricane territory and might lose power. Sending positive vibes to Sawdust's way, hoping that he's surviving well down there and kicking that Hurricane's ass. All right, all you got to do, someone send him a couple of Raven Frosts. All right, he's got to maybe even a Snow Clash. Make sure he absorbs that pretty well. Much appreciated, Primo. Thanks, dude. Yeah, that's some pretty savage gear, man. This guy's ready. Well, that's sort of the shitty thing about a cold sork is that it just forces you to have these setups and to be ready, right? Like it's why it's kind of the boogeyman of a lot of dueling tournaments, is because it's a straight gear check on a lot of matchups. It's like, do you have the gear to deal with a cold sork? And then even if you do, if you get a pretty seasoned cold sork player like Lamp, he's still going to make it hard for you, man. Oh, beautiful Blizz there from Lamp. The Lamp remaining very evasive here. Staying way on the outside, making him catch him. Serenity being patient. Now Serenity switching it up a little bit. Lulling Lamp to sleep. That's what he was doing. He was lulling him to sleep, and now he's he waited there. He didn't want to lead with FOH. He wanted to get some big shots in there with Smite. So instead of leading with FOH, he tried to lull him to sleep. But now the jig is up, right? Ban Blizz, Dork's problem solved. Yeah, I mean it is just a straight gear check, but I mean that's just before the duel even starts. It's a straight gear check. You do have some pretty skilled Blizz Sork players, man. Doombringer was very skilled. I would go as far as to say, as much hate as he gets, Lamp is very skilled on the Blizz Sork too. He knows what to do. He knows a lot of his different matchups, and he knows how to play these matchups too. He knows, he's not the type of player that just spams Blizz and doesn't look to finish duels. When he backs off, he's got to. We've seen him in a few duels where he actually pushes the pressure when he has to. He's been put in some very savage situations, and this is no exception. He's been put in some very savage situations where he's had to be the aggressor, and he's stepped up to the plate. He's gonna make Serenity chase him here, though. I would guess he's probably won. The fact that he's backing off on the lower parts of the map there says he's probably won. Yeah, let's check it out, man. Let's see if we can swap without anyone dying. Lamp also streaming. Let's see this top tier cold sork play. No, he isn't one. He isn't one. He's just looking good, but we'll be able to see how much this from his perspective here, we'll actually be able to see how devastating this FOH is when it hits. Like it's gonna tackle his mana, it's gonna tackle his life. It's gonna do a lot. He was hiding in Den of Evil. Yeah. Just waiting. Just waiting patiently. Isn't it cut map at start versus Blizz? No. No, not necessarily. Sometimes if, you know, if situations present themselves where you can tell that it's gonna likely be a long distance duel versus the Blizz Sork, we will cut a map or add some sort of drawback, right? So in this matchup right here, the drawback to even out the match was ES Cold Sork, right? It prevents Lamp from having any added light res versus the FOH, and kind of forces him to pick his shots with the Blizz. But it's also still very deadly for Serenity. Yeah, so that was like the drawback, and then just let the duel commence how it should. That was a beautiful Blizz right there from Lamp, slowly leading his opponent into it. Yeah, but that FOH, as you can see, is still doing like 50 damage right to his life total on every hit. I think it does make it harder for Lamp than if this was like a full Vita, but I don't think it's a straight lose. Like it's one of those where it's one of those battles where it's challenging, that's for sure, but it turns it into a duel. Like it turns it into a duel. Like if Lamp goes and reps, you can't shit on him. Like, you know, if he makes it hard to find him, you can't really shit on him, right? Like, and Serenity is one of those types of players where he will go looking for him in these senses. And it kind of allows Lamp to play in the Lamp style, right? Where he can turn the corner and he can push the pressure on you, but then he can also lead you into these blizzes. And then it's up to a savage player like Serenity to solve the puzzle. It turns it into a duel. Beautiful orb there from Lamp. Orb placement is so clutch, man. Like, and if you can get good, like, look at this. He's doing some wall banging here, but also with his orbs, they've all been very well placed. Like, to the point where he can almost tell where Serenity's going, and he has that orb waiting there for him, just like that. Like, he knows, he anticipates that he's teleporting down at that angle. Serenity might be very low here too. What's the score now? Is it 2-1 in favor of Serenity? 2-2 maybe? I forget. I get so wrapped up in these sometimes, it's hard to keep track of the full score. Serenity now, again, just lulling him to sleep and essentially leading with the smite instead of the FOH there. Really taking a big gamble, a big risk. Didn't pay off for him that time, but I like the fact that he's mixing that in, keeping Lamp guessing. And he's certainly so quick. That's the big defining feature of Serenity on a Din, is that he's extremely quick to grab those name locks. Yeah, he is very low. You can tell by the way he's playing. He's looking for the shoulder trick. He's trying to not necessarily play into Lamp's game plan here. Lamp going for those long blizzes, dude. There's some very nice FOHs there from Serenity. Those ones paid off. Let's kick back over to the Din perspective here. Yeah, he's extremely low. Probably one blizz. So he's being very patient, man. Very patient, looking for his opportunities. We gonna need to fill this up, man. We need more nicotine for this duel. We gonna need some more nicotine for it. This is a nail biter, man. Like, when you look at this from the outside, right? You see the Blizz Sork like this, and you see how much damage that FOH does. You would think that it's just such a... When we watch this from Lamp's perspective, it feels so unwinnable. right? It feels like if I was the Blizzsork player here, I'd be having a bad day, right? But then when you swap back over to Serenity's point of view and you see how close the duel is, it's something that Cold Sorks in this matchup will very rarely have a chance to get a life check on their opponent, right? You kind of have to preemptively look for a good place to place those blizzes and then get out of there, right? Like, you can't really give them the opportunity to get these FOHs and harass you like that. It's amazing to see it from this angle, to see how close this is and how good of a job Lamp is actually doing with these blizzes and how he's laying these traps. Both these guys being very patient. Serenity looking for his angle, looking for his way in. He knows that if he lands a smite, it's certainly over, but he knows that also the constant harassment with the FOH really is doing a number on Lamp. Serenity trying to rep back enough life for 2 blizzes here. Recasting the battle orders there. Very wise, very wise. Nice FOH there from Serenity and a great dodge of, changing his angle there against Lamp. I wouldn't be surprised if he has an FOH stick on the swap there. And by FOH stick, I mean a +3/+3 scepter, like FOH conviction with 5 facets in it. That will force Lamp to focus on his light res, which could cost him, on some other gear choice for damage. There it is, Serenity very quick to grab those name locks. Holy shit! That might have finished. That might have done it right there. That FOH landed. I was gonna say we didn't see the message pop up, but I was gonna say that might have done it. Insane, man. Close duel between these two. GG's, man. And Serenity gets there. The technical topped in. Good duels, man. Yeah, tough matchup for Lamp for sure. I think he played it well. You know, a lot of people will hate and say, oh, well, he keeps his distance and drops random blizzes. Dude, I'm telling you, you got to do it, and especially against a good Din player like Serenity, who's going to punish you, he's going to get those FOHs. Dude, Lamp played very well. You saw how demoralizing it looked early on and how well Lamp actually did to land so much damage here. And all of these rounds were extremely close. Like, this was insane. Very good duel between these two. Tough duel for Lamp, but he certainly showed up and proved, man. He proved he has what it takes. It's wild. All right, is this, is this faux wheel up in here we got? Let's cut over to this guy. You've been disconnected. Sit tight, we're patching shit. All right, here we go. Wow. What a night of fights so far, man. Virtual round of applause and a big cheers to these guys. We're going to have to bust out the real stuff. I think it's time. I think it's time to do this. While we get in here, we wait for Faux Wheel to throw it down in his matchup tonight. I think it's a good time. Let's go to the tavern, shall we? Yeah, come on in. Lamp, nice job tonight. But you got to stay out in the vestibule. All right? Maybe if you would have won, we would have allowed you to look through the window or something, but you got to stay out in the vestibule. All right? And don't you be trying to sneak in here. All right, let's pour out the good stuff, man. No, in all seriousness, big cheers to Lamp. That is a tough matchup, man. It kind of turns the tables there from Sork favored to slightly Din favored. but only slightly if you're a very good Sork. And I think Lamp continues to show every week he is a very good Cold Sork player, man. He's got some skills. His aim, his prediction, his ability to learn in mid-match is just unrivaled. Guy is extremely good on that. And it's tough. It's tough. Big cheers to you guys. We've had some savage support here in the DFC tonight. Just want to tip a big cheers back to you guys. Wouldn't be possible without you. Well, we went a little heavy on this, huh? I wasn't really thinking. Well, we're here now. Yeah, come on in, have a seat. Help yourself to the wine. Just let me know what you want. We'll serve it up. Some of it, I wouldn't trust it, but drink at your own risk. Point is, come on in, have yourselves a good time. This is the place we all come to chill in between the duels. Can you tell me, can tell me a lemon is a potato and I'll believe him? What are you talking about? They actually are. A lemon is a potato. Because if you think about the comparisons of the word and how they're used in pop culture, if someone sells you a lemon, they're selling you, a bad, defective car. If they call something a potato, it's defective or bad or ineffective, right? They basically are the same thing. So, I mean, joke's on you. I can fucking do that. You see what I mean? You see where you're going. Oh, shit. CJ Carter and the Gertie may fight in a little bit. Yeah, we don't have that kind of shit, Andrew. It's just wine from Act 2 is what it is. And I don't really have any guarantees on that. We commandeered the Act 2 bar after defeating Act 2 on our playthrough of 1.07. Point is, we've got to... You got to drink at your own risk. I really don't know what it is in there. It's just random shit. Came with the place, right? All right, so we've got Drunken Noodle, a.k.a. the Foe Wheel. And he has got himself technically a duel against Sawdust, but I think this got updated and he's going up against somebody else. Thanks, Primo. Appreciate that, man. I'm gonna double check. I should remember right off the top of my memory here, but shit is hard. Oh yeah, it's Montriana. Okay, yep. So he still has his duel with Sawdust. If those guys want to finish it up either later this weekend or next week or something, we'll still count that. But also, we've got the Drunken Noodle, the Foe Wheel himself, the supporter of the DFC. What a hell of a guy, going up against Montriana. Did we miss it? What happened? What happened? Well, damn. What's going on here? I thought we was going to have ourselves a duel. Oh, he's chat bug? Yeah. Well, fuck it. Let's go right over. Oh, no, he's back. He's back. Never mind. I was going to go back to the tavern. I wasn't above it. I was not above it, man. Yeah, exactly. Good luck, don't die. It's a good way to put it. Like, just drink at your own risk. You would have figured that we could have brought some of the spirits from the previous bar where Lamp was temporarily allowed, but we didn't. Trust me, you didn't want us to either. That was also a very questionable place. Shitter didn't work. We've thanks to the support of you guys in the DFC, we've been able to step it up. We bought the Act 2 bar, but it doesn't necessarily mean we have good spirits in the place. That fucking Geglash guy, you see what he walks around like. He's not even drunk. He had like, come to find out, I haven't seen that guy actually have a drink in weeks. Like, whatever he drank from that made him like that. So that's why I say drink at your own risks. Those could be bottles of full-on autism for all I know. And for looking at that guy, it very well might be. So if that's what you want to invite into your life, then drink at your own risk. But that's why I bring my own Jack Daniels in there. And so I hate to own a tavern and have it be, you know, BYOB, but you know, you take what you get on the DFC nights, guys. It's just how it is. Yeah, chat bug, just whisper each other. Yeah, it's so yeah, he tried to reset because of chat bug, but everybody's chat bug today. All right, man. Here we go. Montriana going to take a second bite of this apple here, but he's going up against the Din, and he's going up against the Savage Din. The Barbarian doesn't necessarily have the advantage in this matchup, and he's got himself a good dueler here in Foe Wheel. Foe Wheel is going to give him a test. He's going to put him to the test here. That's for sure. It's going to be a tough one. But you almost want to see Montriana come out on top. You want to see him score some shots in here. Now, this is a matchup right here where the Din is typically not limited on the amount of life tap that he can have. But specifically versus a Barbarian, life tap is banned. They can't necessarily do that. And look at this. Out of sheer respect, I can only imagine for Montriana, we've got Foe Wheel with the upper corner map right here. That, or maybe this is preference. Maybe this is what he's doing. Big damage from Montriana. Foe Wheel getting pieced up by these beautiful whirlwinds here from Montriana. Montriana being very patient, but he's got to be careful not to puddle himself like that. And now he backs off. Now we've got him backing off, and there it is. It looks like he finished. It's hard to tell because the message doesn't pop up until later, but there it is, man. That was very close. Yeah, it looks like he was going to back off there and just rely on the FOH, which I could have almost guessed that Montriana had been felled by that smite exchange, because if not, that was the opportunity. We've seen Montriana do this a lot. When he knows that that's what his opponent's going to do, he's just going to telestomp you and whirl you. Like, he's not going to try to turn it into that kind of battle. It's not one where he wins. Like, you know, so he would have just immediately turned around and whirlwinded him. The fact that he didn't, I was like, Montriana just got dropped by that smite exchange. I know it. I fully expected it. I was like, dude, I don't even think Foe Wheel is ready for this. I could smell it. I was like, Montriana's going to telestomp him. No, Montriana was dead after the exchange. It's hard to tell because the entirety of BattleNet right now is chat bugged. Yeah, very, very good duel. I mean, here's the thing. If it was hardcore, we probably wouldn't even see it, right? Like, I think there's maybe 1 or 2 people willing to duel on hardcore. So as soon as those people roll through what they have for an account, you don't have an event. Yeah, we wouldn't have another duel. Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't have many duels at all. Now, Polytheist has actually started playing up on hardcore this season on ladder, and I believe he had said that he might turn it and go PvP before the end of the season. And as someone who played hardcore last season, I will say I actually regret not trying to kill people with my character, whether I die by the sword or not. The fact that my character is still living. Let me show you something. I might be able to show you this while we wait, because it's rather sad, honestly. Like, while we wait for this next game to load up here. Oh shit, someone dropped a ring there. Well, we gotta pick that up. What the hell is this? We gotta pick this up. Someone dropped a ring. I almost shit. I actually almost shit. I thought that was actually gonna be a really good ring. That's for a second. I thought it was going to be nuts. All right, these guys are going at it. Let me switch back over here. We'll show you this after in between this round. Holy shit, a quick finish from Foe Wheel there. Wild. You got in with some charges, some FOHs, landed those smites, didn't give it too much room to breathe. But yeah, let me show you this real quick. This is what the hardcore realm looks like. You see, this is a non-ladder hardcore character. Let's just pop into the lobby real quick, right? We've got all the Hell games on East right here. There's 4 players. And they're in 2 public games. That's in Hell difficulty. Well, maybe Nightmare's different. Nah, Nightmare has actual no games. People have got to be jamming through on normal, right? Nope, some guy just begging for handouts and then 3 other people playing. So there's a grand total of 7 people playing online right now. And that's actually pretty high. That's a lot of people. That's more than I've seen. Like, so that's why I'm saying, like, if you play hardcore, you might as well kill off your character, like, by the end of the season, because there's going to be nobody to play with afterwards. Yeah, it's a sad world out there for them hardcore players. It's a lonely world after the season, that's for sure. All right, and now I believe in this matchup, Fowheel has gone max block for this, which certainly pays off. He was really punished in that first exchange, and man, he's getting it again though. Look at this. Big damage from Montriana, just being patient, trying to lure Fowheel in and punish him with those whirls. Now, it looks like Montriana is also using, let me see if he's using phase blades or if he's using axes here. Looks like he's using some sort of sword by the looks of it. I would guess a Grief phase blade. But if that is the case, his range is going to be a lot less. So it's going to be harder to get in there. And actually, yeah, he's using swords, man. It's going to be harder to get in there and actually make a difference, like being able to utilize your range versus a smiter. And that's why he's trying to bait him in. You know, he's trying to bait those stomps and really punish him for coming in, because in this matchup, typically what a barb can do, an option that he usually has if he has like berserker axes, let's say, is that he can stay on the outside, just out of the range of the din, and try to nick away, right? Just on the outside, he can try to touch him up with those axes just on the outer range of that smite, so that if he does get hit, he gets hit maybe once, but all of those whirls are testing that din from afar. But the thing is, if you use phase blades, you actually get outranged by a Zerker smiter, right? So the smite range will actually be further. So that's why he's trying to lure him in. And he's trying to legit close the distance with either these stomps or luring Fowheel in and punishing him. Big hits there from Montriana. Montriana's actually playing this very well. Oh my god, big hits from Montriana. And there it is. He gets there, man. 2-1. Still in favor of the Fowheel, but beautifully played from Montriana. And that's to explain why he's doing what he's doing. A lot of times you would see a barb approach it differently and try to stay on the outside, try to get tricky with that, but Montriana doesn't really have that option with that setup, right? And honestly, I don't even like it when barbs do that, because if you have a din that has a berserker axe, they have an equal range to you, so it still doesn't really make sense to try to ace them on the outside like that. Like, you kind of have to trick them. It's all a mind game. Big hits there from Montriana early on, and some return fire, some nice chains from Fowheel. Incredible hits here from Fowheel. Great pressure. He wisely steps on the outside, just waiting for those whirlwinds to finish. Was going to capitalize, but Montriana was already gone. Great footwork there from Montriana. And more of the same. He's just waiting for it, waiting to bait him in like that. Fowheel going to be looking for that FOH finish, but Montriana going to be looking to do some predictive whirlwinding as he comes in. And he gets him. Montriana lands a couple more. And unfortunately gets him there just with that beautiful telly stomp. Actually, very well done. Yeah, nice play from both of these guys. I gotta say, yeah, like, good observation from Fowheel. Like, those hits seem to have been hitting very hard on a VT. And this isn't just your average VT. This guy has 4,400 life before even casting, like, Oak. That's an insane life total. Like, that's really good. Great duel between these guys. It certainly doesn't favor Montriana in this matchup. The fact that all of these rounds were so close and that he took one of them is a big feather in his cap, man. That was great. By the way, you're never going to guess. You guys are never going to guess who I see live here. Yeah, it's about to go down, man. This is about to get real. Hold on, we're going to need something appropriate. We're gonna need something. We gotta get it in. It's the return of the great. It is the return of Mr. CJ himself. Let's fucking get it, man. I see this guy streaming. Let's cut over. Let's check this out. Man, I can't wait. Let's fucking jam it, man. CJ back on the Zon and live. It is the boss fight we've all been waiting for. The dreaded Zon that has felled many and has had a number of title shots in his day. This guy is back, and CJ showing off the arsenal he's working with now. He is ready to go, ready to throw down. But will he be able to answer the ultimate test that is Gertie? He certainly doesn't have himself an easy opponent tonight. Gertie's gonna put him to the test. Gertie is gonna welcome him back in style. I know the top Dan might have made Gertie look easy a couple of times on stream, but I mean, don't worry about that. Let that not speak for how good Gertie actually is. This guy is a savage. And this matchup is going to be nothing short of miraculous. These guys are going to go back and forth with the highest skill level that you've ever seen at these levels of the ranks. We've got Gertie on a Sin. He's either on Hive Sin or Trap. He was allowed either one. We've got CJ on a Boa. As we know, there could be a lot of variants of that. It could be CS Boa. It could be, it doesn't look like it. I say that because it looks like he has a sword back hold that he's using right here. And that's going to imply that he's probably using those jabs. We already saw those jabs. He's going to try to cut his opponent open, deal some serious open wounds damage as he progresses this fight. He's going to try to negate any rep life that his opponent has and deal some serious damage over time with open wounds. That's the strategy, man. That's what he's going in for. About to get my ass handed to me. LOL, Gertie is insane. Yeah, Gertie is nasty, dude. I think the whole team, though, everybody here is rooting for the Siege. They're rooting for Siege to unleash the Siege upon his opponent. Let them bleed. Open them wounds. Exactly. Yeah, good luck. Marvel is pretty good. Yeah, LOL. Yeah, Gertie must have been the champion because he's when you get accused of the smurfing, that's when you know. That's when you know you're a great player. You ain't good unless you've been accused of being another player. And there it is. That's right. Nimrod says, go on and get them toes. In case y'all didn't know, that was something. That was one of the signature sayings of CJ back in his streaming days. And I believe we might even see this guy fire up the streams again, man. And holy shit, that would be great. This guy, an absolute legend, a PvP legend, a Zon pioneer, if you will. I think this guy actually was responsible for inspiring a lot of Zon players out there and showing them what was possible initially on this build. This guy has a lot of credibility on this build. He has a lot of knowledge and know-how for different swaps, and also, oddly enough, very creative builds on the Zon. One of those Zon players that early on, I think one of the most surprising things from him was that so many people noticed, holy shit, your Zon casts so fast. How are you hitting these breakpoints? What are you doing? There was a lot of questions after people saw CJ dueling on the Zon. He did things that most people didn't think were possible. He pulled them off. He opened a lot of people's eyes to this build and how powerful it is. And we're going to see it tonight, man. The return of CJ versus Gertie. This is going to be a matchup of the century right here. This is going to be a big one. These guys getting ready, pooling in the moor. Look at this, Gertie extending the pre-fight courtesy to say, hey, look, do you need some arrow pools? You go get all the pools that you need. This is going to be a gentleman's duel, and I would expect no less. Why do they spam mana potions in the field? It's because a lot of these attacks such as like multi-shot, traps, and a lot of the teleporting that goes on just blows through your mana. So before you know it, you know, in duels that might seem like they're quick, but they've really gone on for like 5 minutes or so, right? Your belt of mana is going to run out in that. And in which case, it's good to just have a ton of mana in the more that you can easily re-up on. Now, some people are like, whoa, why don't you just get rid of mana pots? Trust me, we've tried it. The duels just go longer, like, because people sit back and they're out of mana and they rep life, and it doesn't increase the action. The only way to increase the action is to give these guys all the fuel that they need, let them pool up the more with arrows, and just keep them stocked with resources to keep the action going. No one really knows. LOL. Set girlfriend aggro. You ought to tell the GF, say, look, I've got an important DFC fight. I've got millions watching right now, awaiting the triumphant return of Candace. You tell the girl that she needs to be turning on the TV and be aggroing for her boy, because this is a big return and a long-awaited one for CJ. And here we go. The start of the round. We've got Gertie, it looks like, on straight trap, possibly mixing in some kicks. Really hard to tell if he's hybrid here, or if he's gonna go in and try to catch him with those whirls or not. But if he does, it sort of adds an interesting level of juck fuckery to the duel. If he has gone hybrid whirl girl, it's actually going to open up the door to even more damage from CJ, because that means that he's very likely giving up a shield, and it looks like he does have a shield on. It looks like Gertie has the shield. He's going max block trapper as he closes the distance on CJ. So we're going to see an epic duel here between these two. He also has the blade shield ready to go. That's going to be deadly if he can close the distance on CJ and enact a little bit of that fire blast as he pushes and harasses CJ on the Zon, right? That blade shield is also going to be doing some residual damage as he closes that distance. So that's certainly something that Gertie's going to be looking for, but already he suffered some pretty nasty damage at the hands of CJ. It won't catch Gertie with a chaos. No, not ever. Yeah, it's true. It's I should know who I'm talking about. Gertie with those cheesy items? Hell no. This guy's straight max block trapper. He's doing good so far, but as he stays on the outside and as he fails to close the distance meaningfully on CJ is just landing this nasty damage. And CJ with those chains too, man. Those are the things you got to watch out for. CJ will also turn the corner and chain you if you give him the opportunity. He'll get those jabs in there. He'll proc that open wounds and deal even more damage over time, making the duel even more miserable for you the longer it goes on. But Gertie is a savage, man. Look at this, cutting angles, really trying to make himself unpredictable with how he comes in versus CJ. CJ very quick at grabbing those name locks too. That's something that you see at top tier Zon play. You'll see this with Muchez. You'll see this with Jin Shin as well, is when their opponents come in, they just immediately look to grab that name, right? They immediately look to throw their jabs in a very specific direction, to lock onto their opponent in a meaningful way when they close the distance. That's some high level shit, man. But it also will punish Gertie if he doesn't teleport off screen to break the lock, which then creates another problem. If you know that your opponent is so quick at grabbing those name locks and punishing you when you close the distance, right? You have a couple of options. You can stay in close and try to outrun the arrows, right? Which is what some people do. But if you break the lock and you teleport away, you've introduced a whole nother problem, because now you have to fight your way back in through multi-shot. And if you've got a good Zon player like CJ, multi-shot through a weapon swap, which is going to give him even more open wounds, making it so miserable for you to miss, right? So every time you increase the distance like that, you have to fight to get back on the inside versus a Zon. And every time you're going to be fighting multi-shot coming in, especially versus a very good Zon player like CJ. He's going to make it miserable for you to reclose that distance. But so far, a very close round between these two. Gertie looking like he's on the edge of death here. A nice name lock from CJ. It's looking like it might only be a matter of time before those multi-shots do some paying off. And there it is, man. Beautiful shots from CJ, and he gets round 1 on his triumphant DFC return. Virtual round of applause for this legend against a legendary opponent in and of himself. Yeah, very nicely done, man. CJ showing the prowess on this Zon. And he's not going against no chump. Anybody who knows Gertie knows this guy is top of the line, top tier dueler himself. It's so surprising that we have the chance to have these guys meet in the DFC tonight, because what a bout this is. Did he not attack? How did he win if he didn't attack, John? I don't get it. He got him. The difference is the Zon can attack from a longer range, right? Like the Zon, if you have a meaningful attack that can hit your opponent from, 2 screens away, why would you give that up and go chasing it? It's not what your build does. Right? And then if he does that, he's just going to be walking into 5-stack traps. And then at that point, the same could be said for the Sin, right? So usually how it works is that the player that has the lesser range is oftentimes the player that's approaching. So whereas the Zon can address from a long range, like 2 screens away, and the Sin could probably address from 2 screens away, but that's only if you've triggered the traps from up close. Then they'll fire and chase you 2 screens away if you run into them, right? But as it stands, the Sin kind of has to get in there, land her traps, and the Zon has to hope to get out of there, right? Or if you're like CJ, you've seen this guy just turn the corner and start chain locking you as you run away. That shit's pretty impressive too. Does he have T-Gods on? Hold on. Does CJ have T-Gods? He actually can't have T-Gods unless they've agreed to this. Yeah, it gives him too much light res. Yeah, we changed that in the rules. Or did we? Wait, was this... Hold on. Time out. I don't want to say that. Let me check. What? Let me check. This might have been something we covered last week. Never mind. Hold on. You might be right. Let me just double check. I might just be running my mouth. Hold on. Hold on. It's not uncommon for me to just be running my mouth. Double check here. Hold on. Bill, pause it. Yeah, that's fire res. You might be right. Just wanted to double check. All right, hold on. Hold on. Lightning sword.
Not in town. Greetings.
Hold on. Might just be running my mouth. Okay, no, it is. All right. Maximum resistance to any element cannot exceed 80%. All right, just wanted to check. So yeah, he could have 80. He could have 80. All right. I just wanted to check. I knew there was something. We had to check it. We had to do some double checking. So we'll have to swap off T-Gods. All right? He'll have to swap off the T-Gods. He can't duel if he doesn't have the T-Gods? Can do low wisp. Yeah, could do low wisp. Hold on. We're running into an interesting situation here. All right, let's double check. Let's double check here. Yeah, you could go low T-Gods. But yeah, just wanted to check. And the reason that got swapped, in case anybody was wondering, is because the dodge, avoid, and evade of Azan makes this matchup even more miserable. Right? If you need it, we won't hold it against him for the first round. If you need a token, let me know. I got you. Yeah, I mean, unless it's something they agree on, then you could do it. Yeah, Gertie probably won't care. You could ask Gertie, like, hey, could I wear T-Gods? And if he's like, yeah, fuck it, jam it. I don't know, man. I don't believe that. I think this is still a good duel. Yeah, all right, look at this. Someone's got him a token just in case he needs it. Let's give him the time. We won't take the first round. We'll allow it. We should have caught that. We saw it early on. I'll allow it. I mean, the trade-off, too, is it'll have more life from the battle orders. It'll have higher cast frames for FCR. No big deal. Just a simple setback. Ain't no big thing. I think he still would have won that first round. I don't think it was the T-Gods that saved him. I think it was great gameplay. Just had to double-check. I knew there was some... yeah, we were talking last week about fire res. I thought that it was the same for fire res when we did that, but that's like, I thought it was extended to lightning res as well, but nah. If they couldn't go up to 80, then they couldn't wear fort. So it was like, yeah, we had to cap it at 80. But it's sort of the same with CC Sins, because of the weapon block just being so powerful that if they can go like 80-20 or some shit, it's just really bad. Like they just can't be hit. They can't be hurt by a lot of stuff. Ban Shadow, ban Sins. Yeah, exactly. That's where it's headed. Trying to think, yeah, dude, no, take your time, man. Take your time. Do your thing. We won't show off your gear and shit. There ain't no pressure. This is what we're gonna do. I was actually headed in here to the watering hole. So you take your time, CJ. You do your thing. We were headed over here anyway, man. We were headed into the tavern to grab ourselves a little bit of a refreshment here. It ain't no thing. Yeah, come on in, enjoy yourselves. One bottle that I did notice didn't look bad was this one right here. If you guys want some of that, just let me know. We're serving it right up. All right? Serving it till the sun goes down, if you will. And as of right now in Sanctuary, sun looks all right. You know, looks fine to me. So come on in. Come on in, have a drink, yeah. It definitely is. It definitely is. I've noticed I've dialed it a bit back myself, honestly, Jay. I think the DFC is the only time where I indulge in such things, and it's really because it's a time to celebrate. You know, there's a lot of support that we have of the DFC and the awesome duelers that we see down here, the amazing skill level that is put on display by so many fighters each week. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. It's a good time to celebrate, so big cheers to you guys. And you know what? Let's do it right. Let's get in there, and while these guys get ready, we'll keep an eye on this. I don't actually have a duel, and I'm willing to beat on somebody to get an official DFC fight. So this was actually perfect timing to accept a challenge from a random person in chat that is probably not on my level, but none of that really matters. It's time to get after it. It's time to kick some ass. All right, here we go. CJ gearing up, getting ready to go. I have a throw barb that is very PVM ready. Okay, I'm in Jek 2, password 1, and I need a duel, right? I need a duel. I signed up for the card, but they didn't give me a fight, and I don't know why, but I'm ready to kick anybody's ass. So you step in here, we're just gonna officially count it. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter what you have, what you're on. I'm just gonna gear up real quick. We get a little bonus fight. I don't have the right charms either, but again, doesn't really matter. I think that you guys would be hard pressed to get a win on me. Yeah, like you see, there's nobody that even fucking joins. Oh, are you ready, bro? Are you ready, bro? All right, yeah, I'm down for that. Yeah, I'm down. We'll pop in. What the fuck? A fucking cold sork joins up. All right, hold up. Let me just get this win real quick. Oh, all right, hold on. We gotta get it. We gotta get it going. This is clearly a legit duel. All right, we got this. The Merc is gonna be in this real quick. I fucking told you, dude. It's fucking easy. I didn't have actually any cold res either. Good duel, man. I told you no one would be on my level, but it's just how it is, man. I appreciate you taking the challenge on such short notice, but you know, just much like the rest of them, they get filled pretty quick. Yeah. I mean, I told you we were building that guy up, man. I told you we was gonna be on a different level with that throw bar before long. A lot of people don't believe me. A lot of people think. All right, here we go. Back to it, man. Little bit of a break in the action there. Thank you so much. Who was it that gave up that token to CJ? I think that was super nice of you, man. So that he could get reset in this duel here and be jamming and slamming and ready to go. That was awesome. Wrong bow, LOL. Yeah, swap it out, dude. Fuck him. Oh, that was Squigs. Dude, what a hell of a guy. What a hell of a guy. Big cheers to you, Squigs. That was super nice, man. Yeah, big cheers to this guy. Yeah, just go grab bow downhill. Yeah, just jam it. Let's go. Yeah, no worries, man. There's no pressure at all, CJ. Like, you ain't got to worry about it, bro. Take your time. We just enjoy having you here, seeing some epic duels. Now, that being the case, the rules have changed a little bit. It looks like Gertie might have allowed the T-Gods, might have just said, fuck it, jam it. Which I think that's cool, too. You know, that's always a way around it. There's always something in the DFC. There's always the golden rule, where if you and your opponent agree on something, you can just circumnavigate the rules by agreeing on your own set of rules. We've seen it a lot. We've even seen it at the championship level. There's nothing wrong with it. At the end of the day, you just want to see two players who feel that the fight is fair and, you know, are able to do the things that they want to do, right? Are able to play the game that they want to play, have the fun that they want to have. And I think that's what we're seeing here, man. GG on Gertie for allowing that. I think that's cool, dude. The reason that those rules are in place is so that, you know, those are technically what we've seen as the fairest setups, right? But then again, every matchup is different. Players play different. Those are just based on data. What we've seen is possibly the fairest decisions that we could make. And regardless, the rule set in general has made for some pretty decent matchups. We've seen some crazy upsets here today. We saw Dio taking out Pavan with Dio on a Din and Pavan on a Druid. That was wild. That was crazy, man. That was a big surprise. So you never really know what's going to happen. I think the rule set's in a good place, but you know, it's mainly just for if you start up, you have no idea. That's what you can expect from your opponent, right? And don't ever be afraid to say no. If your opponent suggests some other rule, you can always be like, "Oh, nah, man, I was planning on this. I built my whole character around this. We got to jam it like this." You might win, you might still lose. Who knows? But the point is, it's meant for some good duels, right? It's meant to have some good duels. It's that unless something's agreed upon by you and your opponent, you should expect that your opponent has those res or is following those rules. That's basically what it is. Communication is key, no matter what. Yeah, that was lag that PK'd me. Oh yeah, for sure, dude. I think we could tell at a couple of exchanges that like where you didn't get out is when you should have. I was like, yeah, he's probably lagging, man. No, I feel for you from someone who obviously lags in every duel. I know how you feel.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Missed your message there, Bunkai. Yeah, he did. He did. Thanks, Primo. Yeah, he did, man. It was impressive. We certainly, I would say, might have put Gertie on a. We put Gertie on a ES build there. I was questioning if that was a fair thing to do. I know it gave the Din a shot, and Gertie did, I'm sorry, Lamp did very well. Like he played very well, but it did look miserable. And honestly, I was thinking probably the same result could be achieved if he wasn't on ES. Like he would probably play the same way, and the same answer could still be there with like the FOH pinging down the life total, forcing him to make different decisions with his gear and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, something to know. I kind of feel bad. I looking back, I wish I would have placed Gertie on Vita, because I think it still would have been a good duel. So my apologies, Gertie. I thought it would be. I thought it would give the Din a chance without being completely miserable, but it did look miserable. Not gonna lie. And props to Lamp for jamming still, and just jamming and slamming.
I can't.
Beautiful name lock there from CJ. That's what I mean. This guy is deadly. Even at a low life total like this, practically, I'm not going to say Mind Blast PK, but the Mind Blast doesn't feel too good when you're at this life total right here. And he's still not afraid to get in there, telly stomp, and get the damage in, man. Beautiful shots there from CJ, really evening up the score here. Good duel between these two. Wow, 1-1. Very good duel. Yeah, insane. Gertie's a savage, man. This guy is a savage. Every single character you'd ever see him on, this guy knows how to do it. CJ says, so Russ. This guy, he might be a little rusty, but you never know. Sometimes it takes a couple of rounds to shake off that ring rust, you know what I mean? And start getting back in the rhythm, getting back in the flow of things. CJ practicing that weapon swap, hot stepping on his way out here. That's what he's doing. He's just getting back in the rhythm, the flow of things. This dude ain't letting that. He ain't letting that last round loss stop him at all. He ain't letting that get to him. Gertie says this chat is so AIDS. So true, man. You figure, I mean, you got to give them credit. Like Blizzard is just a, you know, a AA, borderline AA, just indie developer trying to do their thing, man. Like if the chat breaks in their games every once in a while, like it isn't like players talk to each other, you know, or ever want to do that. Like you gotta give them some credit. It's Blizzard, and they have a, you know, they're working on a budget. Yeah, exactly. Small $1 billion indie company. What the fuck? Yeah, fucked up, man. Amazing chains there from CJ. Just getting in and out, looking for those name locks, pushing the pressure as soon as his opponent comes in. Love the fact that Gertie is just on this straight trapper, and you can see, look at him circling around CJ, laying these traps, making it, giving him all of the pressure, man, making it so hard for him to grab any breathing room to set up. Big hits there though. That might have come. That might have proc some open wounds there. It's hard to tell if CJ swapped fast enough to give him like the optimal setup to proc that open wounds, but he certainly landed some shots there. Yeah, he definitely procced something. Like that damage, that life total just keeps depleting. CJ has to be very consistent with his shots here. That's the challenge of the Zon. You got to be extremely consistent, because when you get a good Sin player like Gertie, it's going to be constant pressure. He's going to be up on you, laying traps, not giving you any space, right? That's what it is. And you should relish the times where they teleport away, because that is a well-earned moment right there where you've countered that constant pressure from your opponent. And that's what CJ is doing here. He's trying to afford himself those opportunities where he counters the pressure of Gertie. And he keeps feeding them that multi-shot from the outside. Big hits. Hard to tell if that connected on the player or the Shadow Master, but regardless, a connection nonetheless. And with all of that multi-shot, man, he's just constantly flooding the screen with it. And look how much the damage is just adding up. That is from a strategic, not only a strategic shot placement of CJ, but it's also from him swapping to his jabs and the open wounds on the other side, right? It makes it so that Gertie has to close the distance and has to lay down those traps and make it so that he's always mounting some sort of defense versus CJ. Otherwise, he's just going to be taking that chip damage over time, and it's going to add up, man. Max block or not, max DR or anything, it's all going to add up, and eventually Gertie's going to be in trouble. So that's why it's you see all this pressure that he's pushing, but it's necessary. It's mandatory that he does it, right? He has to keep it up. Yo, what's up, J-Ma2? How's it going, man? Welcome to it. You've joined in on a pretty savage duel between two epic champions. We've got Gertie, previous DFC champion, taking the title from someone who played a character named Santiana, I believe. This guy embarrassed him. It's crazy. Ended up gaining the title. So previous DFC champion versus CJ, almost DFC champion at one point. He had a shot against Vamp the Champ, very close. I think Vamp got in the mind of his opponent that time. That's the only reason he won, because CJ on this Zon is a very devastating player. He was playing infinity wielding CS Zon, which, you know, depending on the round, would swap up between, keep his opponent guessing, and that come to find out is a very bad thing for the Necro, man. It's very tough, but very good duel. These guys both have had their reigns at the top and taken out the highest level of competition, and now we get to see them here in the DFC going up against each other. Now CJ in a lot of trouble. Likely Mind Blast PK, getting some big hits in there versus Gertie. Some big guided arrows landed there. Gets that name lock. Gertie keeping the pressure up with the traps. I gotta say, I respect the gall of CJ, just staying in those traps, relying on the dodge, avoid, and evade to try to get him out of trouble there. And they almost did. It was until he started running away from those traps. But he was surviving. That's insane. It was like we saw in Muchez's fight, where he's making these very calculated decisions at every given point of the duel. Do you stay or do you go? Do you just accept what's coming at you for damage and hope to dodge it? Or do you try to mitigate the potential damage by moving? It's one of those things that you kind of overlook that as a Zon player, and the decisions you have to make in those moments as whether or not you should just try to dodge the attack, right? It's, relying on the RNG gods, that's for sure. But one more calculation that has to be thrown into the arsenal of an already complicated class to play. Right, and that's a good point, Primo. Like, the more the Sin backs off, the more you have to fight to get back on the inside, right? And when you're teleporting in, You likely don't have your traps up, they're not in position, and you're just eating multi-shot on your way in. And if you're probably eating multi-shot from an intelligent Zon player who's often swapping back and forth between their bow and their javelin side, where they have a lot more open wounds that they're going to punish you with. So it's not a battle that's often won from range on a Sin. They have to get in, they have to push that pressure. And Gertie did an incredible job of it there. If you didn't notice, CJ was up on the life total quite a bit there for a very large portion of the duel. But because of Gertie's ability to just keep that pressure up, keep the name lock on, when CJ's battle orders ran out, he didn't really have much time to go recast it. Gertie was just right there. He was just right up, pushing the pressure. And you gotta be, man. You gotta be ready for those moments on a Sin, because this is actually a difficult matchup for a Sin, I think. But according to DFC, it's a very even one, very back and forth. Yeah, it seems very skillful because it's one of those matchups where there's a clear role for both players, right? Sometimes when you run into matches like we saw at the championship level today, Toeshank was surprised by Jin Shin Zon, I think, by like the Boa CS hybrid. I think he was surprised by it. Certainly didn't expect it, right? We don't really often see that from Jin Shin. You don't really necessarily know what your role is right away. You kind of have to figure it out as the duel progresses. But this is one of those duels where the roles of the players are known. The Sin is going to push the pressure. She's going to close the distance, have those traps up, cut the angles of the Zon, and the Zon is going to try to avoid traps and shoot arrows. That's what you do, man. Put the pressure at range on your opponent and punish them for coming in. Every once in a while, if the opportunity presents itself, you can swap to the Javs, you can chain lock, but mainly you're going to be trying to fight a distance duel. You're going to be trying to outdistance the Sin. A lot of times in a lot of different duels, that's how we've seen characters beat Sins. It's very rare because Sin is certainly an S tier dueler, but the way that a lot of them can do it is that they can outrange the Sin. So that is the strength that the Zon has, one of the most powerful characters at range, and that is the role that you want to fill. You want to be a distance dueler. You want to force the Sin to get on the inside and punish them as they come in. No open wounds cap for melee or otherwise. And honestly, the more rules that I see with melee, especially when it comes to like item banning and things that allow people to like have a chance against items that are like rare and unaffordable, I hate seeing it. We recently banned death in melee and I hated it. Like, I still hate it, and it may not stick. But for right now, we're just going to see how it goes. Because it was one of those things that death was the great equalizer. Like, it made it so that if you weren't using, like, an absolute top-tier rare weapon, that you still had a chance of dying. And I kind of like that. I think it gives people a chance who don't have the best gear. But, you know, of course, when you combine death with some of the best gear, the argument could be made that it gets even better, but also the argument could be made that you should just have a rare weapon because it's technically better than death. And we've seen that on multiple occasions. So I hate the death ban. I don't like it. It might not stick. We're just going to see what it does to melee. It may take a few weeks, may take some number of months. It may take a lot of time to see the long-term effect that no death has on melee. But we certainly know what effect it has right now. The DFC has been very welcoming to new people. People who don't have perfect builds are able to make intelligent swaps with their builds. They've been able to do it. But even some of those people don't use death. So it's, you know, get rid of it. See how it looks. I don't technically want to have a melee that is unaffordable and unapproachable for people. Yeah, exactly. I think there's also that. Death has 0 IAS. It's a very well-designed weapon. Making players make choices. That's what D2 is all about. Beautiful traps there from Gertie. And a very close round between these two, but CJ gets there, now making it, I believe, 2-1. Makes me wonder what sort of compromises are made in a Sin build when you go Hodo and SS. I wonder if, between using that and the pre-buff of Fade, how much IAS is sacrificed in that, right? You don't have the dual claws getting you to the higher IAS breakpoint. You are using Hodo. That could also explain, Steve, why it's harder to just lay down traps. Gertie's a savage player, man. He's no chump. But the IAS breakpoints could be compromised in trying to survive the vicious onslaught from a Zon. Yeah, it's like there's a bunch of decisions to be made. But you're right. I mean, essentially, after a stun, you should have a lot of trap. You should be right on trap duty, right? But then also, alternatively, against a Telly Boa, if you do pick that strategy, right, and if you're very consistent with it, they'll learn and they'll just teleport away. With the immunity and the stun frames, they'll probably have ample time to do it as well. Oh, I guess that's true. I guess that's right. You could go burst. You could go burst to speed, couldn't you? You go burst to speed because you can hit your DR breakpoints with SS. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, Primo's on main, I think. That's the next one. You got what, a 99 Sin now, Primo, and what, a 99 Din? 99 Din, 99 Sin. It's time for that 99 Zon, man. Primo's on main. Let's go. He's got all the rest of his characters at 98. Like, he's not far away. You think so, Sound? I don't know, man. I think it's pretty easy. You get all of the experience in Terrorized Bales because you just blow up the pack. Like, you get the kill experience. Sure, you can't swap to Ondals, but you're often getting the kill, so it's even better. Beautiful name locks there from CJ, and great pressure from Gertie. I think that Mind Blast was rather unfortunate right there. It actually just pushed CJ out of a vicious trap. Like, that trap was headed his way, and Mind Blast just saved him. I don't know, dude. Sound, I have a PVM Zon that, like, I P8 terror zones, like, when they're not, like, when it's not Terrorized Chaos or Bale. And granted, I probably have a different setup than most people, but I just flatline everything, and it's so easy. It's so fast. Like, some of the fastest ladder climbers are on Zons. I mean to say that I'm not sure if I can agree with it. It seems like a pretty fast one. Yeah, they just melt screens and get kill experience, man. Even in shared TZs, they seem really good for leveling. Like, borderline almost better than Mosaic. Like, almost. Holy shit, nice chain from CJ and a beautiful follow-up there. We're gonna have to check that out in the replays. That was some insane shit right there. That's the type of skill that CJ exhibits that's just on a different level, man. Got to 95 and said GG. Well, that's basically any leveling experience. Like, after 95, it just feels miserable. That's literally any character. That's a Mosaic Sin. I shit you not. Like, I thought it was going to be easy on a Mosaic Sin. I was like, yeah, it should be super easy. like last season I got to 95 and quit. I was like, I'm done with the Mosaic Sin. Yeah, okay, whatever. It's technically best, but it just felt slow after 95. I'm like, all right, I'm done with this. I think that's every class. Like 95 is the magical level. Beautiful shots there yet again from CJ. Now he's trying to avoid a lot of these trap setups from Gertie, and he's really trying to rely on his distance and this open wounds to try to finish this duel. He knows how close it is. He knows that at any moment, Gertie could just close the distance, set up some nasty traps, and it could be over. With a couple of failed dodges and evades, man, that's it. And Gertie knows it too. He's trying to close the distance. He's trying to make that happen. Beautiful shots there again from CJ in a great angle. True, but technically Din is one of the worst. It requires like the most, like, and I know that as a Din player right now. I have a 97 Din on ladder right now. Granted, I love Din, so that's why I've got to 97, but like, it's technically the hardest. I have to aim at shit, I have to lock it, I have to, you know, I get jammed up in bales because I can't kill the second wave. I rely on other shit, which makes dirty TPing hard because then I have to quit if nobody makes it to the throne. Yeah, it's a rough life for a Din. That's the main point, all right? But the point is, it's technically way worse. But I think people like you and I sound enjoy it because we actually just like Dins. It really comes down to how you like the character that you're playing on, is how much you'll actually play it and level it. That's literally what it comes down to. This is going to be, when I finish it, my 3rd level 99 Din. I fucking love Dins. They're one of the worst characters to level on. I just love them. It's so fun. Yeah. But that's what it comes down to. We just love Dins. Any other character class feels like shit. This is the first time I played a Din in so many seasons. It's the highest level I've gotten to on ladder. I just love the Din. And now we've got Gertie trying to finish up with that Mind Blast PK, trying to set up those traps. Can CJ get there, though, with such high pressure from Gertie? And there it is. I believe that's 3-2. Wow, man. Gertie pulling ahead. I knew it was going to be insane. Yep, Din power, baby. Yeah. We'll slog through on a Din no matter how bad it is, and we'll be happy about it. Versus, like, no matter how good another character is, we'll just get sick of it. It's like I said, played through on a Mosaic, got sick of it after level 95. I was like, I don't want to play this character. It's just, that's literally what it comes down to. I know I'm the top dog when it comes to leveling. I hate this character. Quit. I have yet to get a sin over level 95 because I fucking hate sins. Like, you can tell how much I like each character class in order by the highest level character class and the amount of them that I have. Right? It goes Din, Sork, Barb, all the other shit. Like, that's what it is. Just look at my account and the level 99s I have on it. Din, Sork, Barb, rest is shit. That's it. Necro level 94. Druid level 94. I guess Zon could be thrown in the mix as the next one down because I have a 96 Zon. And then the rest is 95 or below. Technically, Sin, I guess I like more than a Druid or a Necro. And when I think about it, it's actually true. I hate to admit it, but I actually like a Sin more than I like a Necro or a Druid. I hate playing on either one of those. Yep, 3-2 Gertrude. Yeah, pretty badass look to him. Like, he just looks and feels good. It feels good when you get a kill on a Din. Like, I've got clips. I shared these with Joby. I should probably show them to you guys too, of like Terror Zone battles with Mosaic Sins and Zons. And these ladder fools ain't ready for the top Din. Like, they step in to my Terror Zone and try to do what I'm doing. So what do I do as a Din player and as the top Din? I just fucking hostile them. And they sit there and they act like, oh, I've got a Mosaic Sin. There's nothing you can do about me. And then they get fucking slapped. And it's the same with the Zon. They're like, I've got all my minus res. I ain't got shit for light res. I'm just a better dueler than you. And we just wreck them. I got clips. King of the Terror Zone Hill, baby. Yeah, it's crazy. I might hold on. I might even just fire it up while we wait. Like while these guys getting ready, we might have this on the ready. All right, I might actually do it. Might jam it. All right, these guys starting up the 6th round. What could be the last one if CJ is felled. But CJ trying to make a big comeback here. He's trying to do this. He's trying to show and prove. This guy's trying to take him down. All right, here. I'm gonna get this going just in case. I'm gonna get it going so I can show you guys all of the juck fuckery. This is what goes on behind the scenes. I'm gonna get. I have a whole bunch of unlisted videos on my main channel that I don't show people. I don't release them. But I'll show you guys when we get some downtime. You're probably gonna judge me, but like I don't give a fuck, dude. This is what I do, and this is who I am. If you accept it, that's great. We can be friends. But if not, that's fine. I'ma still do it. So you know, it's just how it is. Just how it is. It ain't no thing either way. I'll show you guys though. It's some secret videos. It's some secret shit. Gertie off to a great start here versus CJ. He's landed some big damage with some strategic trap placement and constant pressure. And now he's forcing CJ on the back pedal. He's looking for his opportunity. He's looking for the opening here. Amazing trap play here from Gertie, I gotta say. It's very commendable, very good, especially when you're going up against a Savage Zon player like CJ. He's got all the tricks in the book. He's gonna punish you from range. He's gonna get that open wounds going. And look at this. So far, Gertie, no significant damage, man. He's still looking great in this matchup. Gertie trying to cruise it home here. Let's pop over to Gertie and actually just get a first-hand look at this top-tier Sin play here so far. This is what it looks like. Chasing down Candace. This is the first time we swapped over to Gertie, but man, look at this. Some CT casting. This is how he does it. He pushes the pressure. Looks like he got clipped there. But he's always looking for that name lock too, which is another thing, man. Looking for the name lock, and as soon as he sees any resistance, and as soon as CJ turns the table, starts jabbing him, closing that distance, that's when he's just going to quickly give it up. But look at this. The more he gets in, looks for the name lock, pushes the pressure with the Mind Blast, the more demoralizing it is for CJ. But CJ continues to land this pretty vicious damage versus Gertie, and now Gertie in a lot more trouble than he was a few seconds ago, and that's with CJ playing at a very low life total. Look at this. Gertie, like a gentleman, just Mind Blasts him once and then backs off. He says, yeah, I see you battle orders here. I'm gonna just Mind Blast you once, let you know it's good, and he just backs off. What a guy right there. What a respectful dueler. Yeah, it looks like Mind Blast PK will be the way of the Sin in this duel. And an incredible duel between two legends. Absolute savagery here. CJ says, I played the first half of that match so bad. Yeah, he got caught early in that last round there too. Like that was rough. But dude, we knew it was going to be like this. You got two savage duelers in a very fair back and forth matchup, and it's going to come down to who makes any sort of mistakes. Both of these players are capable of punishing the other if they make any of them. And very nicely done from both guys here. That was savage. Insane. Let's cut over, man. I think we got Clint. Is this Clint versus Squigs? Wait, who this? Who this, man? Who we got? I see Clint streaming right here. By the way, big virtual round of applause to those two guys. That was insane. Big cheers to them. So good to see CJ back, and what a devastating Zon threat he is. These guys are both legends in their own right, Gertie and CJ. So good to see them dueling each other in the Bloodmore once again. Big cheers to them, man. Let's tip one back for CJ and Gerds. And here we go. We've got Squigs versus Clint. This is going to be nuts, man. We've got Clint on a relatively new class for him right here. We don't see Clint on a barb much. We have seen him in the last couple of DFCs choose this class. All right, he appreciates the excitement and the challenge of a barb, but he's certainly going to have a rising DFC star to go up against here in Squigs. We've seen Squigs start piecing up duelers and growing before us in the Bloodmore, and now he's going to be tested against a barb player. He technically doesn't have the advantage here. This is not a fair duel, right? This ain't a fair duel. He's going up against a barb, but we've seen it is possible tonight, right? You got to be strategic. You got to pick your shots. And believe it or not, I think that's actually something that Squigs is very good at. We've seen it time and time again. Sometimes he's really picky with those bone spears, with those shots, but believe it or not, that's actually going to pay off for him in this duel. He needs to be picky. He needs to be very cautious in how he sets these up. And he certainly has a consistent player that he's going up against here in Clint Chias. This guy is a savage. We're going to see if he can get the job done on a barb. And he's going up against him, man, easily pushing the pressure, looking for those name locks. Clint getting in. And look at this. I'm actually pretty impressed to see these spears from long distance from Squigs, setting them up. Big damage from Squigs early on. And he's still chucking those spears. Spears win fights, man. That's what it is. And he gets some big damage in there, punishing him from all angles, man. He's got the bone spirits to back him up, and he's looking for the spears. Much respect to Squigs for that. Even looking for the opportunistic bone prisons. Look at this. Top level necro shit, man. Squigs sitting in the bone prison waiting for the exchange. Encouraging his opponent to try to stomp him, to try to get in there and try to implement those zerks. He says, that's your only option. You want to get in this bone prison and start whirlwinding me, it's going to be a bad time for you. Very high level plays there from Squigs. That's really good, man. This guy, I'm telling you, rising star. We see him grow every match in the DFC. This guy's getting better. But how will he play when he starts getting clipped by that whirlwind? Everybody's got a game plan until they get punched in the face. And as soon as Clint punches him in the digital face with his barb, how will that change things? We're going to find out. Big damage here so far from the Alucard, aka the Squigs. No teeth cheese in sight. That's right, man. He ain't doing it that way. This boy doing it right. Spears and spirits only. Respectable player right here. Yeah, great barb play here from Clint. Big hits early on. Now Squigs retreating to recast that bone armor, but he's still looking all right. He's still looking okay. This is one of the things we've seen from some barb players here tonight is the reluctancy to cast that Oak Sage or to recast it, and that can be very dangerous teleporting around the moor. A lot of times you're in this zone of just looking for the name lock, looking to push the pressure, especially on your necro opponent, right? But a lot of times you see this, Clint failing to recast that Oak Sage before he commences the chase. And that can be extremely dangerous because that opens you up to just randomly teleporting into a bone spirit, right? And your Oak is no longer there to protect you. Big hits there from both players. Good exchange, man. Clint getting some big damage in too. And now Squigs is very low. It is very possible for Clint to come back and finish this. And that is why it's so important to keep that Oak Sage up. He just took 3 bone spirits unabated, unhindered from that Oak Sage. And that was some big damage. This went from achievable to maybe believable, but he's got a shot, but it's certainly one that's creeping its way into the depths of hell as we speak. Beautiful spear there yet again from Squigs. The leap is interesting. It gives you the opportunity to get a name lock, but it's rather deceptive and certainly doesn't work like it used to. You know, it gives you the opportunity to get a name lock, possibly to get a whirlwind in there, but the stun doesn't work like it used to, right? Like, you can't just perpetually lock your Necro opponent out. You're only going to get a small window of time to grab a name lock, and then in all of the moves that you're pulling off there, it's possible that your opponent just teleports away, right? And if they do, you're going to be under even more enormous pressure to get that damage in there. Beautiful round there from Squigs. Nicely done. Starting things off 1-0 for this guy. But here we go, man. This is a good match. So far, we've seen that the Barbs, I believe, are 0-1 so far to the Necro players. Necro OP, man. Someone's going to stop those Necro players. We did, in the DFC, limit the Necro block in all situations to 30%. Like, it's one of those classes that we did that in the past. I think we had it limited in the grand old days of Vamp the Champ to 42%, and now we've just killed more shit and limited it to 30. Fuck them. Like, Necro is a very powerful class, man. They got that massive magic damage that they get from having so many synergetic points into all of their skills. It just gets vicious, and it looks so rewarding. It's so fun when any other character can catch them, especially a Barb, right? Nothing is more exciting than a Barb player pushing the pressure, capitalizing, crushing a Necro with some vicious gameplay. Beautiful hits there from Squigs. I love it that he's casting that Bone Prison and kind of setting himself up for later exchanges, teleporting into them. Beautiful spears there. Spears winning fights, man. We've seen Squigs land more spears than any other Necro in NVB tonight. This guy really looking for his windows, really looking for his opportunities, and capitalizing on them. Well, the way around Bone Armor is just to get a Chain Zerk, dude. The Zerk is not stopped at all by Bone Armor. In fact, all of the DR that a Necro might have stacked up is completely negated by a well-timed Zerk. It just, you're two Zerks. Just boom, boom. You get caught flat-footed, that's it, man. You have 30 block, you're going to get double Zerked, and it's it. So it's like the golden Hail Mary for a Barb, is to look for those chain Zerks, right? That's why it's super rewarding in this matchup in particular, you know, as opposed to the Whirlwind. But that's certainly what you want to go for. It gets right through the Bone Armor, it gets through everything. The other thing is if you can catch them really good with Whirlwinds, that's also a way to get there. But, man, life is rough for a Barb no matter how you slice it. But the Necro is technically one of their better matchups, technically. It's only on paper. Really does depend on how good the Necro is, I think, because a good Necro probably can't be caught by some of the best Barbs. But just how it's shaken out in the DFC, it's a decent matchup. Yeah, Whirlwind makes for a nice finish. If you can get in there, man, it's really good. You know what I really like for this matchup right here? I actually like a Throw Barb. As crazy as it sounds, I think Throw Barb is it turns this matchup from like fair to, in the hands of a good player, unfair for the Necro. Like, they just end up IBSing across the map, wasting all their mana. And a good Barb player on a Throw Barb, I think, could make it look insane. Yeah, that's for sure. Or even one good Zerk hit is a lot of times all it takes. Like, one good Zerk hit will sometimes, you know, put your opponent so low that Whirlwind will probably finish. Clint actually doing a great job looking for these name locks. Now, Clint is whirlwinding in here, and you'll notice mid-whirlwind, his cursor is just hunting for his opponent. He's looking to re-grab the name lock, and he has scored some pretty serious damage by the looks here. I just got a quick life check there on Alucard, aka the Squigs, and it looks like he's actually pieced him up pretty good. Oh man, big hits there from Clint. And oddly enough, an actual chase. You saw that Squigs actually just chased him. He knew he was trying to get out of the way of those Bone Spirits, and he took that opportunity to chase him. Squigs is a phenomenal, different kind of Necro player. Well, the reason why the throw barb I think is a pretty unfair for the necros. If you set it up right, well, you could go a couple of ways with it. You could have poison charms with trangs to help you hit the cast breakpoints easier, and then the poison gets a hold of the necro, and it's really bad because it's a distance item, like it's a distance attack, so the poison is amplified. So you have that angle, but then you also have the angle of like you could go knockback gloves and put them in stun animation after a long range throw, which just opens them up to vicious whirls. And there it is, dude. Squigs gets there again. Very beautifully done. Now 2-0 in favor of the Squigs. Well, with the throw barb, you just replace Zerk on a good barb anyway. You just replace Zerk with throw, and then you can basically Zerk from afar, right? You can Zerk from afar. It's pretty good. I mean, it's equally as good. The throw damage is just insane on barbs. And like I said, if you mix like, you could mix a reasonable amount of 451s in there, okay? You could put one 451 and it's still very good. But if you go the Cooley route on your throw barb and you have like 5 or 6 451s, it keeps your opponents very honest. And then if you figure you also have a Widowmaker in there, well, now you're just dueling a Tranzon, right? You got the jabs, the bow, and the fucking guy doesn't know what to do. By the time you get in there, instead of just having the jabs, you also got Whirlwind. I think it gets very unfair for a Necro on a throw barb. On a Cooley throw barb, I think I could fell some pretty heavy Necros. It might be a long duel. They might start trying to gay me and sit there spamming IBS across the map, but I mean, I'll still get them. Yes, you do, Bruno. I don't know why you haven't already. Yeah, and it's got to be like, make sure it's in like old Western, like hillbilly style, like some hillbilly music. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know why that doesn't exist already. Yeah, that sounds a lot dirtier than it is, Odin. But trust me, the comparison that you're making there is actually pretty accurate to how it feels and looks. It's just spraying a bunch of uncontrolled shit all across the map. That's what a Necro does. Yeah, oh hell yeah, Bruno. That's it. I can't wait to hear it. We might have to replace the DFC song with Widowmaker song. Sneaky moves there from Clint. He was trying to hold on to that name lock in case Squigs decided to close the distance. He was going to surprise him. But wisely, Squigs chose to increase the distance and break that lock, because that was bad. That could have been pretty vicious, especially if he had a Zerk to follow it up. Clint certainly seems to be deferring to that Whirlwind, though. That's how he wants to deliver the damage. He's not necessarily going out his way to hunt for that Zerk. He just wants to get in with a Whirlwind and get out. Now, the only thing that really opens him up to is as soon as Squigs figures that out and he starts bone prisoning as soon as the barb gets on his screen, Clint's going to be fucked, and he's going to be forced to Zerk. Because when he does that, what you're going to see is Squigs laying down the bone prison. Yep, there it is. And now he's going to teleport right into that bone prison. And now he's got free shots. He's got free hits. The barb can't fucking do anything unless he Zerks. Unless he gets in there and starts Zerking, Clint's not going to do shit to him. He's going to get up in there. He's going to whirl. And after that whirl, it's going to hit the bone prison. All of that shit's going to be blocked. And there it is, man. Beautifully done from Squigs. 3-0 so far in this very tough matchup. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what you want to see, Philiac, right? Like, and here's the thing. You got to respect Clint for this, because Clint is a savage Sin player. This guy is a nasty Sin player who's diversifying his threats, is what he's doing. And the second that probably the reason why he's deferring to Whirlwind on this is because he's used to Whirlwind. It's like the bread and butter that he probably used on some of his Sin variants, right? He's used to it. He knows how it works. He's very good with his angles, his locks, but he often doesn't look for that name lock Zerk finish, right? He's playing it like a Sin, which is really good to land that whirlwind. But he's trying to diversify his threats here with his barb. He's trying to get better, I would guess. If I had to guess, the real reason Clint is running this barb, not only to take a break from the Sin, but it's to work on those chain locks, which might be a hole in his Sin game, right? Like if he gets better at looking for these Zerks and works on that, he's going to be better at chain locking on a Sin with Fire Blast and shit. I think this is just a way for Clint to sharpen his Sin skills in a very exaggerated way. Exactly. It's its own thing, man. It's its own skill. It's a very different thing. I mean, it just requires you to get some very nasty chain locks, some telly locks, but then also know when to give it up and to start swinging again. Yeah, it's certainly a different whirlwind style than a Sin, dude. I mean, some of it's the same. Some of it's the same if you can play on a Ghost Sin, for example. Some of it's very similar, except for, you know, the Sin has Mind Blast and can set these things up. Instead of Mind Blast, the barb is going to go with Leap to try to set things up, right? It's very similar in the whirlwind sense. Beautiful hits there from Clint. Teleporting away to re-up on that Oak Sage. Very smart. I think he noticed in that exchange right there that he needs it up, man. Squigs is always having some vicious damage with his Bone Spears, Bone Spirits. He's all very quick on it. And now he's really throwing... He's throwing the Bone Prison into his attacks here, too. Like, he's throwing that into his regular repertoire. He's becoming a very... difficult Necro to deal with in these exchanges. And Clint is noticing that. He's taking the precautions. He's adapting very well in this duel and scoring some big shots here. I would doubt the neck is max DR. It's oftentimes, if you do that, you have to give up cast break points, which is not a good thing versus a barb because they have really good cast break points. So you have to like stay ahead of them and punish them. So it's very rare, I think, for a Necro to go max DR. You don't really need to either because you have the bone armor, right, which is going to absorb a lot of integer physical damage. So it's probably not uncommon to see a Necro have like somewhere around 39 to 46 DR, but rarely do you ever see 50. Yeah, and then there's also Zerking, right? Right, they could Zerk and just completely negate it. Now, it is possible. You could have like double bared COA and have like a Dunkos, and then that will get you there. You know, you might be thinking that's only 46, but with your Enigma, there's another bear rune in there, making it 54. So it's totally possible. But then at that point, you've kind of overclocked your DR and you're being inefficient. But put it this way, if my opponent was basically scoring whirlwind points on me, I would switch to 46 DR. 100%. Shield on barb for max block sound, obviously. Duh. Would you want to get hit by that golem? I wouldn't. Yeah, man. Fucking blood golem's a little bitch getting in there swinging free damage. I'll negate that free damage all day. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Sound knows what's up. Come on, get on board, Primo. Don't you know these things? Jesus. I think it's a bad idea to have max block versus a Necro. Do you even play D2? What the fuck, man? Come on. Yeah, it's very strange to see a shield on a barb versus a Necro. Put it this way, it's strange based on the player. Like, when Montriana does it, I'm like, there's probably a reason. I get it. It's probably a Phoenix. It's probably a, you know, he's probably ensuring that his grief hits Like, you know what I mean? And it's probably a Phoenix who's like, I totally get it. He's looking for the Zerk. He's meeting its IAS breakpoints and ensuring max damage with grief. Like, you know what I mean? It just depends on who's doing it. Or I'm like, oh, okay. Like, all right. I know there's probably a reason for it because he's probably using some other item that's different. Like, it just all depends. Shield versus Neku, BOTD. Yeah, it might actually not be a bad idea because if you're zerking and it all gets converted to magic, that could be pretty vicious. Especially if you have like a Phoenix. Can you imagine all that getting converted to magic? You might actually one-tap your opponent. You would... Oh, man. Clint just ran out of mana at the worst time there. Squigs capitalizing on it and finishing with a 4-0 victory. Insane, man. That is a dominant victory for Squigs and speaks volumes for him. Clint ain't no chump, man. This guy is a savage. Sharpening those barb skills, that's for sure. I think probably in Clint's next barb matchup, he might have been practicing on those Zerks. I could bet. There was a couple of times I think he would have slammed Squigs with some chain Zerks. He let him get in too close a couple of times. But Clint just, he opted for the whirlwind, which did clip Squigs, but gave him the opportunity to teleport away. If you would have got in a couple of those exchanges and had the Zerk ready, it would have been over. Don't like Zerkin versus Nat Cooley? Oh, word. Okay, yeah, he's just choosing not to. He doesn't like doing it. And it could also be, I mean, the whirlwinding your opponent is so much more fun, and especially when you've got a Necro. He's got a point too. If your Necro only has 30% block, like why not just whirl and turn it into a duel? Sick ring, by the way, the 5.5 point ring right there, or no, actually 5-point ring. Savage, man. Good duel from these guys. Impressive victory, I gotta say, from the Squigs, man. That was pretty solid. All right, look. After this duel, I want to show you guys something, but if you judge me, then fuck you, all right? It ain't gonna change nothing. Your approval of the things that I do are not gonna change a fucking thing about what I do. I just want you to know that right off the bat. All right, here was me the other day. We were just doing a random terror zone on ladder. It was like 3 a.m. And as you guys know, we run some fucking dirty bales. All right, now say what you say. You're always going to have heroes and people who talk shit and blah, blah, they get all mad and shit. But I got to show you this, all right? This is what we did. We were in here. And we had a hero. We had somebody who was being a hero. We also stole this game from someone who got pissed that we did this to somebody in his game where he should have been teleporting faster than me to the throne, but he wasn't. So to that I say, just get good. Be good, and people wouldn't get killed in your game. You just got to get good, right? But this is how it is. So what we did was we just stole his game. And then we started dirty TPing people so that his game name gained a bad reputation and people started associating it with dirty TPs. Is it a rotten thing to do? Perhaps. But don't be talking shit to the top din on ladder. On ladder or otherwise, we will fucking ruin you. All right? It's what we do. And here it was. So we're in a bail game here. And you can tell we've got this guy, Mr. Strain, saying don't enter troll portal. He's trying to save this guy. He's trying to save him. He's trying to warn everybody, don't enter. This guy's a troll, which I'm not a troll. Last I checked, I'm a human being. I'm not a troll. And then he's calling me a troll, saying I live under a bridge or something. Just leave. Don't enter the TP. You should just leave. Don't do it. Right? And then you got more people joining the game. There's a fucking dirt TP. Like, if you can see the map, there's a dirt TP, and it's like somewhere right there on the map, right? And, you know, he's warning people. He's telling them I live under a bridge and shit, and, you know, all of this. And there it is again, just telling people not to enter. But what does somebody do? Bam! Someone enters, all right? And they get slain by a Death Lord. So I had to immediately check what level this guy was, and boom, look at that. This guy was a 96 barb. We got a 96 with an absolute shit dirt TP, and you can judge all you want, but I actually LOL'd. The mic was muted in the recording, but I actually LOL'd. And yeah, like we got him. A 96 barb right off the rip with the dirt, absolute dirt TP. On top of a game name that we stole from somebody else who was probably trying to be good, and do some good things. But you want to know what happened in that game, dude? So this guy had a bail game going and he was running him. He was teleporting to the throne. But I just went to level 2 to do my battle orders in case he was trying to run some dirty TPs. And I noticed that there was a ton of souls like right up above the waypoint. So I just made a Worldstone 2 waypoint or Worldstone 2 TP by all of these souls. And immediately 3 people stepped into it and died. The dude who made the game got pissed and started talking shit and was like, don't do this stuff in my lobby, Cooley. And I was like, what are you talking about? This isn't your lobby. And then he got all pissed and said some shit. And I said, well, that joke's on you. This is my lobby now. And I stole his game name. He ended up trying to make it private, called all his friends to try to make the games in front of him, but I just didn't give up and kept making them for the whole hour, wrecked his whole fucking bail game. He was trying to get up on his horse, so he never changed his fucking game name. Joke's on him. I ruined all of his fucking runs. Ruined mine too, but that wasn't the point. Like, I ruined his. It's like, ruining mine is like, that's fine. We'll get new blood every once in a while that don't understand the dirty TPs, and your runs will actually be ruined. So like, we did that. He got pissed, was talking some shit and all of this. And then in the meantime, we killed a level 96 barb. I would say it was a big win. Like, I enjoyed myself. I had a lot of fun during that hour, but I don't think he did. So it's sort of unfortunate. That's one hidden video we've got on the, as you can see, like it's unlisted video, 96 down. And we just posted that like 20 hours ago. But yeah, then there's some other shit. I just share this with like Maddie and Joby and shit when it happens. Try to steal some bot games, people are so obvious. Oh yeah, I've done that before too. PK'd the bots and shit. I do steal the game names when people don't join my bail games because they realize who it is making them. I start making the game names of bots so they join those thinking they're safe, and then we do it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And then this was me on the throw barb just after I retokened it. There was a bunch of people that were just fucking around in pubs, so we just killed them. This is a fire sword. We just looking for that, we looking to kite them a little bit, looking to piss them off, and then get in there and smack them just like that, baby. Just like that. That's one. Oh, this is Scythe. We know this guy. Yeah, we got a good kill here, I think, on him. Yeah, he started learning the build a little bit though, and then he was getting other kills on me, but obviously we didn't clip those. We just clipped the nasty PKs here. Then we got a Sin. Yeah, pretty easy, man. I know I'll make it look easy, but this is top throw barb shit. Look at this, dude. He's trying to out whirlwind me. He thinks I'm weak to the whirlwind or something. We just fucking smash him. Just smash him right there. Yeah, and then this one's pretty cool. Maddie actually thought I was hacking versus this guy because if you see it, you see it. And you might think I'm hacking too, but you've got to have a keen eye, right? You've got to have a keen eye to see what's going on. But trust me, I'm not hacking. It's just top din playing on a barb. All right, see if you notice it. See if you notice the same thing he did. Just piecing up an H-din over here. Did you guys notice what he might have thought I was hacking with? It happened. It happened. Did you see it? Did you see it? It happened like right about yeah, it's like happening here. Like this is actually a perfect frame to jump back to. Maddie thought I was hacking. Do you see it? So I have a name lock on him, as you can tell from his name right here. And I'm also whirlwinding. Like, so I've got a name lock, and I'm also whirlwinding away. And he was like, "You're a hacker," but that's just top din shit on a barb, dude. I can't really explain it. It's just top din shit on a barb. No, it's left throw lock, dude. That's all it is. So you just grab the throw lock with left click, and then you're actually just free to do whatever you want on your right click. So you can whirlwind away, you can telly stomp. Like I could telly stomp him here if I wanted to. Like, yeah, but that's what it was. And then there was a lamp wannabe after this, I think, that joined the game. So like we killed him, and then someone was joined up on a Blizzork. Or no, this guy was just BMing. He was just sitting outside of town trying to shoot people, so I just like killed him real quick. This whirlwind, baby, that whirlwind damage is like, it's not like a real whirlwind barb, but you know, it's like not bad. And then the frame here says it all. This guy came in, I can't remember what he was saying, but he was probably like, Lamp is the best dueler. Can't wait to be like Lamp. So obviously he wasn't ready, but we just like threw jabs at him and just fucked him, dude. Just fucking killed him. That was it. Yeah. Yeah, that's it, dude. Simple as that. Like just two jabs, easy ES too. Just 2 jabs, man. Yeah, and then this is me. I was talking earlier about top din skills on ladder too, and I know you guys think I'm joking, but there's sometimes people get out in there and they try to take your terror zone when you're in these bot games. They have plenty of bot games. They can go around in and do their terror zone, but they choose to try to take the one of the top din. All right, and you know, so sometimes we got to teach them a lesson. So we've got a guy out here. I'm just IDing shit, and oh look, there's a mosaic sin down here, just hostile. Just straight, he actually hostiled me this game because he was sick of me being in the terror zone. That was a fucking mistake. But look at that. Yeah, okay, we got no res, but we back off, and then we start doing top din shit. This is called the red herring. He gets some damage. He notices, he's like, oh, I got him. I'm so good at PvP. I almost got him. So he starts chasing like a fucking idiot. And then he just gets smashed, dude. Top din shit. We take it, we leave. That's just what it is. And then we've got a Zon. Then we've got a Zon out here, and he tried to give us some static too. You can see, I think I actually hostiled him here. But he ain't ready, dude. Look at this. He's trying to get up there and poke. He's got his merc and shit with his convictions. We had to take out his merc for a fair fight. You know, only losers go with the merc. And then he just tries to stomp me and doesn't even know how to get out of a hammer field, and he's level 98. Like, that's what I'm saying, man. You know, you can't be trying to take my terror zone on ladder. It just doesn't ever work out that well. We just fucking smash and trash. Yeah, and then this guy steps out, little Blizzard Sork. We ain't even got cold res. We didn't go to the stash and get ready for this. We're just topped in shit, man. Look, this is what it is. We just fucking look for that name lock, we stomp, get the fuck out of my game, you know? Get in my terror zone, try to do some shit. Yeah, it's just the king of the terror zone hill, man. That's how it is. That's how it is. You fuck around, you find out on ladder, and it's just as simple as that. Yeah, dude wasn't, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, they stay there and they act like they're gonna get it, but the bros ain't ready. I meant what I said when I said ladder ain't ready for the top din shit, man. Well, I wasn't even on my game. I could have locked him better. I could have, you know, but he was just bad. That's the story of all those guys. They're just bad. You know, they think they're good, but as soon as you see the top din has expressed hostility towards you, I expect a letter of apology and then a save and exit. That's what I would expect, but some of these guys just don't see it that way. I don't understand why. All right, Paulie's about to jam. All right, yeah, GG, man. That's sick. Is it going to be Paulie versus Sweaty Betty? Oh, man. Let's get into it, man. Let's see how this one's going to go. This is going to be quite the matchup. Welcome to the DFC. We're likely going to see some very unique builds going up against each other tonight. In this corner right here, we have got Polytheist on his legendary shaman build. This is commonly called the Fire Druid. He's got a couple of different variations of damage that he delivers. He's got physical damage, fire damage, very hard to prepare for them both, right? That's what it is. And then also in this corner, we've got Sweaty Betty. And I would expect no less from this guy than hopefully a bow sword, but I don't think we're going to see it. It looks like he's set up with an SS. What the fuck is this? Where's the bow sword? He doesn't like to, as he calls it, or as we call it, he doesn't like to gay some opponents that he has a lot of respect for, and I don't understand why. I think that could actually be a very fun duel, bow sword versus the Fire Druid here, but he's chosen to go full lightning sword, and that's also, though, happens to be something you don't really see a lot of in the DFC. So yeah, either way, we're going to see two very rare, very unique builds going at it, going toe-to-toe in the DFC. We're going to see who comes out on top. We've got Sweaty Betty on the ES Lightning Sorceress, and we've got Polytheist on the Shaman Druid. I would guess the Shaman Druid. We just signed him up on Druid because he has actually been practicing on a Wind Druid. So he could have swapped it up. You never know. It looks like he was on the Shaman though. Yeah. Paulie, low-key funny as fuck. Yeah, dude, he's good. He's good. He's a good dude, man. He's been streaming every day, too. Like, dude's been streaming every day. So, if you ever want to see some top-tier Druid play, man, this guy's where it's at. Join his streams. He's oftentimes doing team duels and tournaments. He's a really good dude. Check him out. It's _Polytheist on Twitch, I believe. _Polytheist. Yeah, he gets like super high sometimes too. He's a pretty chill dude. Hilarious, chill, just good vibes from his streams, man. Always. Oh man, big hits from Polytheist, and he's wrecking that energy shield from Sweaty Betty. Now Sweaty Betty gonna have to increase the distance here. Polytheist trying to close that distance, deal some mid-range damage with the volcanoes and the molten boulders, and of course the Armageddons. See this right here? I wonder if Sweaty Betty's wishing he would have gone with that bow sword right about now. Landing these lightning shots on a player like Polytheist is gonna be pretty tough, but he's gonna go for it. Always pushing the pressure and closing the distance. Man, it could get deadly here real quick. And he's lost his ES. Yeah, and he's gonna swap to, okay, all right, at least he has something that's like one would consider slightly cheesy. He's got the insight out there to replenish some of that mana. I gotta say, some people would call it cheesy, but top sort players like myself would call that fucking genius. You get that mana ripped away, you swap to the insight, and you make it a duel. Nothing says rep to full like when mana is your life and you have the meditation aura at your disposal. He casually asks for cigarettes. Does he really? I haven't seen that yet. Yo, anyone got a cigarette, man? Fuck. Yeah, in a real duel, this is what you gotta do, man. That's what I would do. Santiana all the time. Notorious for busting out that insight and turning these into a duel. Nothing says rep to full like meditation on an ES sword. You want to turn this into a rep to full battle, I will win. I say jam it, man. He's gonna need to do it. Polytheist is gonna punish him for it. And the good thing, the thing is, a lot of people say, oh, he has sorks and mana and all this stuff. Well, the point is, like, an 88 ES, which is the cap in the DFC, is not gonna block all the damage. Like, you're gonna still take damage to your life total, no matter how you slice it. Unless your opponent is doing absolutely ridiculously low damage, like, you're still gonna take damage to your life total. So it doesn't really save you, even if you can keep your mana up all the time. And also in the DFC, mana pots are banned on an ES sword, so like you can't just chuck them down. Sork is trash. What can I say? When people know how to beat it, they know how to beat it. And when you get a player like Polytheus pushing constant pressure, doing his thing, he knows what to do. But also, Sweaty Betty not to be underestimated on any sorceress, not just the bow sorceress, which has come to make this guy famous. The Sweaty Betty build is what some people call it. Damn, there it is, man. Big win for Polytheus. This guy's pretty savage on a lightning sorceress. He's got the sorceress prowess, man. That's just how it is. Very nicely done so far. Man, oh man, what a first round there. I wonder if there's going to be any swaps from these guys. I wonder if we're just going to see a full token. Sweaty Betty says, fuck it. He takes the gloves right off, busts out the Widowmaker, and says it's time to have a real duel. Honestly, I think that would probably be better for Polytheist, wouldn't it? If he can get the tele locks, like all he has to do is just close the distance. It'd be an interesting duel either way. Poly plays like a Karen at target. Your only option is to run. Yeah, exactly. He's always got something to say, and he's going to get up in your face when he says it. And he's going to just spew his molten boulder of shit that you're not going to want to be around for. Right? That's a very good comparison. Paulie, the Karen of the shaman druids, gonna be right up in your face with a whole bunch of shit that you don't even want to hear. Right? You don't want that anywhere around. It's yeah, he does it in a very interesting way. So his lightning boa sork he does have enchant for some added damage, but believe it or not, the big damage comes from his use of dream and lightning mastery. So a lot of the damage that you actually get from the Widowmaker is lightning damage. Even though there is some added damage with enchant and, you know, fire mastery, a lot of it just comes from the lightning damage. It's a weird synergy with the added lightning damage from from your lightning mastery, and with how it works on ranged weapons with an item like Dream, with the Holy Shock Aura. It's very weird how the damage is calculated. It was certainly something that was added in one of the recent patches, but it really adds up, man, and it's not any more evident on a character than like a lightning boa sword. Like the lightning damage and fire damage that you catch from that bow, and he'll also mix in poison charms in there, taking advantage of full, ridiculous ranged elemental damage, which is something that was buffed in, I think, patch like 2.7 or something like that for D2R. He takes full advantage of all the nastiest elemental damage of, in so many different ways. It's crazy. He uses things like Trangul's gloves for the added poison damage to buff up the elemental range damage on his poison charms. The aura plus the lightning mastery. And then the enchant probably does the least amount of damage on it, because there's no real aura to back it up. It's kind of strange, but also insanely cool. Yeah, really cool build, man. He doesn't bust it out often. He's oftentimes in recent history in the DFC gone with the lightning sorceress, and he's scoring some big hits versus Polytheus. Polytheus is doing the walkdown strategy, trying to close the distance and avoid Sweaty Betty's hits here, but Sweaty Betty is cutting him off with some very well-placed lightning attacks. And those things are stinging him, dude. Those things are really stinging him. Let's go over to Polytheist and see what these molten boulders got to say about this matchup here. Polytheist in trouble. He's been connected upon here by a few very well-placed lightning attacks, and now it's on him to close the distance safely and hopefully not get cracked by any more. It's a very interesting build, and the way to deal with Polytheus in a large regard is to try to outrange him. He's kind of a short range to mid-range dueler with very little long-range capabilities. But in this matchup in particular, Sweaty Betty can outrange him with the lightning attacks. The only drawback is the lightning attacks have very slow cast frames, so you leave yourself wide open, and if Polytheus can see that as his opportunity to close the distance and actually punish you with a close-range Molten Boulder or all of the other residual attacks that come with the Fire Druid, he can do some pretty serious damage to an ES Sork. So that's sort of the challenge. That's sort of the trade, you know, the back and forth trade, the cat and mouse game, if you will. We'll always root for Paulie. Super chill and nice player. Yeah, he's just such a good dude. He's also, dude, I mean, aside from that, even if you take that out of it, right? And if all you had to judge Polytheist on was just the way he plays Fire Druid, he's second to none, super skilled. And I gotta say how rare that is in a streamer. I'm so happy that Polytheist streams, because what's so rare in a streamer, and anyone who streams any game, what's super rare is for someone to not only be a good, entertaining person, but to also be extremely skilled, like top of the line skilled on their build. And that is Polytheist. Like he's top tier, S tier player on a Fire Druid. There's none better in the world. So you have that going for him. But then he's also super chill, super funny dude. Like really enjoyable guy to come chill with on stream. Yeah, exactly. This burning soul is hard to kill. Yeah, exactly. I hope he came in with the T-Gods, man. Shit. Or actually, he can't. Can he not do it? I'd have to check the rules. Regardless, this is a good duel so far. Big hits from Sweaty Betty here, too. I told you, Sweaty Betty not to be underestimated on any sort of Sork that he plays on these days. This Lightning Sork's still very good, man. Like, it's so hard to land these lightning attacks, and it's not a build that we're used to seeing, right? Like, you don't often see a Lightning Sork, period, let alone jamming at the highest level in DFC, and actually, like, is stacking up wins, getting wins on players, going up against players like Polytheist. You don't really see that a lot. Soul's OP, yep. By the way, Dong, big cheers to you, man. So good to see you, brother. Hiya, Foos. I was like AFK when you joined my game. Yeah, I do that all the time. Foos joins. He's always got some point to prove, thinks he can beat me. And I just AFK too. I don't blame you, dude. Yeah. He's part of Clan Cobra Kai. Yeah. Yeah, AFK. AFK. That's what it is. Yeah, Foos gets up in there. He's like, yo, Cooley, I bet you can't beat my tile Sork. AFK. Yeah, AFK. There's no win in that. If you win, you should have won. And if you lose, he's going to make fun of you for it. Just go AFK. It's the only consistent way to beat Foozer. AFK. Simple. That's it. It's the only consistent way to beat him. You don't want to lose to a tile Sork. AFK. It was a stoner lounge game? Yeah. Polytheist must have been there. For sure. No? Yeah, dude, super chill vibes on his stream. I was telling him that. I was like, dude, it's just like a whole different vibe on a Poly stream. It's really cool. Both of these guys looking to get in their final points of damage, and one would figure that the lower these life totals get, the more of an advantage that is for Sweaty Betty, because it forces Polytheist to get in, close the distance, and deal significant damage that likely won't come from Armageddon. As long as Sweaty Betty can be mindful of where Poly has been, he won't necessarily find himself falling into these Armageddons, right? Like, and it forces Polytheist to close the distance and actually land a land like a molten boulder. And look at this, Polytheist trying to counter that and actually swap to bear form so that if he does get hit, he just goes to 1 life. This is the way he protects himself when he's at a low life total here, especially when the heat is on. Now we've got Sweaty Betty using the lightning bolts here. Trying to hit from a distance, trying to wear down that cyclone armor. I gotta say, that's kind of cool. That's an interesting strategy. But now Sweaty Betty made the wrong move, teleporting into where that Armageddon has been. But the thing is, he's on an ES sorceress, so the longer the duel goes on, the more life he's gonna rep, the better off he's gonna look. You know, he's going to be all set up for these exchanges where he can get in, deliver some damage, kind of risk getting up close. And that's just the longer that the duel goes on. That's the nature of it. So it sort of does, in these situations, put a lot of pressure on Paulie to close it out. Yeah, it's sort of a strange build, Dio, that we don't see a lot of, but like, man, the lightning goes through the pets too, doesn't it? Like, won't a bolt of lightning just go through pets? Like, it hits you through pets. Like, doesn't care that they're there. Score so far, I believe, is 1-0 Paulie. We might cut over to Mesa in the Discord after this round too. Check and see what's going on with that. I know Mesa's set up and ready to go. I see him streaming live here. He might be throwing down. After this round right here, we'll have to check it out. Yeah, I believe it's 1-0 Polytheus. Yeah, full screen meteor shower. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, it's sort of random with the way that this said meteor shower comes down. It's a little bit lagged, and it's sort of random. It's almost like Blizzard in the sense that you can't really predict exactly where it's going to come down. You're sort of at the mercy of the RNG. You know, sure, it helps to cast it and be very close to your opponent, but even then, it's not a guaranteed, and it's certainly a little bit of lag. That's why Polytheus mixes it up, and he has like, he has some molten boulders in there. You also see him using volcano. He'll grab those name locks and just like drop a volcano under somebody. And that's also very devastating. It's not the most damage, but especially against an ES Orc, it will start ripping away their mana. It will, do some residual damage to negate the life rep. Like, it's just a very inconvenient thing to do. And now Polytheus trying to stay in close to Sweaty Betty and let that Armageddon come down and do its thing. That's what he's trying to do now. Exactly, dude. Only the skilled few can handle the tool set. Yeah, the toolkit of what's involved. It's true. It's very true. Those might have been some big hits right there for Polytheist. He actually, Sweaty Betty got caught a little flat-footed there for a little too long in the same area. It's very possible that some of those Armageddons came down and did some damage. Blue is a good example of a nutty ES Orc that can be super strong. They have high damage. It breaks the Cyclone armor every hit and also damages the Druid too. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, on a high roll, they can do like 55 to 60k, probably even more. I mean, if you factor in like negative res and shit. Ooh, nice shot there from off screen by Sweaty Betty. That's kind of cool too. That lightning just travels forever. It's almost like a little trap. Oh my god, beautiful closing of the distance from Polytheist. Might have got some damage in there, wrecked the mana of Sweaty Betty, but it is hard to finish, man. Sweaty's gonna make this a duel. Dude, I'm honestly pumped to see this. This is really a duel between these two. Like, this is pretty epic. It's really the pressure is on Paulie to finish because Sweaty Betty can address from a greater distance. The real question is, can Paulie get there, grab the name lock quickly, get a volcano up under him with enough time and pressure to really force him to do something, force him to move, and then when he does move, where is he going? Is he going into some residual Armageddons? Do you have the Fisher ready? Like, how does it go? The other thing, as an ES sorceress, she can't use any added resistance, whether it's fire, lightning, anything. Her resistances are capped at 75. Can't cheese it up and stack those any higher. So a lot of this fire damage is probably going to the life total in one way or another, and you can see that. Even though ES might be absorbing a lot of it, it is still whittling him down, even through the rep life, everything, right? So all of this residual damage is getting in there. Paulie would love an absolutely perfect exchange between a Telly Stomp, some Armageddons coming down, and just to absolutely flood that area of the map with Armageddon. It would be great. Big hit there from Sweaty Betty. But unfortunately, he's gonna have to keep chipping away because Sweaty Betty isn't gonna give it to him like that. He isn't gonna stick around in those Armageddons for too long. But Polytheus is a king at making you do that, right? He's a king King getting you to stay around a little too long at an uncomfortably close distance. We're going to see if he can do it here versus Sweaty Betty. He's very close. He's very close, but he's probably also one big lightning hit away from dying. Now he's trying to kite him in a little bit. This is now turned into a mid-range duel to the death. Both of these guys skating on their last sliver of life, and it becomes a question of who can finish, who can actually get in there and deliver the last bit of damage safely. You know, I'm sure both of these guys could just telestomp and try to get in there willy-nilly, but it's not necessarily the smartest thing to do. Right? You got to pick your shots. You got to pick your opportunities and make sure that when you do close the distance that you're not in any real danger of dying. Now, like I said, again, I think that favors polytheists. You can close the distance, possibly even morph back to, morph to bear form and just force your opponent to stay in close and look for the name lock. All while implementing your own game plan, right? Imposing your will through Volcano, Fissure, random Armageddon hits. Like, there's a lot of things. ES Orcs cannot use Flickering Flame. Yep, that's true. Can't use it because it adds to added max fire res. Well, put it this way, you could use Flickering Flame as long as you weren't dueling against a fire-based build. That's the way that the DFC rules are. Like, let's say you're dueling a Cold Sork and you wanted to use a Flickering Flame, that's completely fine. You can have 95 fire res all you want. Jam it, slam it, Alabama it. Doesn't matter. It only comes into play if your opponent does significant damage with the element in question. Then it's BM. Theoretically, she also couldn't use Infernos. No. Like, so against a fire-based character, she could not use Infernos. She is capped at 75 max res. Cannot use any max res. Yep, ES is capped. Yep, 75 res, nothing more. ES, it really encourages people who use ES to go 88 ES. It really encourages that. Like, to the point where you're not given any added benefits by having less of an ES in the DFC. You still can't use mana pots. If you have Energy Shield, you cannot use mana pots. You cannot have max res. So it's a way to encourage predictability among ES sorks, to make it so that their biggest benefit is to go 88 ES, right, with probably a maxed telekinesis. So that in mind, it's like, if they went less than that, your damage is going to be asinine against them. So, like, they should be 88%. It affords them the biggest benefit. You know, and trust me, at 88% ES with a max telekinesis, you don't need any max res. You don't need it. Regardless of if you slap on a T-Gods or not, you're still dying to a CS hit. You're still getting fucking wrecked by it. It doesn't matter. So, like, just stay out of the way and don't get hit. And there it is, man. Holy shit. Polytheist got there in a very close duel. Managed to hit him with that, I think that was an Armageddon hit. That shit was nasty. All right, real quick, let's cut over to Mesa. I see him live here. He might be jamming and slamming. We're going to see. We're going to see. This is Mesa versus Dingus McGee. NVD match. Is that what we've got going on here? Dingus, a.k.a. the Mesa Boogie. Throwing it down. Dingus versus Mesa. NVD mirror is what these guys are doing. So they're going to swap back and forth. Have they already finished one set? They're swapping now? I don't know. These guys... Oh, okay, that's right. They could be on different servers, and that's why they're swapping up. All right, while they wait, well, let's just start up the other one. If you guys want to start up that duel, that's fine. We'll cut back over probably mid-duel here. But we just want to make sure we get to see it all. Yeah, I think Fire Sorks are really good duelers. The only problem is they have a lot of holes in their game. Like, when people realize that, like, when a smiter realizes that FOH is a pretty good answer to you, you have to get good with your fireball. You know, that's kind of a hole in the game. Open wounds is a hole in the game if you don't know how to deal with it. Like, it fells a lot of lesser ES sorks. But quite possibly the biggest hole in the fire sork game is the fact that people can just slap on Phoenix, the builds that can handle such a thing, and it completely smashes a very important strategy that you have with the fire sork, which is to try to catch people with meteor, and it forces you to be extremely picky with your meteors and guard them, and most importantly forces you to switch to fireball and to like prefer to do that. Druids, I would say some more than others. Druids have the potential to be like, you know, the thing is with the Druid, it's a very linear game plan on a wind Druid, and it's oftentimes on a fire Druid not a very quick finish, right? So it's like it's a damage over time sort of style, right? Where they have to deal consistent damage through various attacks. They're oftentimes not going to one-hit KO someone unless they've come to the duel completely unprepared. Right, so I can see that if you like the type of duels that are over in like one hit and shit, which you know are very rare, but that's probably not going to happen with a fire druid. It could potentially happen on a wind druid. Oh, look at this, the game crash. Look at this. Are you seeing that? I saw that. I saw that. Some massive lag there. I was like, that'd be sort of weird that the game crashed right there. Yeah, what happened? Polytheist might have saw the same thing. He says, that you too? Lagging? Lagged hard. Yeah, Pauly's like, I don't know. Pauly's just smoking mad weed right now. He don't care. He's like, he was probably thinking it was him. He's like, oh shit, man, I shouldn't have taken that buff before this duel. I'm teleporting and ain't even moving. Yeah, very difficult to play this way in pubs, that's for sure, because a lot of times, Turbo, you'll have like BM players that try to jump your duels. They'll jump you as you go back in town. Like, it's usually the shit duelers that sit by town and don't stand a chance in real duels that try to like get their rocks off by NKing people and PKing them as they come into town, which I say good for you. Play the game however makes sense to you. But like, you'll just have shit duelers like that in the game along with other good duelers trying to have a good time, and it's just like, it's so hard to do it in pubs. Sorry if this volume is a little loud, huh? Yeah, it's a little loud. My bad. That's a little better. Rep to full, baby. Oh, nice hit there. I actually heard a hit check on Polytheist from afar there. That might have been a TS hit. Damn, son, Polytheist gets there again.
It's been a while since I tuned into DFC and also haven't touched D2R PvP in a while. Just got a new work and playing Once Human. Nice to be back. Long live Cooley, chat and DFC.
Ayora, my dude. Hey, thanks so much, man. I appreciate that. That's huge. Big cheers to you, man. Happy to see you, regardless. And you've been playing Once Human. Heard it was good, man. Heard it was good. How you liking it? Big cheers to you, brother. You didn't have to do that. That's super nice of you. Let's tip one back to this guy. We're adding that right to the tank, man. That's sick. Happy to see you, brother. Can't thank you enough. Super, super kind. Super generous of you, dude. Huge. It's jam and slam, boys. It's now 3-0 in favor of Polytheist. Tough matchup here for Sweaty Betty. He's playing very well, though. That's the thing. He's playing very well. I'm just going to check on Mesa, see if these guys, real quick, have got going with their duel. Looks like they're ready to go. They're in the moor. Still jamming and slamming, getting ready. All right, let's check this duel out. This is what could be the final round if Sweaty Betty is felled by Polytheist. And that mana shield is almost down. He's got to swap to the inside. He's gone done doom fucked over here. That's how we used to say it in the South. He's gone done doom fucked. I'm pretty sure nobody besides me said it like that in the South. And some people found it rather offensive that I said that, but at the same time, you know what I'm talking about, okay? Hey, Cooley, is me and Pogimi or just straight me on Druid, him on neck? Or just straight me on Druid, him on neck? It looks like I saw it was set up as a mirror, so I'm not sure if you guys wanted to swap back and forth and do it. I mean, it's fine either way, dude. It's fine either way. Whatever you guys want to do. If you want to do an NVD mirror, that's fine. Or if you just wanted to be on straight Druid or straight neck, whatever you guys feel like doing. It looks like it was set up as a mirror, and I trust Primo probably set it up that way for a reason. So, like, yeah, if you guys wanted to mirror, that's fine. About as north as Jon Snow. Winter is coming. Yeah, I would say so for sure. I did have a little bit of a southern accent when I lived in the south for a little while, though. It like just rubs off naturally. I think it's like a defense mechanism because you don't want people to think that like you're from the north. Like I think I said retarded once, like, you know, and I said it in the way that my main boys would say it, just like that, like retarded. And it was like a whole thing. It was like a whole thing where they just ask you to say more words and shit. So next time I was like, yeah, that's retarded. You know what I mean? And that way, like, it wasn't a big deal. Like, it wasn't a big deal. After that, they just assumed I was one of them. Yeah, exactly. Room stares awkwardly, like, what did he just say? That boy got mental issue? What's wrong with him? Big hits from Polytheist, man, and down goes the mana shield of Sweaty Betty. Now he's going to be trying to re-up on that. Poly trying to close the distance and finish. What an opportunity for him. Sweaty Betty knows he's got a mountain to climb here, but he is willing to do it. He's now trying the walk-down strategy, trying to land some big hits on Polytheist here. Polytheist closing the distance, actually slamming some nasty shots. All right, brother, we'll tune in right after this round, regardless. Oh, man, big hits. And down goes Sweaty Betty. Good duels, man. 4-0 victory for the Polytheist. I gotta say, Sweaty Betty put up quite a fight on that Lightning Sorceress, man. It's always impressive to see this guy go at it. The most unique builds, the most unique style of dueling on this Sorceress. Always very cool to see. Big GGs to these dudes. Let's cut over to Mesa Boogie. Let's boogie with Mesa, shall we? Also see Clint. Fuck's this guy doing there, bud? Clint up in the game with Primo. Doing something, bud. GG, that was crazy, man. Good duel. I wonder if that would have been any different if Sweaty Betty was on the bow sword. I wonder. We haven't seen the bow sword in a while, and I sort of miss it. Sort of starting to have a little bit of complex missing that bow sword, man. That thing is that's savage. Fucking A-bot, yeah. Just waiting on Jin Shin. All right, GG. Hell yeah, man. And y'all could see right there, you know, we've got people posting in the DFC results section. If this is your first time in the DFC, make sure to post the results of your matchup in there. Just let us know. That ensures that you get a reasonable duel in the next one. You know, we use Joe Silva for the matchmaker, and that guy, if he doesn't know that you dueled, he doesn't go back and check. He just sets you up. Sometimes people are like, oh, I got matched up against the same opponent. I always say the same thing. Did you report the results of your last duel? That's probably the single-handed reason why it happened again. Jin Shin's gonna be on a Barbie? No way. Oh, man. Jin on the Barbie. That's wild. How weird would this duel have been if Jin Shin would have won the title bout and he would have been the current champ? We would have had to honor it. That's why you don't give the title challengers 2 bouts in a night, but we would have honored it. It gets really awkward if they win first, right? Because then they're technically the champion, and then if they lose... Holy shit, dude. Mesa Boogie just coming in with a nasty telly stomp.
Good day.
This dude's name is NVD in game. Like, he built this character for no other reason than this matchup. So when someone comes in with a name like that, you better take him serious, because this guy is fucking ready. This guy is ready for this matchup. Hell yeah, big cheers, Polytheist, man. Wrecking it. That looks like a tough duel versus that lightning sword, man. Definitely could have dressed from a very far distance. Some of those interactions were interesting. It was like whoever gets close practically dies. You know, it was kind of a standoff there in one of those rounds. I'm a lurk in the background, gonna do me NVD matches and boot the stream up. Hell yeah, man. By the way, what is it, Polly? Is it _Polytheist on Twitch? I was just telling these guys about your stream. Make sure to give them a follow, dude. Really chill vibes and top tier Druid play. Yeah, and he rotates between Nova, Lightning, Bolt. Yeah. Yeah, GG. I'm not sure if it will allow a link, but just let them know the tag, and then they can plug it into Twitch. I'm not sure if if it allows links. Twitch TV / what? Oh my god, dude, look at this. He's bullying him. Mesa Boogie's bullying him, dude. All right, we got to ban Mesa. It's just what it is. That's just too much bullying. We got to ban him. All right, Mesa banned. Too much bullying. It's a straight bully, man. You see those stomps? That was crazy. He goes, I'm on crappy laptop on hotel Wi-Fi. Hey, I did that versus Maddie in Montreal, and we were both sitting next to each other on laptop Wi-Fi, and for the first time in my life, I saw 0 ping. For the first time in my life, 0 ping. I couldn't believe it. I was like, I practically am the BattleNet server. Yeah, exactly. Gotta get rid of him, Primo. Yeah, get him out of here. Too much of a bully. You see these naming his character NVD, intimidating him, intimidating his opponent with vicious stomps. Look at these double tellies too. His opponent's just trying to duel on fucking shitty hotel Wi-Fi. You figure you'd give him a shot. Now, he actually has some pretty nice cuts there. He's always hunting with that. Look at that. He's always hunting with his cursor, looking for that name lock, recentering it right. Like, I mean, that's the thing that a lot of people, man, that's the skill that they don't have. Just recentering that. Beautiful stomps and pressure there, though, from Mesa. That's really good. Undercutting there as well. He's got all the tricks in his toolkit here. Neck row, trying to land these spears. I do like that. Beautiful stomp there again from Mesa. Necro, not necessarily setting it up with bone spears. It could be the shitty hotel Wi-Fi. It could be he's just looking for his angle and he knows the spears are going to be what wins fights, right? So props to him for doing that. His spear game is at least on point. Yeah, I think so too. He needs to set him up with that. But yeah, it could be hard on the hotel Wi-Fi. So props to him, man, for getting in there and jamming it either way. Like, this dude was like, nah, man, you know what? Dingus was like, it don't matter. I'm on this hotel Wi-Fi. It's fucking DFC night, boys. Yeah, I was gonna say, especially with Dingus, that doesn't look like typical Dingus play. Is what that, like, we all know Dingus, and we know how good he is on a Necro. Tell me that didn't look like that. It did not look like Dingus right there. He was trying to use his spears because he knew it was his out, but like he was getting caught with shit he shouldn't have got caught with. Yeah, like you could tell. He's on laptop Wi-Fi. Yeah, he's probably playing on the trackpad. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it did it. All right, yeah, Sounds of Mod, he got it. All right, yeah, _polytheist. GG. Thanks for that, dude. Yeah, give him a follow. Check him out, man. He's streaming. You've been streaming every day, huh, Pauly? Like, it's been pretty crazy. Like, gotta say, very enjoyable streams. Oftentimes a lot of team duels going on there, too. Very chill, very fun vibes. Would highly suggest it. I like to pop in every once in a while, get tilted, and then kill some people in AFK. That's usually what I do. Would highly suggest it too for you guys. Oh, is it? Oh, that's not Dingus? Okay, never mind. I saw the matchup. I saw Mesa versus Dingus. All right, hold up. Oh yeah, you're right. That's Pogimi. All right, my bad. Oh, all right. Well, no wonder it didn't look like Dingus. Yeah, he's got 2 NVD matchups in the mirror. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, the Dingus was the mirror. All right, my bad. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Then when he swapped to the mirror, I thought for sure it was. All right. Well, no wonder it didn't look like Dingus. So I think this one was supposed to just be straight Druid versus Neck, but I'm actually, I'm happy that they're swapping. That was Mesa was bullying him on that Druid. Yeah, that's good. It's cool to see a mirror with this matchup too. Mesa won 3-2 and 3-1 versus Dingus. He did. Wow, holy shit. Wait, yeah, if I would have been looking at the Discord, I think I was looking at that. I thought I saw him post something there. Holy shit, that's a big win, man. Dingus is a savage. An absolute savage. Maybe this Mesa guy is, well, maybe he's Smurf. I think he's probably Toeshank Smurf. It's the only conclusion I can come to. It's got to be Toeshank. We've got to accuse him of being someone else because that's what we do with good players. We've got to accuse them of being someone else. He only has Fire Druid? Well, fuck it. Make it interesting. We could only watch so many NVDs anyway, man. Fuck it. I say jam it. Yeah, whatever you want to do. I think this one was originally set up as checking it out now, knowing that this is Pogimi. Yeah, it might have just been set up NVD, but yeah. Either way, man, we'll just make it fun. Make it fun. I also see Jin Shin and Clint jamming here. These guys ready to jam, ready to slam? And technically Alabama? Are they actually going? Hold on, I'm gonna check this out real quick. Oh, they fucking going. Oh, they going, dude. Wait, is Jin Shin on a Necro? Wait, what is this? Are they actually? Hold up. I gotta check this out. Let me check the card here. Holy shit, down goes Jin Shin. Yeah, he's going up against Clint on an NVD mirror, is what it looks like. Okay, wow. Okay, I see what's going on now. I see what's going on. I see what's up.
I am
All right.
overburdened.
Yeah, we can bounce back and forth between a couple of technical NVD mirrors. This is a technical NVD mirror, but Pogimi has a fire druid, so I'd say make it interesting, man. Technically, it's doable on the fire druid. Certainly, certainly its worst matchup, I would say, is a Necro, but I've seen Polytheist like tear up some subpar Necros on its fire druid. You gotta be good, man. You gotta be able to get in there and punish your opponent for the mistakes that they make, regardless of the side you're on here. So this should be fun either way. Oh, yeah, my bad, dude. Look, I forget things, Primo. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I remember now. Now that you mention that, and I go back and check the messages. Of course I remember. What do you think? What do you think I am? Some sort of downs? You think I got the downs? Of course I do. I mean, of course I remember. Odin, hey, thanks so much for joining from Norway, my dude, and a big cheers to you. Much, much appreciated. Sleep well. Have a great night, brother. Jin Shin on the neck, dude. And Clint on the D. Alright, dude, okay. Jin Shin's actually landing some shots on the Necro. Look at this. I think this is rather sus. This guy's sharpening up his Necro skills, and this guy plays on nothing but the S-tier classes that he plans on completely dominating with. Okay, I think it's a little sus. I think we might see this guy swap to the neck here. I think, I'm suspecting something now. I'm suspecting this guy might be up to no good sharpening these Necro skills. Better watch out for it. And down he goes. See, just like that, man. Takes out Clint with some very well-timed bone spirits, setting him up with the spears as well. Yeah, Clint says he ate 4 spirits. Vicious. All right, now these guys swapping it up. It looks like Jin Shin won the first set there. It's wild. These guys swapping up. Oh, I think these guys are going at it too. All right, so this is this round just started between Mesa and Pogimi. Pogimi's going to be on Fire Druid, it looks like, and Mesa's going to be on the Necro.
I am overburdened.
It's pretty even, honestly, Aora. It's pretty even with how it's set up. Did we ever limit spirit? I don't think we did in any regard. But there's been some people. This is what's interesting. It's pretty fair, but some people in NVD have agreed to go 13 spirit, and some haven't. There used to be a rule that with 20 spirit you could have 3 wolves. Then we did away with that. But as far as the statistics are concerned, it's pretty even. Yeah, but I would say, just based on a gut instinct, I think Druid is favored with 13 spirit Necro. I think Necro is favored with 20 in spirit. Just gut instinct. I think it really is a tough call. Regardless, just the Druid approach and the Druid game plan just seems favored. I mean, they got pets to block most of the stuff. If you keep those up, they can block the spears. Pogimi's going to have to close the distance. Look for these name locks. Oh, there we go. It's got to be a slight favoring of the Druid, though, if anything, right? Like, slight favoring. I don't think it's, like, extremely lopsided. Maybe, like, 55-45. On Asia, it's still Druid favored, even though max Bone Spirit, so don't know if on NA it's more even or something. Yeah, I think that's probably correct, that the Druid is slightly favored. Which is probably why we never have limited spirit. Because, like, it's probably still favored. 60-40 if even skilled. No shit. Wow, holy shit, man. Big hits there from Mesa. Did he get a 3-0 in the first one? If you got a 3-0 in the first one, that's it. GG's, man. Mesa gets there assuming that first one was 3-0. Holy shit. Wow, Mesa putting on a clinic, man. This guy might be joining up as quite the sleeper over there. Just piecing up Dingus. Piecing up Pogimi. 70-30 if Druid is Gators. Yep. Yep. I would agree. He makes the stats pretty lopsided. I wonder how the stats would be if we just took Gators out of the stats and then looked at it. So if that is the case, and you say on EU it's also 20 Bone Spirit, like they don't cap to 13 Bone Spirit in the duel, I'd say that's perfectly fair then. After hearing all of this, I'm so convinced DFC rule set is so good with this matchup. Yeah, I'd have to check the data, but last I knew, I didn't think it was that lopsided for Druid or Necro. But the thing that gets confusing, and that sort of... You always have to factor this in, and it's always a gut instinct when it comes to rule changes, is how many people change the rules of their duel, like, you know, against these rules anyway. It's just one of those things. It happens, I think, a lot, especially at the highest tier of competition, like in the top 10. Oh my god, beautiful stomp there from Jin.
Not in town.
Jin Shin just getting in there and delivering. GG, and he just cinches it up like that, man. What is this?
Hi there.
Jin Shin showing some prowess in the NVD as well. So this, you mean to tell me this guy is vicious on the Druid, the Necro, and the Zan? I don't know if BattleNet is ready for this, man. I really don't. Kind of a tough pill to swallow. Alright, I see Sweaty Betty gearing up for something over here. Wonder if he's dueling. Is he about to duel Dingus? I see Dingus. They have a Zon v Sin. Or wait a minute, Sin v Zon. Sweaty Betty on the Zon. What? No, he's going to be on his bow sork by the looks. Maybe he's on Trans Zon is how we meant to set that up. He's getting good on Trapper too. God, dude, he's a quadruple threat. Yeah, exactly, dude. I think this is one of the first times we've actually seen him on anything but an Amazon. You might have tuned in right at the right time, Aura. Yeah, he just had an incredible title fight, too, against Toeshank. It was 3-2, man. He almost got there on the Zon. He was a CS Boa Zon hybrid. And, man, that thing slaps. Am I right to assume that this was supposed to be Trans Zon? I think I probably meant to put that there as a joke or something, unless Sweaty Betty signed up on his Zon. I see on the card Dingus versus Sweaty, Sin v Zon, which doesn't make any sense. I don't think we've ever seen Sweaty Betty on a Zon. We probably meant to make a joke and say Trans Zon, because he uses the bow. I'm not sure, though. I have no idea. While we figure it out, I say we fucking go right out. Go right out and have another one, Bob. Here we are in the tavern. Yeah, guys, grab a seat. How are we looking, man? What is the status of the card? Yep, duel on that East ping, Aura. There you go, man. Yeah, Tranzon. That's a name that, I gotta say, we gotta give credit where credit is due. That was Stadium's term for, originally my din. But now we've extended the term to anything that uses a bow that typically shouldn't. Oh, okay, alright, GG, Sweaty Betty. Alright, GG. I think that's it. I think that's all of them, ain't it? I don't see anybody else queued up. Damn, boys. What a hell of a night then, huh? What a fucking night. This has been wild. Oh, do you guys hear it? You guys... Yeah, GG's, man. Someone said something about the time. And I think it is just about that time. Let's jam it. I think it is, boys. Another DFC in the books. 129 down, 130 next week. Let's fucking go. There it is, boys. Just like that. AFK 6 hours. More time to jam. More spaceship next week. Again, you don't have to go home, but get the fuck out of here. And don't bring a fucking blizzard. Guys, thanks for joining me. This show is all about you guys. You guys make it possible with the savage moves, the savage plays, and you make it a pleasure every week. Can't wait to see you in the next one, guys. Take care of yourselves. Have a great weekend. Peace.